Divine and Dateless by Tara West. Narrated by Hollie Jackson. Chapter 1. Damn, that hurts. I grabbed onto the bathroom counter and slowly pulled myself up, stumbling around a bit before I steadied myself against the wall and turned off the faucet. That's when I got a good look at my reflection in the mirror. Oh my God! Despite the fact that my reflection was a bit blurry, probably due to how hard I'd hit my head when I fell, my hair looked like an electrified mop. I couldn't go on a date like that. Roger would take one look at me, accuse me of faking my profile picture, and make a dash for the elevator. As if I wouldn't have a hard enough time explaining why I was 5 years older and 10 pounds heavier than that Bahama bikini photo. I sighed when I thought back to the girl getaways I used to take with Jody, Trista, and Sherry. Those had been amazing times. Margarita binges, detox shakes, size 5 bikinis, one-night stands, and ribbed condoms. I'd taken that photo after an amazing night with the Swede, Rolf or Sven or something like that. His name didn't matter. What did matter was his size 13 shoe and big hands. Very big hands. Speaking of that beach fling, we could have made a long-distance relationship work, if only he'd spoken English, or at least hadn't pretended he couldn't understand me. I wondered about the size of Roger's hands. Did he have a strong grip like my surly Swede? Or were they perfectly manicured like my last date, Craig, the hairstylist, who was one wax and peel away from escaping the closet of denial and giving his very religious grandma a heart attack? If only Craig had listened to me when I suggested he come out to his granny and then smooth things over by offering her a free pluck and color. I tried to slick my hair back in place, but the strands felt as unmanageable as a wire brush. What the hell? I hoped that shock hadn't done any permanent damage to my follicles. I had just spent a small fortune at the salon for auburn highlights and a deep conditioning treatment. No more putting it off. Next paycheck, I would go to the drugstore and get another blow dryer. This wasn't the first time it had zapped me, but it was definitely the worst. I whirled at the sound of a knock on the door. Was Roger here early? I stumbled out of the bathroom and checked the microwave clock in my cramped studio kitchen. 6:36. He was 24 minutes early. What was I going to do about my hair? I rushed to the kitchen sink and splashed some water on my hair and tried again to push it down, but it must have been spring-loaded because it popped right back up. More knocking. This time it was louder and more persistent. What the heck, Roger? The guy wasn't exactly making a good first impression. Okay, I groaned as I grabbed a hairband from the gym bag I kept by the front door. I read somewhere that keeping a packed gym bag in a convenient location was good motivation to keep on a steady workout schedule. So far it was working because I'd been steadily going to the gym once every 2 or 3 months. I did my best to tie my hair back while trying to tamp down my aggravation as the incessant knocking grew ever louder. Grabbing the door handle, I exhaled slowly. I was so tempted to tell Roger the date was off, but I was haunted by the echo of my mom's familiar nagging voice. "You're too picky, Ash. Mr. Tall, Dark, and Perfect is a fairy tale. Settle down before all the decent ones are taken." I laughed as I recalled being in my early 20s when my mom had encouraged me to be pickier about whom I brought home. But that was 15 pounds ago, and that was way before Travis dumped me for his 47-year-old law school professor. Lately, as long as the guy had all his teeth and a functioning penis, Mom was trying to rush me to the altar. The unremitting knocking turned into all-out banging. Damn, Roger! As if I don't have enough problems with my neighbors. I was so aggravated I didn't even bother to check the peephole before jerking open the door. "Is that really necessary?" I growled before I got a good look at him. But then I did get a good look at my date, and my jaw practically hit the floor. Wow. He looked nothing like his profile picture. Tall? Check. Wavy dark hair and a strong jawline? Check. Impossibly blue eyes? Check. Broad shoulders and rippling, tanned muscles? Double check. I tried to strike a casual pose as I leaned against the door frame, but I feared I would melt all over the floor in a puddle of lust instead. Mister, you can bang down my door anytime. He arched a dark brow while eyeing me with a smirk. Ashley McLeod. Everyone calls me Ash, but yeah, so sorry. I wasn't expecting you for another half hour. I had a bit of a blow-dryer accident. I smoothed an errant lock of frizz behind my ear. I'm not ready. They never are. He laughed. And just like that, a bubble burst in my chest. I should have figured him for a Casanova. I was sure he went out with a different girl every weekend. Then again, judging by the confident tilt of his chin and the way those stone-washed jeans clung to his thick legs, and that bulge beneath the zipper, I was fairly certain each of his dates ended in mind-blowing sex. I was also thinking I wanted to end our date the same way because Casanova or not, I was getting tired of buying batteries. Right. I pushed back another strand of hair, which immediately popped out of place. Maybe you should wait in the downstairs lobby. There's a soda machine. Don't drink the coffee. It's usually a few days old. I took a step back and prepared to close the door. I've got a schedule to keep. I wasn't sure, but I thought I heard a hint of a southern drawl, which didn't make a lot of sense because I was almost positive Roger's profile said he'd lived in Seattle his whole life. Casanova blocked the door with his foot, stepped forward, and practically filled the entire doorway with his frame. That's when it hit me. Roger's profile said 5'10", 185 pounds, brown eyes, and pale skin. A dentist, he spent most of his days indoors, and his pastimes included going to the movies and playing fantasy football. But this guy hogging my doorway could have played real football as a linebacker. I pointed an accusatory finger. You look nothing like your profile. He pushed past me, frowning as he surveyed my cramped apartment. What were you expecting? Hood and a cape and a giant scythe? A what? I felt suddenly self-conscious as he eyed my small kitchen table and even smaller fridge. Like Roger, I might have lied on my profile, too. I might have put that I was a defense attorney and not a law school dropout barely making a livable wage as a legal secretary. He shrugged. It was a joke. Can I fix you a drink? I did a mental count of how many diet sodas I had left in my fridge. Probably not enough to last until payday. Luckily, Roger looked more like a water guy, and I had plenty of free tap on hand. No, ma'am. I told you. I've got a schedule to keep. Oh, yeah. The southern drawl was coming across much thicker now, coating my senses like warm butter and sending a jolt of hormonal lust straight to my lady parts. I crossed one leg over the other, silently chastising myself for getting all hot and bothered by this guy when I didn't even know who he was. I was certain of one thing. He was a far cry from a meek, pale-faced dentist. I narrowed my eyes and tilted my chin, trying to force myself to stop thinking about those tight, stone-washed jeans. You're not a dentist. He laughed. No, ma'am. I wasn't fluent in Southern speak, but I was fairly certain ma'am was a term reserved for older women. As if my frizzy hair wasn't making me self-conscious enough, now he was calling me an old lady. That's when I realized I still hadn't applied fine line minimizer and foundation. I really wished Roger, or whoever he was, hadn't shown up so soon. And I really wished he'd go downstairs and wait in the lobby while I made myself look more presentable. And hopefully younger. And you're not from here, are you? He crossed one arm over the other. Born and raised in Texas. That explains the sexy accent. I mentally smacked myself upside the head. This was what happened when I got nervous. I said the first thing on my mind without wondering if I should have said it. Are you flirting with me, Ashley McLeod? I loved the way my name rolled off his tongue like warm chocolate sauce melting all over vanilla ice cream. I was suddenly in the mood for a hot fudge sundae. I had a vision of me lapping ice cream and chocolate sauce off his abs, which I suspected were as rock hard as the rest of him. I shook my head, trying to clear away the lust-induced fog. It had been a while since I'd gotten laid by something that wasn't made of silicone. A long while. That had to be why my slut sonar was stuck in overdrive. What was with me getting all hot and bothered over this guy who'd clearly lied on his profile? Disregard the fact that I'd lied on my profile. I had actually been looking forward to flirting my way into free teeth whitening and cleanings, since my cheap health insurance had a $500 deductible, but this stud could have been a serial killer for all I knew. Oh, please, God, don't let him be a serial killer. He's too sexy to be crazy. I got a good long look at fake Roger, and much to my embarrassment, he was sizing me up too. But not in the way I wanted him to be looking at me. No, he had this impatient look in his eyes as his heavy boot tapped loudly on my linoleum floor. "We need to get going, ma'am." Crud. Another old lady reference. This will not do. I didn't give a damn about his schedule. I was not setting foot out of the apartment until I, A, fixed this mop on my head and applied a generous amount of anti-ma'am foundation, and B, made sure fake Roger was not a serial killer, or, at the very least, that he had a job somewhat related to dentistry. I took a step back, and then another, needing to put some distance between me and Mr. Hot Fudge Stud. "Give me a minute to fix my hair," I said. And double-check Roger's profile, I wanted to add, but decided to leave that part out. "Relax," fake Roger said with perhaps too much ease in his deep southern drawl. "You're going to the penthouse. You can have any hairstyle you want there." The penthouse? I haven't heard of it. Instinctively, my hand went to my stomach at the thought of trying someplace new. I had been very clear with Roger I could only dine at certain restaurants. I'd even sent him a list of safe places to eat. Do they have a gluten-free menu? Little fun fact about me. If I so much as eat a crumb of wheat, barley, or rye, I turn into a cross between Godzilla, only the flames come out of the other end, a gremlin, not the sweet cuddly kind, and a rabid dog. To put it mildly, me and gluten do not get along, which is why I have to be very, very careful where I eat. If fake Roger turned out not to be a serial killer and I decided to let him get past third base, who was I kidding? I was so desperate for a real penis I would have slept with anything with a heartbeat. It would really, really suck if I was then forced to trade in an explosive night of passion for an explosive night on the toilet. "You can eat whatever you want," fake Roger said with a touch of annoyance. He motioned toward the front door. "Come on, let's go. I've got a heart attack victim waiting." "Heart attack?" I gasped. "So you're a doctor?" Maybe his profile said oncologist and I'd read it wrong. Even so, if he did have a heart attack patient, what was he doing on a date when he should have been saving this person's life? "A doctor," he chuckled. "No, I'm a Grim." "Excuse me?" "Angel of Death, Grim Reaper, Gabriel, Yama, Azrael, depending on your religion." Shit. Fake Roger is a weirdo. I should have known. Despite being raised in a very religious household, I'd started to question whether there even was a God. Because if there was a God, surely he wouldn't have deprived me of sex with a real person for a year, only to have set me up with the world's hottest psychopath. This is a joke, right? Fake Roger, or Grim, or whoever the hell he was, scrunched up his handsome features and looked at me as if I'd just sprouted an arm out of the top of my head. "Have you seen yourself?" "I know." I pushed back a wiry strand of hair that had slipped out of its headband. "I think I can fix this with a little conditioner and mousse. Excuse me." I turned on my heel and ran straight for the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. Letting out a shaky breath, I stared at the warped wooden door. I didn't know why I was expecting fake Roger to bang it down with a machete, but the guy was creeping me out. What the hell had that been about? Where had this guy come from, and where was Roger? The Angel of Death? Really? Then it hit me. This guy might actually be a genuine serial killer. One thing was for sure. He was delusional if he thought he was the Grim Reaper. I stood at the door for several seconds. When my arms and legs got this tingly, weightless feeling, I realized it must be from fear. Then I remembered my cell phone. I had set it on the counter right before I got shocked. I backed away from the door and spun around. That's when I nearly tripped over my head. My head! My body was on the floor. My hair was fanned out in a wild mess, and my lifeless eyes were staring up at the ceiling. But wait, what was I doing down there when I was also up here? I caught a glimpse of my reflection, or what was left of my reflection, in the mirror. The woman looking back at me was so pale she was translucent. Why hadn't I noticed that before? Oh, my freaking God! Panic seized me, and the only thing I knew to do was scream. I screamed at the woman in the mirror. I screamed at the corpse on the floor. I screamed and screamed until I thought my throat would turn raw. And though my brain was barely functioning, I knew fake Roger was the Grimm, and I was dead. Chapter 2. I told you, I've got a schedule to keep. Fake Roger, I refused to call him Grimm because then I would have had to acknowledge I was dead, which I couldn't possibly be over a stupid blow dryer, was hovering behind me, tapping his foot on my shag bathroom rug. I shouldn't have let him into the bathroom, but I got tired of him banging on my door. He kept going on about some stupid schedule which shouldn't have mattered if we were dead, which I wasn't. I'll be damned. Oops. Probably not a good time to be using that phrase if I'm going anywhere with Grimm. I was only 29. I couldn't have died. I hadn't even done the marriage and kids thing yet. Not that I was looking forward to the kids part, but my mom had been bugging me about grandkids. My mom. Holy crap. She would be heartbroken when she found out. I hoped my sister stopped being a brat long enough to console her. But Mom wouldn't need anyone to console her because I wasn't dead. I'm not freaking dead. I sat on the toilet crying, staring down at the chipped magenta toenail polish on my other body. I was so foggy from shock and grief, I hardly heard Grimm as he said something about his schedule again. If my eternal fate hadn't been in his hands, I'd probably have smacked him. What happened to me? I asked through a sniffle. He nodded toward the blow dryer lying by my side. Its bright fuchsia shell was marred by angry streaks of black. The cramped space smelled like burnt plastic, too. Looks like you electrocuted yourself. Shit! I stomped a heel on the cracked tile. It created this weird, hollow echo, and I swore I could feel the vibrations ricochet into the other room. Were you running the water with the blow dryer on? I shrugged. Maybe. Didn't you read the warning label? He held up the dryer and pointed to the cord, a condescending look in his vibrant eyes. I averted my gaze, chewing on my lower lip. Maybe not. Your dryer should have had a surge suppressor. He pointed to the little red button on the plug, the same stupid button that had been popping out every 2 minutes while I'd been trying to dry my hair. Yesterday, I'd finally gotten fed up and superglued it down. I thought it was a good idea at the time. Grimm swiped a finger across the plug and looked at me with a smirk. You glued it? Okay, I admit it wasn't a wise decision. Lesson learned. Can't we just resuscitate me? Ashley, he said through a groan as he pointed at my body. You've been dead for half an hour. I shot to my feet and peered down at my body, and then spat out a curse that would have made my poor dear granny spin somersaults in her grave. Ashley, you okay? Ash, I said in a tone that felt as hollow as my lifeless body. Nobody's called me Ashley since high school, and I can't go with you. I'm not dead. I said the last part without conviction. Shit. Even I was starting to believe I'd croaked. This was so not good. Ash, I really need to get to my next call. Grimm stepped over my body, approaching my personal space. I took a hesitant step back, not because I minded him being so close to me, not at all, but having so much mail filling up my space was like, excuse the bad pun, overloading me with a surge of electric arousal. I need proof. I backed up until I felt the towel rack behind me. Weird, because even though I was supposedly dead and shouldn't be able to feel a thing, I could definitely feel him. He put out a heat that sent my senses reeling. He angled his head, giving me a good glimpse of a square jaw and thick neck. I had a hunch the shoulders underneath his stiff shirt collar were corded with muscle. "There's all the proof you need." He pointed at my prone body. Lust forgotten. This guy sure knew how to kill a girlgasm. I shook my head before covering my eyes with my hands. No, she's not real. Neither are you. I zapped my head really badly when I shocked myself, and I'm still knocked out. You don't honestly believe that. The pity in his voice would have been humiliating had he not been a figment of my imagination. I do. I have to. I'm not ready to go. I looked at him through my fingers. Damn. He'd stepped closer to me, and I couldn't back up another inch. Much to my amazement and annoyance, he had the nerve to smirk. Not the everyday average asshole smirk like the kind I had to deal with from my pinhead boss on a daily basis, but the devastatingly handsome sideways smirk that could only be perfected through years of endless flirting. This definitely had to be some sort of hallucination. No guy I'd ever met was that damn sexy. What? I asked as I clenched my hands. His eyes gleamed with mischief. You're cute when you pout. I let out a huff of air, knocking a strand of wayward frizz out of my eye. Okay, the Grim Reaper is flirting with me. Now I know this is a dream. He laughed, combing a hand through his thick dark hair. You want proof I'm real, don't you? I wagged a finger in his face. Flirting hardly counts as proof. Sorry. He shrugged. That's all I've got. Then a thought came to me. A really, really wicked thought. That devil sitting on my shoulder had to have been working overtime to come up with that one. I tilted my head, looking deep into his eyes as I gave him a challenging glare. What about kissing? Grim's face paled, and ironically, he looked like he'd been spooked by a ghost. He backed up, holding out his hands in a defensive gesture. I'm not going to take advantage of you. His words were at war with the molten look in his eyes. Though I knew my hair was a frizzy mess and my tight black skirt might have exposed a bit too much pudge in the thigh area, I knew lust when I saw it, and this man was turned on. Okay, since he was just a figment of my imagination, I figured I'd enjoy playing out this fantasy while it lasted. So I did what any woman in my situation would have done during an uncomfortably awkward moment of flirting gone wrong. I kept right on flirting. Ignoring the body lying between us on the floor, I stepped over my torn dress, which was definitely exposing too much pudgy thigh, and moved toward him until he was backed into a corner. He stiffened until he was parallel to the wall. That would have been a definite sign he was not interested, except he licked his lower lip like he hadn't eaten in a week, and I was a juicy cut of prime rib. I continued my advance until there was barely a breath between us and my heavy breasts were pressed against his chest. He stood there with this deer in the headlights expression, and that's when I started to lose confidence. His knee went up, grazing the skin between my bare thighs, and a zing shot straight to my lady parts. Holy heck, I was horny for Grim. If this really were a dream, I hoped I wouldn't wake up for at least another 10 minutes. Scratch that. Make that 20. The way this flirting was progressing, we'd both be at home base faster than I could devour a plate of triple chocolate chunk brownies during PMS. Prove to me I'm dead, I cooed, laying a hand on his chest. The top button on his long-sleeved cotton shirt was unfastened, revealing just the right amount of dark hair and a hint of hard muscles beneath. I moved my fingers to the small patch of curls, letting the heat soak from his bare skin to mine. And then I did something naughty. I leaned up and pressed a feather-soft kiss on his tanned neck. He groaned, cupping my shoulders in his strong grip. What are you doing to me, woman? Proving I'm not dead. I giggled, nipping at his earlobe for good measure. Maybe you need some other kind of proof. He growled before his lips came crashing down on mine in the most heat-searing, exquisite kiss imaginable. I moaned into his mouth, welcoming his tongue's invasion. I tasted the sweet scent of fruit. Maybe apples? I wasn't quite sure, but I knew I needed to investigate further, so I fisted his shirt collar, clutching it like a lifeline as I deepened the kiss. He pulled me against the length of his hard body until I straddled his thigh. Our tongues sparred and our lips melded together perfectly. At that moment, once my brain had been robbed of all coherent thought, one word popped into my mind. Heaven. His kiss was pure heaven. I released his collar, roaming the length of his body, which surely had to have been carved from granite. I didn't care if I was pushing boundaries. This was a dream, after all. When I settled on that exquisitely large and stiff protrusion between his thighs, I froze. Holy shit. He was harder than a rod of steel, and as his legs ground out a torturous rhythm between my thighs, I realized I was wetter than spring in Seattle. This was not a dream. This was real, and I had just fondled the boner of the freaking Grim Reaper. My hands flew to my mouth as I retreated, nearly tripping over my dead body for the second time. Oh my God! My gaze shot to his crotch. I couldn't help it. I had to look. Sure enough, that nice bulge looked a bit bulgier, straining against his zipper and begging for some breathing room. Grim coughed into his fist and then turned his back, which was weird because I didn't think spirits needed to cough. Then again, I didn't think spirits could get hard-ons either. Imagine my disappointment when he turned around and his triple quarter-pounder of beefy bulge had shrunk to a mere cheeseburger. Okay, Ash, here's the deal, he said as he stared somewhere beyond my shoulder. Great. I'd just had the best kiss of my existence, and now the guy couldn't even look at me. I've got orders for you to go all the way to the top. He gave me 2 thumbs up. The penthouse is the sweetest place in all eternity. I don't know what you did to please the big guy, but I can tell you living up there sure beats the life you've got here. Anything you want is yours. You just have to snap your fingers. I was trying to absorb everything he was telling me. Really, I was. But my lips had just been locked with that damn sensual mouth of his. Too bad his marble features betrayed not even the slightest hint of passion. As my lust started to cool, reality quickly set in. Holy moly! Had he just said I was going to heaven? The penthouse sounds a lot like heaven, I exhaled, searching his gaze for any sign of the spark I'd seen moments before. That's what the Ascended usually call it, he said in the most annoyingly indifferent tone imaginable. You can label it whatever you want. Okay, fine. Play it off as if the kiss in your massive boner never happened. 2 can play at this game. I cocked a brow, crossing my arms. The Ascended? Angels. He waved me toward the door. Are you ready to get your wings? Your Grandma Clara is waiting. Kiss and stiffy forgotten, my jaw fell open and I let out a girly squee that could rival a cheerleader on crack. Grandma Clara? She was the best grandma in the world! Well, let's go meet her. I bet she's preparing your welcome home party right now. He flashed a dimpled grin, one that stretched his jaw and showed 2 pearly white rows of beautiful teeth. Honestly, this guy was too gorgeous to be the Grim. Those childhood fairy tales had gotten him all wrong. In fact, he was so darn cute, I almost wanted to follow him. Almost. I turned, pointing down at my vacuous eyes. So I'm just supposed to leave my body here? What's going to happen to me? Ash. He heaved a sigh before jerking open the door. You're no longer tethered to your weak mortal body. You have ascended. His knuckles whitened as he clutched the handle, and I wondered how he was able to open the door when he was supposedly an apparition. Just one of the many questions about my weird afterlife I hoped to get answered. In the meantime, I didn't feel right leaving my body like that. My corpse is going to rot if nobody finds me. My mom lives all the way in Portland. It will be days, maybe even weeks. It doesn't matter, does it? He chuckled. Okay, sexiness aside, what a jerk. The guy actually had the nerve to laugh at my corpse? Of course it matters. I hated the whine that slipped into my voice, but I was determined to hold my ground. My poor, poor mom. If the shock from my death didn't kill her, then the depression would. Not trying to sound like an entitled princess, but I was literally her whole world. I might not have been as successful as my sister, but I was half the bitch she was. My mom will be devastated, I said with a sob as visions of her crying at my funeral swam through my mind. Only for a short while. He said this with a casual air as if deciding between a latte or a cappuccino. I wanted to slap him. That's not true. I turned up my chin, giving him my best haughty expression. Mom loves me. He shook his head, any trace of humor in his eyes doused like water over a flame. The human lifespan is short when compared to an eternity in the afterworld. Ugh, this guy was impossible. Did he not realize the tornado of emotions swirling around in my head? I'd been killed and passionately kissed within the span of an hour, and now I was supposed to abandon the body I'd been living in for the past 29 years and follow a total stranger, disregard that I'd just been intimate with him, up to a place he was calling the penthouse? This was all too weird. Too weird. I threw my hands in the air. So I'm just supposed to walk out of my apartment and follow you to heaven? Yes. I eyed him through slits. How will we get there? The elevator. Of course. I rolled my eyes and slapped my forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Silly me forgot to check if my apartment complex stretched all the way to heaven before I signed the lease. Ash, I've got to get to that heart attack victim. You think you've got it bad? This guy just died in the middle of sex. The prostitute is hysterical and he's been assigned to the second floor. The second floor? The bottom level of purgatory, only a few floors away from the fiery pit of doom. I gasped. So there's really a hell? You're never going there, so don't worry about it. Come on, Ash, he pleaded. Damn him, that dimpled smile was back. Your afterlife is going to be a whole lot better than the life you're leaving behind. I promise. He held up a hand like a Boy Scout taking an oath, but this was no Boy Scout. This was the freaking Grim Reaper. All of the stories I'd heard about him had been pretty horrific. Now I was supposed to trust this guy? Then again, what other options did I have? It's not like I could have crawled back into my damaged body and woken myself up. I leaned into him, jabbing a finger in his chest. You better be a man of your word. He placed a hand over his heart. Ma'am, my word is my honor. Stop calling me ma'am, I growled as I stomped past him and out the bathroom. Much to my dissatisfaction, Grim's heavy footsteps trailed behind me. I was almost to my front door when a loud knock stopped me in my tracks. Oh my God. I spun around, searching Grim's unreadable eyes for help. That must be Roger. What do I do? He can't see you. He walked up to me and held out his hand. Come on. I hesitantly slipped my hand in his, surprised at the energy that zinged into my palm and nearly made my knees buckle. Dear God, how did this guy do that to me? But before I could think about how he turned my blood to molten liquid, Grim was pulling me through the doorway and out into the hall. Strange how the guy standing on the other side didn't notice us. And then I got a good look at my blind date, all 5'7" and 200 pounds of him. 5'10" and 180 pounds my ass. It looked like I dodged one bullet and got struck by another. Story of my life, or in this case, my afterlife. Chapter 3. Apparently, after I'd wasted all of Grim's time with that groping and kissing, he was now very, very late to his next appointment. Since he'd already violated protocol with me once, he said he might as well do it again, which was why, rather than taking me to the penthouse, I was standing beneath the shadow of a huge artificial palm tree near the shallow end of some guy's condominium pool. I watched with morbid curiosity as the EMTs fished his bloated, nude body out of the jacuzzi. His mistress of the night, whose legal age was questionable, was wrapped up in nothing but a Hello Kitty beach towel hunched over in a wicker chair, sobbing convulsively into a strawberry margarita. A middle-aged cop sat beside her, scribbling notes into a tablet. Dead Guy's spirit was doing a backstroke in the deep end of the pool, refusing Grimm's numerous pleas to get out. His very round belly, nearly as round as his very bald head, protruded several inches out of the water, and his shriveled-up dingleberries were an alarming shade of blue. "I told you, I'm not dead," Dingleberry said to Grimm for like the 20th time. Geez, had I been this hard-headed with Grimm? Talk about a stressful job. I was almost starting to feel sorry for the guy. "You are dead," Grimm said in a tone more frigid than the water that had shriveled the dead guy's balls, "and you need to get out." Dingleberry kicked off from the side of the pool, lazily paddling back toward the EMTs. "If you want me to come out so badly, then come and get me." "I told you I can't do that." "I'm not going anywhere with you." The dead guy paused to wave a hand behind him before continuing his slow stroke. "Those EMTs over there are about to resuscitate my body." It took 4 burly-looking EMTs to hoist the cadaver out of the water. I cringed when they accidentally dropped him on the pool deck. The corpse made a loud, squishy sound, like a butcher slapping a fish onto a marble slab. One of the medics brought out a big black bag, and I knew what was going to happen next. "Stan, they're zipping you up in a body bag." When Grimm pointed toward the scene, I thought I saw a humorous gleam in his eyes. Maybe I didn't feel sorry for him. It seemed he took sick satisfaction in witnessing our misery. "What?" Stan stood up and waved his hands at the medics, who paid him no notice as they hoisted his corpse into the bag and began zipping it up. "Hey, you stupid EMTs! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Stan hoisted himself out of the water and ran circles around the medics. They paid him no heed as they placed the body on a stretcher and rolled it out the side gate. Stan punched the gate and screamed a bunch of obscenities before running up to the prostitute with arms flailing wildly above his head. "Hey, Lila, or Lily, or whatever the fuck your name is! Stop them, goddammit!" He pointed at the gate while jumping up and down. "I didn't pay you $1,000 to sit there and act like an idiot! Do something!" But she didn't hear him. In fact, she was too busy unbuckling the cop's pants to worry about crazy ghosts. "They can't hear you, Stan," Grimm grumbled as he impatiently waved him over. "Come on, let's go." Stan turned toward Grimm with a wild-eyed expression. "Hell no!" he screamed before diving back into the pool. Disregarding Grimm's earlier command to lie low, I stepped out of the shadows. "Why don't you go in after him?" "I can't." The edge in his voice sliced through the air between us, making me feel cold, unwelcome, insignificant. I didn't know how this guy managed to make me feel a torrent of negative emotions with 2 words, but he had. He reminded me too much of my cocky, condescending law school professors, more validation for why I had to drop out of that hellhole. I wrapped my arms around myself as I watched Stan paddle with more fervor. He was definitely not getting out of the pool anytime soon. This was going to be a long night, which sucked on so many levels. Not only was I forced to endure the aloof company of the totally hot immortal who just passionately kissed me moments earlier, but I had to watch some naked bloated guy make an ass of himself while his hooker gave a cop a blowjob. Well, at least someone was getting lucky tonight. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Stan said haughtily after his shiny marble head popped up above the water. I recognized that tone. It was the same tone my boss, Mr. Schwartz, used whenever he tried to bully a client, another lawyer, or more often than I cared to admit, me. Grimm's bunched shoulders were strung so tight they looked ready to crack. "You're dead is who you are. Now get moving. I've got a schedule to keep." "Why can't you go in? Some other protocol?" I asked in a huff. "You've already broken the rules twice tonight. What's one more time?" Grimm's stance was almost as rigid as his stiffy had been earlier, as he watched with stony features while Stan paddled through the water. Finally, he opened his mouth as if to speak. I waited, wondering if he was going to say something. "I can't swim." He'd spoken so softly, I wondered if he'd said anything at all. "You've got to be shitting me." I waved a hand at Stan. "That pool is like 4 feet deep. Just walk the hell in and get him." Grim answered with a quick shake of the head as he folded his arms across his chest, eyeing Stan with disdain. Ain't gonna happen. Well, geez. Here I was thinking that my life, or afterlife, couldn't have gotten any weirder, and my death escort turned out to be hydrophobic. Shouldn't that have been a prerequisite at the Grim Reaper School of Retrieving Lost Souls? To not act like a big pussy around water? A fire lit beneath his eyes. For a split second, my knees weakened, and it wasn't out of lust. I'd seriously pissed Grim off with that last comment, but I didn't care. I'd never been very good at staying inside boundaries. Don't judge me, he ground out, sounding like a grizzly bear who'd woken up too soon. Ignoring his scowl, I turned up my chin. I'm trying hard not to. No, I mean don't judge me. He pointed a finger toward the sky. That's the big guy's job, and he takes offense when others try to do it for him. He doesn't revoke penthouse passes often, but he always makes exceptions. Ooh, was he bluffing me? I crinkled my eyes and studied his features for any sign of deceit, but without any admissible evidence, it was hard to tell. Fine, I won't judge you, I called over my shoulder as I walked past him toward the edge of the pool. I'll just do your job. Slipping off my heels, I dove into the water. Dragging a naked, tubby guy out of the pool was a lot harder than I'd initially thought it would be. I thought one of the benefits of being dead was I wasn't supposed to feel pain, but the frigid water sliced through my skin as if I was being cut open by 1,000 tiny knives. What the hell had I been thinking when I dove into that pool? My poor nipples were so hard they could cut diamonds. I tried to envision myself at the beach, burying my chest in hot sand, but that whole mind over matter shit wasn't working. To make matters worse, Stan pulled me back as he resisted my attempts to yank him to the water's edge. Considering he wasn't much taller than my 5'5" frame, he was strong for a little guy. In the end, the only thing that worked getting Stan out of the water was persuasion, and I didn't mean me begging him to get out. I meant my perky, pebbled nipples that were about to carve holes out of the clingy fabric of my black dress. Apparently, Stan was a tit man. Luckily, in addition to my pudgy thighs, I'd been endowed with breasts to match. As soon as I popped my chest above water, those things beckoned to him like twin lighthouse beams calling a ghost ship to shore. I swear the pool filled up another foot with the drool hanging off his lip. Facing him, I slowly backed up the stairs, trying to keep far enough away from his outstretched hands as he followed me like a zombie in a trance. I tried really hard to ignore the loud slurping and groaning noises behind me as Hello Kitty Hooker got the cop off. So glad to know that one of Seattle's finest was working diligently keeping his citizens safe. No telling who else that hooker would have propositioned if he hadn't occupied her time. Grim wedged himself between us as Stan was about to get a free feel of my girls. He handed each of us towels, and I quickly dried off before wringing my hair onto the concrete. Are you okay? Grim asked me, blocking Stan, who was trying to charge me like a cantankerous bull with a festering butt sore. Sure, I shrugged. Well, I'd meant it to be a shrug, but it ended up being more like a convulsive shake. Damn, it was cold. Can we get out of here? Yeah, he said before he snapped around, growling at Stan. Will you wrap a towel around that thing? There's a lady present. Stan had let his towel fall to the ground, and he was thrusting his hips back and forth like he was some kind of stud horse. I see the lady, Stan said as he peered around Grim's massive arm and waggled his eyebrows at me. Shove off, Max, so I can get better acquainted with her. When I saw Grim pull his fist back, I knew what was coming next. I just couldn't believe it. In one fluid movement, Grim had knocked the guy out cold. How did you do that? I asked as I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. But Grim didn't answer as he rolled Stan onto the towel and tied it around him. Then he hoisted the guy over his shoulders like a Marine would carry a wounded soldier. Let's go. His gruff tone was coarser than sandpaper. You know, if you were a little nicer, your job would be a lot easier. Grim pushed past me and trudged toward the gate. Don't tell me how to do my job. I rolled my eyes as I trailed after him. Then an odd thought struck me as I clutched the towel to my chest. So those people over there, Don't they see a towel floating through the air?
No,
he said as he undid the latch on the gate and pushed it open.
We're not in the same dimension.
I stopped, feeling as if I'd struck a brick wall. I knew my mouth was hanging open, but I couldn't help it. I tried to shake the fog that had settled in my brain as I stared up at him. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Don't worry yourself over it,
he said in his usual indifferent tone.
After a day in the penthouse, you'll forget all about the first floor.
The first floor? He must mean Earth. I hope you're right. I followed him down a gravel walkway lit with bright lights that sprang up beside trim bushes. When Grim didn't respond, I added, I'd like nothing more than to forget this day. Well, the death part I'd like to forget, but that kiss... Damn. Just thinking about the way his lips had melded into mine made me soak my panties. Good thing they were already wet from the pool. Since Grim had apparently become a mute, I was forced to walk the rest of the way in silence as I focused on his tight, round behind. Not because I wanted to gawk at his gorgeous glutes, but I was trying to keep from staring at a rather large, hairy mole on Stan's flabby back. We walked through a set of double glass doors and ended up in a lobby with shiny marble floors and a small elevator flanked by potted plants. The elevator dinged loudly as the door slid open. An elderly couple strolled off hand in hand, and before I could get out of the way, they walked right through me. Ew, I shivered before flinging myself into the elevator. Dropping my towel to the ground, I felt up my legs and arms to make sure I was still intact. Grim chuckled as he stepped inside and inserted a large brass key into a shiny silver slot.
How do you think they'd feel, knowing they just walked through a ghost?
The elevator was cramped to begin with as Grim filled what was left of the tiny space. I had to flatten myself against the back wall to keep my nose from pressing into the mole on Stan's back. The guy reeked of chlorine and vodka, and there was some other smell too, sickly sweet, reminding me of fermented eggs. I wasn't quite sure, but I thought it was coming from the mole. Ew, times infinity. I thought I heard Grim swear when Stan started shifting around.
1 floor to go, he grumbled, and I'll be rid of this snake in the grass.
Snake in the grass? Who says that anymore? But for once, I had to agree with Grim. I couldn't wait to get rid of Stan either. When he twisted the key and punched the number 2, the elevator lurched and my heart along with it. I've never been a big fan of heights. I had a hard enough time dealing with my 3rd-story apartment. A computerized woman's voice sounded through the overhead speakers, naming off the 1st and 2nd floors as we made our ascent. We came to a jerky halt and the door squeaked open. I hesitantly followed Grim off the elevator and gasped when I saw what awaited us. Almost the exact same lobby, except the 2 potted plants each drooped to one side, looking like they hadn't been watered in ages. The shiny marble floor was seriously dull and streaked with shoe marks. I spun a circle around the lobby before quickly following Grim through the glass doors. I was immediately struck by the balmy air outside, so humid it mingled with my damp skin as heat seeped into my bones. Then I made the mistake of breathing in that air and almost choked. The smell outside was worse than a rotting colostomy bag. Yeah, Mom had forced me to volunteer at a hospice with her every Christmas Eve, and I usually got stuck doing bathroom duty. I had to cover my nose to keep from gagging. That's how powerful the stench was. What's that smell? I wheezed as I tried to keep pace with Grim.
There's a dumpster nearby,
he answered tersely. What the heck? No single dumpster made that smell. Maybe a landfill full of roadkill. Only a few outside lights were working, and I nearly tripped over an overgrowth of limbs from bushes that crowded the gravel walkway. Thank God I was able to steady myself, or else I would have plowed face first into Stan's mole. This place is a shithole, I grumbled.
Yep, but it sure beats the basement.
Grim spun around, totally indifferent to the moaning naked guy draped across his shoulder.
With several counts of tax fraud, adultery, and embezzlement, he's lucky he didn't get stuck there.
Why didn't he get sent down there? I whispered as I glanced at the gravel beneath my feet. I don't know why I was expecting flames to shoot out of the ground. As hot as it was outside, my skin broke into goose flesh at the thought of getting sentenced to the fiery pit of doom. Grim opened the wooden gate, which looked eerily similar to the one at Stan's condo pool, except the boards were weathered and buckling in several spots, and the rusty latch looked ready to fall off its hinges. It swung open with a creak, and Grim stepped inside, heedless of Stan's moans as he banged the guy's head against the latch. Grim repositioned Stan on his shoulders. His investment firm raised over $200,000 for terminally ill kids last year.
That was nice of them, I managed to squeak as I followed Grim, careful not to step in one of the many holes in the chipped decking. As we approached the green sludge that should have been a pool full of water, I realized the origin of the smell. Ugh. The thing looked like a mosquito breeding ground. Hadn't they ever heard of chlorine in purgatory?
Stan was in charge of the fundraiser, which is why he gets into level 2.
Grim walked to the edge of the sludge, staring down at the layer of slime and leaves that had to be 2 inches thick. And you say I'm going to the top? I tried to keep the rattle out of my voice. Stan had raised a lot of money for terminally ill kids, and he'd only made it to the 2nd floor. Shouldn't he have at least been assigned a few levels higher?
Yeah.
Grim turned to me.
What's the matter?
Nothing. My voice was as flat as a day-old soda. That assessing look in his eyes made me feel as if he was undressing me, and not in a good way. No, this felt more like his eyes were twin lasers boring holes into my soul, and he wasn't happy with what he saw. He was probably wondering what I was wondering. How the hell had I gotten into heaven when the only good deed I'd done was scrubbing toilets at a nursing home? And to be perfectly honest, I hadn't even done that well. Usually I just sprayed some disinfectant around the room and called it good. My mom, on the other hand, volunteered almost every day. She'd tried to get me to help her on the weekends, but after several years of making up excuses, she finally got the hint. Ever since that fateful day in December when I'd found myself jobless and unable to afford groceries, she'd suckered me into repaying her loan by volunteering on Christmas Eve. Somehow, Mom had found a way of manipulating my community service into a life sentence, a tradition of miserable holidays in exchange for eggs and diet soda. After the incident with Mrs. Johnston's catheter, they didn't trust me with the patients anymore, so I'd been relegated to toilet duty. And this had gotten me into heaven? How much of a dick did you have to be to get stuck in purgatory? Stan was stirring more by this point, sounding like he had a mouthful of marbles as he grumbled,
"Put me down, asshole." "Whatever you say,"
Grim grunted before dropping Stan into the pool. I shrieked and jumped back as green goo splattered everywhere. Stan's head lolled to one side, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. He made this grotesque gurgling sound as he sank beneath the sludge. Is he going to be okay? I asked. I wasn't sure if Stan could drown since he was already dead, but the guy was half conscious and probably swallowing enough ick to give him the runs for a week. Grim flashed that annoyingly condescending smirk I was coming to loathe, no matter how badly I wanted to kiss those sexy lips.
"He's not going to die twice, Ash."
He walked past me to the gate. I chased after him. So he'll just wake up with a mouthful of nasty pool water? He chuckled as he held open the gate.
"Something like that."
Don't you think that's just a little cruel? Scowling, I jabbed his chest. I mean, the guy just died.
"The guy's a creep."
Grim thumbed over his shoulder.
"Back to the elevator,"
he commanded, like I was his dog and he wanted me to fetch his slippers. Sheesh. Grim must have been channeling his inner caveman because he definitely wasn't oozing with gentlemanly qualities. I jetted a hand on my hip and gave him my diva glare. I liked you better when you were kissing me. Even in the low light, I could see his cheeks flush. I flashed a triumphant smile and turned on my heel, swaying my hips as I walked away. I pressed against the back wall as Grim's broad frame filled up most of the elevator. What little space there was left seemed to be inhabited by his sour mood. The elevator inched its way up with agonizing slowness as the computerized woman called off each floor with a perky voice that contradicted Grim's aura. He made a big show of checking his watch and muttering what I thought was a curse under his breath.
"I was supposed to be off an hour ago. I probably missed happy hour."
Happy hour? Like at a bar? This whole afterlife concept was beyond confusing, and since Grim wasn't volunteering any information, I knew I'd have to drag it out of him. So you work like a 9-to-5 job and then go for drinks? Who's going to escort other dead people when you go home? He shot me an impatient glare.
One of the thousands of other Grims working the night shift.
My jaw dropped. There's more than one Grim? I hope the others are more pleasant than you, buddy.
There's not enough hours in the night for me to pick up every lost soul.
He crossed his arms, looking down at me with a scowl.
But you need not concern yourself with the workers on the 13th floor, where you're going.
Did I hear resentment in his voice? I had no idea how I'd earned my wings, but it wasn't my fault God was letting me into heaven. To say the remainder of our time alone was awkward was a major understatement. I clenched my hands and a nervous jolt rocked my stomach as the elevator opened with a ding. Access granted. The elevator's smooth voice purred. Welcome to the penthouse. This was it. I was going to heaven. Oh my freaking God. Wait a minute. I didn't mean to think that. Sorry, God. Oh my fabulous God. Better? Shit. I hadn't even gotten through the pearly gates yet, and I was already calling his name in vain. Grim stomped through the doors, grumbling for me to hurry up, but then a white mist obscured my feet and filled up the elevator. I couldn't see a darned thing.
Are you coming or what?
Grim barked from somewhere behind the veil. I would if I could see where I was going, I snapped. His big arm reached out from behind the mist before I had a chance to swat him away. I gasped when he latched onto my hand. This guy had just dropped somebody in sludge. There was no telling what he planned on doing with me. And then there was that other problem. His warm fingers laced through mine sent a jolt of lust right down to the center of my secret sweet spot. Yes, that spot. You know, the, oh God, yes, spot. How was he able to do that with one touch? And holy heck, wouldn't he be amazing in the sack? He stepped next to me, so close we were only a breath apart. The haze didn't seem so thick now, and I could make out his strong features. But the warmth he put off. This guy made me hotter than Hades. I cringed when he pulled my hand, expecting him to toss me over his shoulder like he had Stan, but he didn't.
It's okay, Ash,
he said in a tone that was shockingly borderline compassionate.
The fog will settle in a minute.
And so, like an idiot, I followed the guy. I had no idea how my feet were able to propel me forward because it felt like I was walking on air. As the fog started to thin, I stole glimpses of a thick, muscular arm and wavy hair that curled around the base of a tanned neck in delicious dark strands. The more I stared at all of his hard male parts, the more my lady parts turned to mush. Jeebus. I'd picked a bad time to get a major girl boner. What the hell is wrong with me? Wait a minute. I know what's wrong. I need to get laid. I secretly hoped if Grim could enjoy happy hour on level 13, I was allowed to enjoy mind-blowing orgasms in heaven. It was supposed to be paradise, right? Before I realized it, the fog had cleared and a lone figure emerged in the distance. I took a chance and looked down, and holy heck, I was walking on air. I stumbled and nearly fell face first when I saw the blue sky below me. Luckily, Grim steadied me with a strong grip. My eyes bugged when a flock of birds flew underneath my feet.
There's nothing to be nervous about,
Grim whispered as we approached a man clad in a hooded white robe. My throat had gone bone dry, or I would have answered him, so I squeezed his hand instead. A wave of clouds rolled in beneath me, once again shrouding my legs in mist, and I heaved a sigh of relief. Not that I thought walking through clouds was any safer, but at least I couldn't see the drop in case God realized he'd made a mistake and tossed me out of heaven.
Hey, Pete.
Grim waved at the figure. Pete? As in Saint Peter? Pete pushed back his hood, revealing a middle-aged man with vibrant hazel eyes and a broad smile.
Gone! So nice to see you again, old friend. How long has it been?
He stepped out from behind a clear podium.
Grim, or Con, released me and shook Pete's hand.
Nearly a year since I've delivered someone to the top.
I flushed when both sets of eyes turned on me. That long since Grim had delivered someone to heaven? He told me there were other Grims, but come on. I knew at least 24 people who were more worthy of eternal salvation than me. Wasn't it only last weekend that Tammy, Kelly, Sarah, and I had been slurping tequila shots off of some college guy's abs? Pete stepped back behind the podium and tapped on a clear screen in front of him.
Let me see who you've got here. Ashley McLeod,
Pete said in a cheery voice as my name appeared backwards on the screen. I was shocked to see several pictures pop up too, and most of them were of me at the retirement home. Geez, if this was all they had of me, no wonder I'd gotten into heaven. But then my gaze caught on an image that made my knees weaken. I was only 12 years old in that picture. I was skinny as a twig, all arms and legs and a mouthful of braces. I hadn't been anywhere near as popular as my outgoing older sister, and that hadn't bothered me one bit, because I'd had the love of my one and only true friend, my black lab, Jack. And in that picture, I was cradling his head in my arms, sobbing into his fur as kids gathered around me. Jack had been racing across the street to meet me at the bus stop, just like he did every day after school, but this time he'd been struck by a speeding pickup truck. The guy hadn't even stopped to check on my dog who was thrown into the grass. He just kept right on driving. Haunted by the memory of Jack's silky, soft fur and big brown eyes, a few teardrops slipped down my cheeks. I'd give anything to have him back. Anything. My hand shook as I reached out to touch his picture. But then new pictures popped up, images of my dead grandmother and uncle.
No wonder.
Pete was beaming as he tapped the photos, enlarging one family photo in particular, the last one we'd taken together before my uncle contracted pneumonia.
Your family is known for their charity work. Your uncle and grandma shot to the top too.
I wiped the tears off my face. Uncle Mikey is here?
Of course.
He nodded. Though I'd been a child when Uncle Mikey died, I remembered my mom cried for ages when some minister said her little brother had gone to hell. I always knew Uncle Mikey was too good a person to have suffered an eternity of damnation, especially considering all the work he did for AIDS charities when he was also suffering from the disease.
I've got it from Piercon.
Pete tapped the screen again and it went blank.
You'll have to visit when you're not on duty.
He made a face while shaking his head.
Sadly, my job gets more lonely each year. All right, then,
Grim mumbled. I turned to him. You're leaving me? Panic had slipped into my voice purely by accident. I didn't know why I was expecting Grim to stick around. Besides, I should have been happy to see him go. The guy's permanent scowl made Grumpy Cat look as perky as a princess.
My shift is over.
He shrugged, averting his gaze.
I'm sure your family is waiting on the other side.
And just like that, a balloon fizzled in my chest. Or maybe that was the sound of my imploding heart. Grim didn't give a damn about me. That kiss had probably meant nothing to him. Oh, okay. Thanks.
For what? Doing my job.
Despite the indifference in his tone, I thought I saw a flash of longing in his eyes. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to say, for making me feel alive again even though I'm dead. But I didn't. I'd given this man too much of my soul tonight. I wanted to part ways with some of my dignity, so, idiot that I was, I said the first stupid thing that came to mind. For not throwing me in green sludge. I don't know why I said it, other than that the image of Stan's putrid mole spewed all over my mind like the memory from my 7th birthday, when my mom had asked me to blow out the candles and I'd barfed on the cake instead. This time, Grim's eyes did flash, but not with longing. His mouth tightened and his shoulders stiffened as if I'd just slapped him.
I've been accused of a lot of things, Ashley McLeod, but I'd never hurt a lady.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to apologize or tell him to kiss my ass, but he turned and disappeared into the fog without another glance. Never hurt a lady, huh? So why does my heart feel like it's about to split in two? Chapter 4. So, what now? I asked Pete as he went back to his platform and tapped his screen.
Hang on, he answered. I'm summoning your valet.
My valet?
Yes, your valet,
came a surprisingly deep and familiar foreign accent. I yelped as I spun around. Standing before me was over 6 muscular feet of tall, blonde, and drop-dead gorgeous. Oh my freaking God, the Swede! My hand flew to my mouth. It's you! He smiled and bowed.
I am whoever you wish me to be.
Pete softly chuckled as he came to stand beside me.
Your valet takes on the form that is desirable to you. If you were a child, your valet would most likely resemble your mother.
Uh-huh. I absently nodded. I had to force myself to shut my mouth before I drooled all over the clouds swirling at my feet. Now I know where rain comes from. Heaven must have an abundance of Swedes.
Your valet will be your personal servant during your eternal stay in heaven,
Pete said as he handed the Swede a manila envelope with my name on it.
He will serve your every need.
My every need?
Yes, Ashley McLeod, your every need.
Pete winked. Was I reading The Guardian of Heaven's Gate correctly? Had he just given me the green light to have mind-blowing sex in the holiest of all places? Though I didn't remember all of the 10 Commandments, I was fairly certain I was breaking at least half of them with the wicked thoughts forming in my mind. My own personal servant. My every need. Holy freaking moly. I chewed my lower lip while casting a furtive glance at my Nordic stud. Hot damn. That molten look in his dark blue eyes almost made my knees buckle. Coming within inches of my personal space, the warmth radiating off his body turned my insides to mush. When I inhaled his rich scent, alarm bells should have been ringing in my head, but I was too horny to do anything other than melt into my shoes. The Swede didn't smell like I remembered. His aftershave had been a mixture of sweet and spice. This broad-shouldered man hogging my ozone smelled too much like Grimm. All heat and spice and not a hint of sweetness.
Are you ready to join me in the afterlife?
He whispered into my ear. A jolt shot down my neck, zinged down my spine, and arced like a wayward bolt of lightning straight to that point of pleasure that made me want to spread my legs right there at the pearly gates. When he laced his fingers through mine, skimming my palm with the pad of his thumb, the last thing I cared about was his scent. My G-spot was already priming for an eternity of, oh God, and yes, yes, yes. I numbly followed the Swede as Pete ushered us toward the pearly gates. Yes, those pearly gates. Each bar was as luminescent as I'd envisioned, stretching so far above my head I couldn't fathom where they ended. Pete opened the gate with a key shaped like the one Grimm had used to power the elevator, only Pete's was bigger and brighter. Both huge doors swung open without so much as a squeak. I tensed up, waiting for a chorus of singing angels or dramatic orchestra music, relieved when neither happened. A lone shadow stepped from behind a mist of swirling clouds. When the Swede, my valet, told me to go inside, I was almost afraid to for fear intruder alarm bells would go off and I'd be zapped by God's invisible electric fence. I closed my eyes when the Swede grabbed my hand, leading me through the opening. There's my beautiful granddaughter. My eyes shot open. A woman who sounded and looked like a much younger version of my grandmother stepped out of the fog and held out her arms. I stood there with my mouth hanging open while the raven-haired beauty pulled me into a warm embrace. She smelled like fresh-picked peaches and warm cinnamon, just like I remembered. But she sure didn't look like my grandma. This bombshell with the thick lashes and bright red lips could have been a 1940s pinup model. Grandma Clara? I asked as she pulled back, holding me at arm's length. You look different. You didn't think I'd make it all the way to the penthouse and keep my old body, did you? She said with a throaty laugh. Wow. I waved a hand at her. So this is the younger you? No, Ash. She winked as she protruded her plump double Ds. This is the divine me. I nodded at her shapely legs outlined by painted-on black tights. I wouldn't mind dropping about 15 pounds. She stepped back and pointed at me. Look at yourself, Ash. I glanced down and could not believe what I saw. I was wearing my little black dress. No, not the stretchy skirt I'd had to practically bathe in oil to pull over my hips earlier tonight, but the other black dress. The one I hadn't worn since junior year in college. The one that was dangerously too short and daringly too sheer. And what was even more amazing was my butt and thighs fit into that skimpy piece of fabric without busting the seams. Oh my gosh! I twirled around as I stared down at my lean, long legs. My thighs don't rub together! I squealed when I ran my fingers through my smooth hair. No more electrified mop. Are you ready to go to your welcome home party? Your Uncle Mikey is there. I can't wait! I practically jumped out of my shoes. Grandma flashed a radiant smile as she turned up her chin. To the suite, she called, and then snapped her fingers. Surprise! A chorus of people erupted into clapping and cheers. We were no longer at the pearly gates, but had somehow been magically transported to the most lush apartment I'd ever seen, with big bay windows overlooking a moonlit sky and a sunken living room with recessed lighting, marble floors, and plush furniture. A flirty Katy Perry song was playing in the background. Whoever owned this place had good taste. I was so in awe of my change in environment I nearly tripped over my own feet as I stumbled backward. Luckily, a strong set of arms anchored me by the waist before I landed flat on my ass. Watch yourself, someone male rumbled in my ear. I gasped as I tilted my head back and glanced at him. He still looked like the Swede, but hot damn, his throaty southern baritone sounded just like Grimm's. What the heck was going on? Before I could think to question him, I was captured in another tight hug. I wrapped my arms around the man holding me, breathing in the familiar, lemony scent of his hair gel. Uncle Mikey. Welcome home, Pumpkin. He sniffled against my shoulder as he rocked me. I'm happy to see my baby niece, but so sad your life was cut short. He wiped moisture from his eyes with a hanky. Odd, but I didn't think there were supposed to be any tears in heaven. Uncle Mikey looked like I remembered him. Dark, slicked-back hair, clean, crisp designer suit, and large, luminous brown eyes that were so beautiful they were heartbreaking. It's okay, Uncle. I shrugged, turning my gaze to the swirling mist at my feet. I guess this mist thing was something I was going to have to get used to. That life was getting me nowhere anyway. No pouting in heaven. Chin up, girl. Uncle Mikey flashed a signature dazzling smile as he lifted my chin in his gentle grip. I couldn't help but smile back. You used to tell me that all the time. I vaguely remembered sitting on top of my uncle's hospital bed, my legs dangling over the railing. I'd been crying because I didn't like all the tubes attached to his arms or the hollow look in his eyes. He'd managed enough strength to wipe away my tears and tell me to keep my chin up. We'd buried him a few days later, and I'd cried for many days until my mom brought home a cuddly black lab puppy. Mom had told me Uncle Mikey would be displeased if he looked down from heaven and saw me so sad, so I'd stopped crying that day and poured all of my emotions into my dog, Jack. You had just started grade school when I died, Mikey said as he cupped my cheek. You look so much like my sweet sister. I searched his gaze as another memory of Uncle Mikey made my heart settle like a lead brick, his cold and ashen body lying all too still. My mom was draped over the casket, sobbing profusely as the pallbearers tried to take him away. I could only imagine how she'd react when she discovered I'd died. Sweetheart, he said, stroking my face. I tried to answer him, but when I opened my mouth to form a response, a big blubbering sob came out instead. He pulled me to him, and I buried my face in his crisp, clean suit and cried like a baby. There, it will be okay. He patted my back. This girl needs some cheesecake. I think we all do, Grandma said behind me. Cheesecake takes all worries away. Cheesecake? I lifted my head and slowly turned around, relieved when my uncle held onto my hand. I was so glad to have my family here with me in heaven. Paradise or not, I didn't know how I could have gotten through this dying stuff without them. There were several other people lounging around a granite countertop in the open kitchen, laughing as they took bites of cheesecake and sipped champagne. When I saw my valet piling slices of the decadent dessert on a plate, my hand instinctively flew to my gut. I seriously doubted there was enough toilet paper in all of heaven to aid me after I gorged on gluten, but it sure was tempting. Uncle Mikey released my hand as a tall, dark, and buff Latin man handed him a big piece of cheesecake with a wink.
Thank you, Francisco.
Mikey cooed as he dug into his pie.
I'll summon you later when I need you.
Francisco shot my uncle a sideways smile before, poof, he was gone. I blinked hard, staring at the empty space where the tall hunk of tanned man-flesh had been standing. Where did he go? I asked my uncle, but then the Swede's large body was casting a shadow over me.
Here you are.
He held out 3 of the most sinful-looking desserts I'd ever seen.
Triple chocolate chunk, dark chocolate raspberry, and cookies and cream.
I sighed and shook my head even as my mouth watered and my tummy rumbled. They all look heavenly, but I have a sensitive stomach. Ash. Grandma came up beside me and settled a hand on my shoulder. There are no sensitive stomachs in heaven. She took a big bite of vanilla cheesecake topped with sugared peaches, her eyes practically rolling into the back of her skull as she groaned. Yeah. I frowned as my valet was trying to shove the plate into my hands, but my stomach is really sensitive. Stella had terrible lactose intolerance before she died. Didn't you, Stella? Grandma waved her fork at a woman lounging on the sofa. Her heels were kicked off and a shirtless cowboy was massaging her feet. Sure did, Stella answered in a sing-song voice as she twirled a heaping bite of caramel cheesecake onto her fork.
This is heaven, Ash, Uncle Mikey said. You can eat whatever you want and not get sick or gain weight. Your hair is always flawless.
He raked a hand through his perfectly gelled hair, and every strand fell back into place as if bewitched by magic.
Your skin is forever smooth.
He patted his rosy cheek, batting his lashes. Though it has been nearly 25 years, I remembered how sick and sallow Uncle Mikey looked when he died. The man standing before me looked like a modern business version of the Greek god Adonis.
Try one.
The Swede inched closer to me, his arm grazing the side of my shoulder. He stabbed a piece of cheesecake and held it beneath my nose.
I know how much you love chocolate.
I shivered as I took a hesitant step back. How did the guy know I loved chocolate? I'm a woman, so it's a given I would love it, but I lived for the stuff. I had wet dreams about chocolate, from fresh-baked, gooey chocolate chip cookies to rich devil's food cake dripping with buttercream frosting to brownies topped with ice cream and warm, thick fudge. All gluten-free, of course. When I was not dreaming of it, I was eating it. Probably one reason why I'd split my yoga pants last month at the gym, and not at all due to the fact that I was overexerting myself. As if. The Swede was still standing there with that plate in his hands, looking at me with the sweetest expression and not saying a word. As if he sensed my discomfort, he backed up a step. I was still trying to figure out why the guy made me uncomfortable. Maybe it was because he looked like a tall Aryan god, but he sounded and smelled like Grimm. Maybe it was because I still couldn't get over the way Grimm had reacted when I'd thanked him for not throwing me in sludge. He'd had no right to get angry after the way he'd treated me tonight, first kissing me, then acting standoffish. Being with Grimm made me feel as if my emotions were tethered to a yo-yo, and he'd been stringing me up and down all evening long. Even though the Swede was really cute and sweet, damn me for missing Grimm and wanting to get strung up again. Was I always destined to fall for jerks? While my heart and body were at war with what I should do next, the Swede made the decision for me. He dipped a thick finger in fudge chocolate sauce, leaned forward, and placed a dab on my lips. I was still hesitant to taste the chocolate, but the mesmerizing look in his eyes made me do it. One taste. One blissfully glorious taste was all it took to transport me to another dimension I hadn't even known existed. It was as if my taste buds were connected to my soul, and my soul had just been untethered. I was flying high, higher than a bird, even higher than an angel, to a place where happiness, peace, and pleasure were 3 parts of a whole, the trifecta of my eternal bliss. All from a taste of cheesecake. Wow.
Imagine what eating a whole slice would do. By the time I dug into my second slice of chocolate nirvana, I was floating. And I didn't mean metaphorically. I meant I was floating. I'd actually risen into the rafters. It was the weirdest feeling hovering above the furniture, and yet it also felt perfectly natural. What the hell was in that pie? These ascended took getting high to a whole new level. My body wasn't the only thing tripping. My soul was too. I was pretty sure when I'd first gotten here, I'd been upset over something, but I couldn't recall what. Whatever it was, it must not have been very important. All that mattered was that after years apart, I was finally reunited with my family. A few great aunts, great-grandparents, and second cousins had joined us in the rafters. They were laughing and sharing stories about their time on Earth. It felt so good for all of us to be together. I had never met my Sicilian great-grandmother Giovanna before. I remembered hearing wonderful stories about her from someone, though I couldn't recall whom. Giovanna was young and pretty like my grandma Clara and full of life when she talked, waving her arms around and occasionally swearing in Italian. After several hours of fun and laughter, the buzz from the cheesecake started to wear off, and we gradually floated to the floor. Uncles, aunts, and cousins kissed me on the cheek and wished me good night, and soon it was just my Uncle Mikey, Grandma, and me, along with one of my grandma's friends, Eileen, a chatty woman with a perfect hourglass figure and poofy, brassy hair. Our 4 valets were still chatting beside the punch fountain, but judging by the looks Eileen was casting at her muscular marine, I doubted they'd stick around much longer. "What did you do to shoot to the top?" Eileen gave me a pointed look as she fluffed the red puffball on her head. "Push a nun out of the way of a runaway bus?" I shook my head, suddenly feeling uncomfortable by the weight of her stare. "No." "Really, Eileen?" Grandma rolled her eyes at her friend as she waved her champagne glass. "You know the McLeods are famous for community service." I thought I saw smoke shooting out of Eileen's narrowed gaze. "What was it then? A lot of community service?" I shifted from one foot to the other, suddenly wishing I had another slice of cheesecake to erase my unease. Not really." She leaned forward, too forward, looking into my eyes as if she was trying to see through me. "How'd you die?" I shrugged and averted my gaze. "I electrocuted myself." "Wow, that must have hurt. Who did you save?" "Nobody?" I practically squeaked my response. "I was alone." Eileen made this terrible, gagging, snorting sound. For a moment, I thought she was vomiting up cheesecake. "It took me 30 years of kissing ass in purgatory to get here, and I was a volunteer for the Red Cross on Earth." She waved a hand at me and sneered. "I think the big guy made a mistake." My limbs iced over as I looked to my grandma with wide eyes. "I didn't think he made mistakes." "He doesn't." She flashed a half-hearted smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Usually." My heart hit the floor and then took off at a race. "Do you think he made a mistake? Am I going to be sent to purgatory?" "No." Grandma patted my hand. "I'm sure if he'd made a mistake, he would have realized it by now." Despite her sweet, soothing voice, I thought I sensed an undertone of worry. "Come on, Will," Eileen said in a huff as she left the party without a backward glance. Her obedient boy toy set down his glass of punch and followed at her heels. "Don't mind her. She's too uptight." Grandma squeezed my shoulder, and this time there was no mistaking the pity in her gaze. Uncle Mikey cleared his throat before tossing the contents of his champagne glass down his throat. "She's always been jealous of our family. Just ignore her. I'm sure you deserve to be here. You're a McLeod after all," he said with a wink before tapping me on the chin. I couldn't help but smile back at my sweet uncle. I just hoped he was right. My valet had already relieved me of my empty pie plate after making several attempts to refill it. I'd been waiting for quite some time for my stomach to revolt after eating all that gluten, but so far I hadn't had so much as the tiniest fart. Good thing, too. Passing gas at parties was tricky. I could usually go stand by the drunkest guy in the room and try to blame the smell on him, but there was always the chance my flatulence would have sound, or even worse, substance. Kind of hard to blame the odor on Chuck, the annoying paralegal from the 3rd floor who was always trying to pilfer my Post-its and ballpoint pens, when irrefutable evidence was running down the back of my tights. But pilfering paralegals and poopy pantyhose was obviously last on my Swede's mind. He kept flashing me those bedroom eyes from across the room, making my internal temperature soar and my magic spots tingle. "Nice choice." Uncle Mikey elbowed me in the ribs. "You must have had a thing for blondes." I cast a surreptitious glance at my Swede. Maybe. So why couldn't I get the image of Grimm's dark hair and even darker scowl out of my mind? When my Swede caught me staring at him, he licked his full, sensual lips and tipped his champagne glass. I turned away, flushing 10 shades of red. I was still trying to figure out who or what he was and how he'd gotten here. "Your valets are custom-made to suit your tastes," Grandma said as if she sensed my unease. I felt the Swede's penetrating gaze boring into my skull. What was it about the guy that frightened and excited me at the same time? I made a face. "You make him sound like a handbag." "Honey," Grandma said as she broke into a wide grin, "he can be anything you want him to be." She crooked a finger at her hunk, a handsome young man who could have passed as my Swede's brother. He set down his glass and moved toward us like a tiger stalking his prey, his gaze locked on my grandmother's. My jaw dropped when I witnessed his transformation. In the blink of an eye, the baby-faced blonde turned into a chiseled brunette in a sailor uniform. I recognized the square jaw, wide smile, and bright green eyes. That man was my Grandpa Frank. "Grandpa!" I squealed as I threw out my arms. Uncle Mikey grabbed my shoulder, holding me back as Grandma sauntered into his embrace and gave him a big peck on the lips. "That's not Grandpa," he whispered. I turned to him. "I don't understand." Mikey heaved a sigh and shook his head. "Grandpa is still stuck on the 10th floor, and at the rate he earns credits, he'll be there for a long time." "Huh?" Mikey laughed and shook his head. "Never mind. Purgatory stuff. You don't need to worry about it." So Grandpa didn't make it into heaven? He was the best grandpa ever. I still had fond memories of him giving me $1 every time I retrieved beer for him out of the fridge. Needless to say, my pockets were always stuffed whenever I visited my grandparents' house. "Ash." Uncle Mikey heaved a sigh as he folded his hands in front of him. "How do I put this gently?" "My husband was an ass of the highest order." Grandma strolled up to us, hand in hand with the valet who looked like my granddad from his youth. "But God bless the bastard. I loved him." She swept a hand to her heart. "I love him still." My chest tightened as I looked from my grandma to my uncle for some sort of reassurance. "So he's not allowed to be with us?" "Oh, he'll get here eventually." Grandma laughed as she swatted the air between us with her champagne glass, sloshing the beverage onto the tiles. "He's just taking a detour." "Don't you miss him?" I waved at the hunk still holding my grandma's hand. Other than the somewhat vacant look in his eyes, he reminded me too much of Grandpa Frank. "I mean, I know you've got your valet, but it's not the same, right?" Grandma shrugged. "No, it's not the same. But don't worry, we get conjugal visits every weekend." I arched a brow. "So he gets into heaven on weekends?" My heart sank when my grandma and uncle burst into raucous laughter. "Oh, no, dear," Grandma said as she downed what was left of her champagne. "He can't come up here, but I can visit him down below." She made a big show of pointing at her feet and pulling a face, as if whatever was down there was filthier than sewage. I remembered the pool filled with sludge and the awful smell when Grim and I had dropped off Stan in purgatory. I shuddered to think what kind of afterlife my grandpa was forced to endure. I didn't understand how my grandma could be living it up in heaven while her husband was stuck in the slums. "What do you do the other 5 days a week?" I was unable to keep the note of accusation out of my voice. She turned from me and unbuttoned the top of her valet's navy uniform, running a hand over his hairy chest. "Do you have to ask?" she said with a wink. Ew. So my grandma fucked fake grandpa while real grandpa was stuck on the 10th floor? Didn't she feel any guilt? And it's not a sin? I waved a hand toward her valet who had his hand on my grandma's ass. "I mean, he's not your husband." Grandma whispered something in fake grandpa's ear and then he disappeared with a poof. What was it with the poofing valets? She turned to me with a scowl, jabbing me in the chest with the rim of her glass. Something you need to understand about valets. They're not real people. I threw up my hands. What are they? Fantasies. My uncle tapped his forehead. They come from in here. My jaw dropped. So I created my valet? His eyes clouded over as he licked his lower lip. Yes, and he's here to fulfill your every desire. He'll be any man you want him to be. I'm not sure about this. I cast another nervous glance at the Swede. Dear God, the look he shot me could have melted lead. I fisted my hands as a million butterflies fluttered in my chest. A tall, blonde, and beautiful man clearly wanted to bed me, and after a year of no sex, I was getting cold feet? What was the matter with me? And though somewhere deep in my subconscious I suspected I knew the answer, I was afraid to admit it. I knew sex with the Swede would be incredible, but I wanted Grimm. Chapter 5. My grandma and uncle left me alone with the Swede after they explained to me that this incredible apartment with the tall bay windows, tile floors, and sleek open-concept kitchen was mine. Yeah, mine. A 4,000-square-foot penthouse overlooking what they said was heaven's version of the Puget Sound. Everyone in heaven got to live in their dream home. Grandma says hers was a Victorian mansion. Uncle Mikey's was a high-rise apartment with its own rooftop atrium. I couldn't wait to see their digs when they came for me tomorrow. In the meantime, what to do with the 6'4" piece of beefcake? 4,000 square feet felt a lot smaller with a Nordic god hogging up my sunken living room. He was sipping champagne by the fireplace, the light radiating from the flames illuminating his chiseled features to perfection. I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to do with him. Leave him on the sofa and go to bed? We'd only just met, even though technically he'd been inside my head all my life. He was just a figment of my imagination, right? This was all so confusing. The Swede turned to me. Keeping his gaze locked on mine, he set his glass on the table and beckoned me to him with a crook of his finger. Did I dare obey his command? Did I dare not obey his command? A year of no sex was an awfully long time. I had no idea what force of magic propelled my feet forward, but I went to him, drawn to his heated gaze like a moth to a flame. I sat on the sofa beside him, pleased at how soft and supple the leather padding felt beneath my bare legs. I ran my fingers down the smooth fabric, remembering having seen a similar sofa at the furniture store last month when I'd gone with my coworkers Janelle and Jacqueline to pick out sectionals for their apartments. They worked for a much more successful lawyer, one who wasn't a skinflint, so they could actually afford decent furniture. Most of my furniture was hand-me-downs, stuff my mom had recovered from friends' basements and secondhand stores. Now all of my furniture was beautiful and new, and I didn't need my grandma's old throw to cover up cigarette burns or ketchup stains. The Swede cleared his throat as he moved closer, so close my bare thigh grazed his stone-washed denim. Stone-washed denim? But the Swede had been wearing khakis. I gasped as my gaze flew to his crystal blue eyes. I'd been so absorbed in my furniture I hadn't even noticed my blonde Nordic god was now a dark-haired Grimm. You! I pointed a shaky finger, scooting back until my butt was pushed against the armrest. To my dismay, Grimm followed, coming so close I fought the urge to climb off the sofa and make a run for it. Don't be frightened, Ash, he cooed as he stroked my arm with a thick finger. I'm your valet, remember? Dear God, his touch still had the same effect. The desire that coursed through my veins was so potent I felt drunk with need. I fought the urge to lose myself in the pools of lust swimming beneath his eyes, but when I averted my gaze, I was unfortunately drawn to the swelling boner beneath his tight denim. Holy heck, it's going to be a long night. But why were you blonde a minute ago? I asked, despite the tightening in my chest and the rapid beating of my heart pounding out a drum in my ears. He leaned forward, twirling a lock of my hair around his finger. His rich, woodsy scent encompassed me, wrapping my senses in a warm embrace. When he traced a line down my jaw and neck, I instinctively squeezed my thighs shut. Too late. My panties were already pooling with moisture.
I was holding back. I sensed you were scared. Admit it, Ash,
he said on a low growl.
You've wanted me to take on this form all along.
This is just so weird, I said numbly as if someone else was speaking for me. Technically, my valet was a product of my imagination, so why did the guy heating up my personal space feel so real? Lust had fried my brain by this point, and I so badly wanted to know if that bulge beneath his zipper was more than just a fantasy.
You'll get used to it.
He batted thick, dark lashes before biting on his lower lip.
I promise,
he added in that sexy southern drawl. You promise? I breathed. You even act like Grim.
Grim?
He arched a thick brow.
I thought I had a different name.
I bit my lip, trying to clear my head of this fog as I recalled a memory of Grim speaking with St. Peter. I think it's Con.
Con.
His full lips broke into a wide smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth.
I like it. Do you want to pick up where we left off earlier this evening?
The rusty wheels churning in my brain came to a screeching halt. Huh? He scooted over and pulled up his knee. A soft sigh escaped my lips as he grazed that sensitive juncture between my thighs. That's when I realized my legs had somehow fallen open. When did that happen? It was as if my inner whore had taken over, robbing me of all sense of reason.
We shared a kiss,
he said as he shifted his knee again, rubbing more moisture into my already soaking panties.
Do you want another?
Yes, I rasped before jerking my head up. No. I shook my head. I don't know. What the hell was the matter with me? This hot stud so obviously wanted to screw. I so obviously needed to screw. I was a total idiot for turning him away. Luckily for my starved libido, he wasn't so easily deterred.
We'll take it slow if you like,
he said as one corner of his mouth hitched up in an impossibly sexy grin.
I'll do anything you want, Ash.
His eyebrows dipped beneath the shadow of his thick hair as he clasped my hand in his.
Anything.
When he brought my palm to his lips, trailing delicate kisses across my skin, I was done for. Sweet hell on fire. I'd never been so turned on by a man before. Never. The heat from his virile body encompassed me as he leaned closer. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I let his musky scent permeate my last thread of resistance and sink into my skin.
Taste me,
he breathed against my lips. And so I did. Just one little nibble on his lower lip. Then another. When his tongue darted into my mouth, I opened to him, and he poured his warmth into me. He tasted different than the first time we'd kissed. Not bitter, not rough, but sweet, like chocolate cheesecake. Somewhere in the recesses of my hazy mind, I was reminded this man was not the same man I'd kissed earlier. This man was not even real, but hot. Damn, he sure was a fine kisser. My legs spread like melted butter as his hand grazed the inside of my thigh. I moaned into his mouth when he hitched up the flimsy fabric of my skirt and slipped a finger beneath the hem of my panties. He slid them off with ease, and I was vaguely aware of them falling to the floor. That's when I wiggled my toes and felt nothing but air beneath me. "We're floating," I gasped, reluctant, though I was, to break the kiss.
It's easier to undress you this way.
He slipped my little black dress over my head before deftly unclasping my bra and tossing it to the floor. I was totally naked now, exposed and vulnerable, pinned beneath his big, virile body, floating somewhere under the rafters on a cloud of lust, and not caring one bit about my safety. I squirmed beneath him as his firm hands roamed my soft, round breasts. My head fell back when he pinched my hard peaks and rolled them beneath his fingers. He nipped my neck and kissed my collarbone, but when he took a nipple in his puckered lips, gently grinding my delicate skin between his teeth, I just about orgasmed right then and there. I felt that pressure between my legs building when he repeated the torturous process on the other nipple. He looked up at me with a devilish gleam in his eyes, and then continued to work his way down to the sensitive cleft between my legs. Digging into the globes of my ass with a strong grip, he held my legs wide open
and began licking my swollen sex like a kitten lapping up milk. 1 stroke, 2, 3, and when he speared inside me with that blissfully long tongue, the spiral of ecstasy reached its tipping point, and I was falling over the edge as deep spasms racked my insides. My cries echoed off the walls as my center convulsed around his tongue. He continued to jab inside me while sucking on my swollen peak. I came again when he teased the top of my slit with a slick finger, his tongue spearing me even deeper, and I came a 3rd time when he slipped that same finger into my anus, probing with fast, hard thrusts until that tight channel rocked so hard I feared it was going to swallow him whole. When he climbed up the length of my body and buried his shaft deep inside me, I climaxed a 4th time, and then I lost count of my orgasms as my stud liquefied my body from the inside out all night long. Holy freaking heaven almighty. I think I'm going to like being dead. Chapter 6. Good morning, beautiful. I rolled over and opened my eyes, surprised to see my valet, or whatever he was, smiling at me. Morning. So this wasn't a dream? I didn't just hit my head really hard when I electrocuted myself? We were lying in the softest bed ever, buried beneath a white fluffy comforter that smelled like fresh rain. Fantasy Grim had carried me here sometime last night during the middle of our intense fuck session. My limbs were pretty much jelly at that point, but surprisingly, my body was still primed and ready for more. And he gave me more, all night long and well into the morning. I covered my mouth, breathing into my palm, relieved to find I didn't have morning breath. In fact, my breath smelled like sweet chocolate cheesecake. One of the perks of waking up in heaven, I guessed. I draped a leg over his while he toyed with a lock of my hair. I was pleasantly surprised to feel a bit of tenderness between my thighs. It wasn't an uncomfortable, sore feeling. My girly parts ached in all the right places, as if they'd been thoroughly and deliciously used, and I couldn't wait to get used all over again. I stretched my arms to the ceiling, arching my back while my stud wasted no time in running his thick hands up my midsection and squeezing each breast. "What would you like for breakfast?" he asked with an innocent smile as he continued to knead my globes with talented fingers. "Bacon, scrambled eggs, and blueberry pancakes." "If you keep that up, the only thing I'm going to want is you." "Yes, please," I begged as that familiar ache swelled inside me like a balloon ready to pop. "And some coffee." "I thought you preferred lattes," he said as he traced a lazy circle around each pebbled nipple. "Those are expensive," I murmured. Honestly, what did I care about lattes at that point? He had me so turned on I couldn't think to reason. He tossed his head back and laughed. "Ash, this is heaven, remember?" "Oh, in that case, a double latte with extra cream." I bit my lower lip as heat coursed through my body. One of his hands had fallen across my abdomen. If I could coax him a little lower, I was pretty sure I could pop out an orgasm in a few slick finger strokes. Much to my disappointment, he sat up and began slipping on a pair of underwear he'd grabbed off a nearby dresser. "How about some chocolate shavings on top?" I think my chest deflated several inches when he tucked that magnificent penis beneath his shorts and then slipped into a pair of jeans. I sighed dreamily as he bent down and kissed my forehead. "Tell me what you want, Ash. It is my duty to please you." He breathed against my skin. I sank into my pillow as the heat from his musk enveloped me. Chocolate shavings sure sounded delectable, and though I was probably certifiably crazy, chocolate was the furthest thing from my mind. I reached up and ran my hand across the light dusting of hair on his chest. He wasn't as hairy as the real Grim, but this Grim was my fantasy, and I preferred my men a little less apish. Besides, if he'd been the real Grim, he'd probably be saying something insensitive right about now. "Trust me," I breathed into his neck. "You do please me, very, very much." His lips found mine, and for a long moment he held me in the most delicate and exquisite kiss ever. "How about I give you a few more orgasms after breakfast?" he asked between nibbles on my bottom lip.
I wrapped my arms around his neck, determined not to let my boy toy go yet. How about we skip breakfast and get straight to orgasms? Anything you wish, he growled, and then he fell on top of me. My soft curves molded to his hard as granite body as his erection rubbed out a torturous rhythm between my legs. Damn these jeans, I cried, fumbling with his zipper. Just as I'd popped the top button below his navel, a strange gong sounded from somewhere outside the room. I jerked back. What's that? He arched a finely sculpted brow as he lifted his head. His full lips were even more swollen after I'd feasted on them. Someone is ringing your doorbell. The gong sounded again. As the low hum reverberated in my skull, I could almost feel the urgency behind it. I thought people weren't allowed to bug me in paradise. Then I remembered my grandma and uncle telling me they'd stop by in the morning. Shit, I bet it's my family, I grumbled as I reluctantly pushed him off me. His mouth fell open, a look of disappointment crossing his features. Should I tell them to come back later? No, I sighed. Would you let them in while I take a shower? Of course. I'll have your breakfast waiting. Just a few more kisses. I grabbed the back of his neck, frantically pulling his lips to mine. I didn't know why, but I got this feeling that if I didn't kiss him right then and there, he'd poof away, and I'd wake up to find this was all just a crazy dream. His crushing lips came down on mine so hard and so deep I thought I was going to explode. Are you sure you don't want just one orgasm? Hell yes. But I knew I wouldn't be able to stop at just one, and I didn't want to keep my family waiting. Other than our brief reunion last night, I hadn't seen my uncle in almost 25 years, and my grandma in 20. I had the rest of eternity to explore every hard inch of my valet's glorious body. The doorbell gonged again. Apprehension settled in my gut like a lead ball as I had this strange sense of déjà vu. Then I recalled last night when Grumpy Grim kept banging on my door. But he was long gone, probably out searching for more desperate and dateless women to torment and sex-crazed jerks to throw into toxic sludge. As I slipped out of bed and hastened toward the shower, why did I get this strange sense of unease? It was him ringing my doorbell. Holy fuck. I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw him, the asshole, tormentor, teaser Grim, drumming his fingers on my kitchen counter as he scowled at my fantasy Grim. You? Anger fueled my movements as I marched up to him. What are you doing here? He pushed back his bar stool and nodded toward my valet. Get lost. Poof. My fantasy man was gone. Where'd he go? I gasped, and then planted my fists on my hips. I imagined my eyes were lasers burning twin holes through his handsome yet annoying features. You had no right to do that. That smug smile of his grew wider, spreading across his face like an infestation. So I was your fantasy. Oh, crud. Wildfire raced up my chest and fanned my cheeks. Other than that time I'd gotten wasted on tequila and my tampon leaked through my pale purple bikini during spring break in Mexico, I was pretty sure this was the most mortifying and horrific moment of my existence. I clutched my cotton bathrobe by the neckline. Despite its thick material, I felt completely vulnerable and exposed. The way Grim was undressing me with his eyes, I could have been standing on my tile floor naked for all it mattered. What did you expect after that kiss yesterday? I waved him off, attempting to save face as if fucking his imaginary twin was no big deal. You didn't answer my question. What are you doing in my house? I tried to ignore his cute dimples and the twinkle in his bright blue eyes as he looked down at me expectantly. How was I? I rolled my eyes. This is heaven. How do you think you were? When he folded tanned arms across a broad chest, my gaze was drawn to the patch of fur beneath his collar. Oh yes, too hairy. Much like an ape. My fantasy Grim was far sexier. Wow. He laughed. I guess I've got a lot to live up to. My head instinctively snapped back as if I'd been slapped. Who says I plan on sleeping with the real you? Besides, I said in an indifferent tone I didn't feel, I'll probably conjure up a Swede tonight anyway. As if. Once I got rid of this Grim, I was going to take out all of my sexual frustration on my other Grim. I'd be fucking his hard, unhairy body all morning long. That's what I came here to talk to you about. Grim flashed a sheepish grin, and were my eyes deceiving me or did he actually flush? I'm afraid there won't be any more fantasies for a while. My heart slammed against my chest, the shock even more powerful than when I'd been electrocuted. Excuse me? There was unease in his stiff shoulders and unsteady gaze. I could tell he'd rather be anywhere than with me at the moment. Grim cleared his throat. There was a clerical error. Someone miscalculated your credits. You were supposed to be dropped off at the second floor. That last part came out in a jumble, as if his words had tripped over his tongue along the way. I gaped at him. He looked at me, though his stare still wavered. A shiver stole up my spine as my wet hair dripped down my back while I waited for Grim to tell me he was kidding. God wasn't supposed to make mistakes, and if he did, surely he couldn't have been cruel enough to send me packing to sweaty, smelly purgatory. Could he? When Grim offered no other apology or explanation, I tried to summon the will to speak, which was rather difficult considering my mouth had gone drier than dust. What I really needed was a warm latte with extra cream and chocolate shavings. I spied the steaming cup on the granite counter. The whipped cream was melting into the liquid, teasing me with its rich aroma. I had the feeling the only thing I'd get to drink on the second floor was leftover sludge. Is this some kind of joke? I rasped. He shrugged, splaying his hands in an apologetic gesture. I'm afraid not. I'm really sorry. I looked down at his beefy fingers, painfully aware that almost those exact same fingers had been stroking and teasing me that morning. I should have listened to Fantasy Grim and stayed in bed. I crossed my arms and gave him the stare down, realizing my scowl probably looked more like a pout, especially as I could feel the backs of my eyes watering. The second floor? Are you saying I'm supposed to leave mind-blowing sex and chocolate cheesecake and go to a shithole in purgatory? His eyes widened and he scratched the stubble on his chin. Mind-blowing, huh? So I really was that good. I was so hot I was seeing red. Get out of my house! I pointed a finger to the door. Okay, so based on what Grim was telling me, this technically wasn't my house. Actually, I was somewhat of a pearly gates trespasser, but that didn't change the fact that I wanted this man gone from my life right that very instant. I marched back to my bedroom, heart beating wildly as his heavy footsteps sounded behind me. I made a dive for my soft bed and crawled beneath the heavy comforter, pulling it up over my head. It smelled like sweat and sex and Fantasy Grim's heady cologne under there. Damn, I was so going to miss him. I felt asshole Grim's weight on the bed, making an unwelcome dip in my pillowy heaven. I scooted to the other side, keeping my face beneath the comforter. I didn't want to look at his triumphant smile, especially now that he knew I'd had sex with his double. My embarrassment multiplied the more I thought about it. If I could have died again, I would have. Your house is a mess. His annoying chuckle resonated from the other side of the bed. You two had quite the romp last night. His mocking voice was like 1,000 tiny needles burrowing into my pride and leaving an ache in my chest. My body was a furnace, burning up the sheets my valet and I had so thoroughly scorched last night. Only this time, I was far from an orgasm. I made a vow right then and there to never, ever in all of eternity have sex with Fantasy Grim or even the real Grim. Certainly not the real Grim. That man was not getting anywhere near my tunnel of love, no matter how good a lover he probably was. Next time, I was picking a Swede, or maybe a Latin heartthrob like Francisco. But I sure as hell was determined to stay away from blue-eyed jerks with sexy southern drawls. I swiped a lonely tear that slipped down my cheek, stifling a sob when I recalled my uncle telling me last night I wasn't supposed to cry in heaven. I had only seen my family for a few hours, and now I was going to lose them again. Grim's weight shifted, and he grumbled impatiently. I could almost picture him rolling his eyes, worrying about his stupid schedule. I never wanted anyone gone so badly from my life. I could think of 5 blind dates I'd rather have sitting on my bed rather than this pompous ass. Please leave me alone, I begged, hating the pathetic whine that slipped into my voice. I can't, Ash.
Was that pity in his voice? Pity? How dare he? I sat up and tossed the covers off, shooting him a glare. Ashley, my friends call me Ash. The asshole actually had the nerve to keep a straight face. What game was he playing? I almost thought I saw sympathy in those brilliant blue eyes of his, but I knew it was a ruse.
Ash, he said through a sigh. The good news is the big guy feels bad about the mistake, and he's letting you start at the 13th floor. It's just one step away from heaven.
Oh, he was definitely toying with me. Come to think of it, I wondered if he wasn't playing some sick joke. Maybe I hadn't been taken to heaven after all. Maybe I was in my own personal hell where sexy studs fucked my brains out and then tormented me. Jeez. Kind of sounded like my last 3 relationships. I eyed him suspiciously, waiting for his shell to crack. How long do I have to stay there? He tossed up his hands.
That all depends on how fast you earn your credits.
I came to my knees, searching his gaze for any sign of deceit. I can't believe this.
Hey, it's not so bad down there. I got you an apartment in my building.
He bit his bottom lip as he flushed all the way to the dark roots of his thick hair.
I can't promise mind-blowing orgasms, but I make a mean plate of spaghetti.
Good morning, dear. Grandma tapped on my bedroom door as she pushed it open. She looked refreshed and beautiful in a flowing pink dress that could have been ripped off a 1950s Vogue magazine. I hope you don't mind. I let myself in. I figured you'd still be sleeping. Have a good night. She flashed a flirty smile at Grim. Your valet is a brutish brunette now, huh? So I assume the answer is yes. This isn't my valet. I thumbed at the man who was crushing my dreams. This is the Grim Reaper who dropped me off yesterday. He's taking me to purgatory. Grandma stepped back and with an exaggerated movement splayed a hand across her heart. What? I wasn't buying the look of mock surprise in her eyes. I scowled even harder at him. He says there was a clerical error.
Look.
Grim groaned as he ran a hand through his hair.
You're only 1 floor down. With good behavior, you'll be back up here in 10, 20 years tops.
20 years? I gasped. Good behavior. Grandma snorted and then shook her head. You obviously don't know my granddaughter. So much for her assertion last night that God didn't make mistakes. She probably suspected I was sent to the wrong floor all along.
I'm sorry.
Grim's lower lip turned to pout, making him look somewhat cute, though he was still an asshole.
My hands are tied. Boss's orders.
I sank onto the bed as my world imploded. No more family, no more beautiful apartment, and no more hot sex. I sure hope they sold batteries in purgatory because I was going to need an awful lot to get me through 20 years of misery. Unable to stop the well of tears from overflowing, I buried my face in my hands and sobbed. Don't cry, sweetheart. Grandma sat beside me, wrapping a slender arm around my shoulder. Grandpa's just a few floors down. I'll see you every weekend when I pay him conjugal visits. Great. Even Grandma was on Grim's side. The finality of my fate made me sob even harder. Grandma patted my back as if she was trying to burp a baby. There. Everything will be okay. I'll bring cheesecake. Chapter 7. My digs on floor 13 looked suspiciously similar to my crappy apartment on Earth. I spun a slow circle, surveying my surroundings. Compact kitchen with an ancient baby puke green fridge, a 2-burner stove, and chipped floor tiles. To the side was a small dinette with mismatched chairs, and rounding out the circle was a cramped living room with stained shag carpet, a secondhand sofa, and an old clunky television. I eyed Grim through slitted lids. I thought you said I wasn't going to be on level 2.
This was the best I could do, Ash.
He shrugged and flashed an apologetic smile. What happened to Mr. Jerkface from last night? I was beginning to suspect this guy had a split personality or else he was another illusion. Ashley, I said in a huff as I turned up my nose.
I've got to get back to work.
He spoke through a sigh as he dug a card out of his pocket.
Here, You've got an appointment in 2 hours with your creditor.
My creditor? I eyed the little white business card. It was crinkled and musty as if it had spent the night in Grimm's pocket. The name on the card was smudged, but the street address and suite number were still readable, and the 12 p.m. appointment time was clearly written in blue ink.
Your creditor tracks your credits, Grimm explained. He also gives you advice on how to earn more credits so you can move up to the next floor.
I recalled earlier that morning when Grimm told me someone had miscalculated my credits. I clenched my hands as heat filled my body and infused my skull. My head felt like a steaming kettle ready to explode. Is he the one who screwed up my credits and sent me to heaven? I said through gritted teeth. Grimm gave a succinct nod. Great, I spat. I've got a few choice words for him. Grimm wagged a finger.
Choose your words with caution, Ash. You need to maintain a good relationship with your creditor if you want to shoot up faster.
I was about to tell Mr. Jerkface to stop calling me by my nickname when I was startled by a knock at the door. The door, which was already ajar, swung wide. A tall and buff 20-something Hispanic woman stood in the doorway, smiling profusely as she held out a tinfoil-covered tray.
There you are, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Delicious,
she said with a thick Latin accent.
I made you some brownies.
She looked like she was auditioning for an 80s girl band with rhinestone-heeled boots, a fuchsia miniskirt, wide hoop earrings, and gold bangles jingling on her arms as she sauntered up to us with an exaggerated swagger. Her blue eyeshadow and black mascara was layered on so thick I was surprised she could hold her eyes open. Either she'd painted a large black mole above her lip, or else Purgatory had a tick problem. Grimm's face lit up like the 4th of July fireworks as he took the tray from her.
You didn't have to do that, Inez, thanks.
Inez's bright pink lips turned to pout.
I hope it helps your hangover.
I was momentarily distracted by Inez's Adam's apple, which bobbled as she spoke. But then it hit me. Uh-oh. I hoped Grimm didn't have a drinking problem. That would explain his sour mood last night. He was probably impatient to go get his fix. Inez leaned forward, her purple and black leopard print nails digging into Grimm's taut forearm as she spoke.
I heard you had a rough night.
Grimm's face colored as he shrugged.
It was nothing. Don't you worry about me.
He cleared his throat before nodding toward me.
Inez, I'd like you to meet Ash.
She turned to me with an affectionate smile.
Hola, chica. You just come from floor 12?
I shook her outstretched hand, wincing beneath her firm grip. It was my turn to flush. I sure hoped everyone here didn't ask me this. I'd hate to have to explain myself for the next 20 years. No, I said as she released me, and I shook the feeling back into my hand.
She came from the penthouse,
Grimm said. Inez's booming yell morphed into a girly shriek, making her sound like a linebacker who'd just inhaled a helium balloon.
Ay, Dios mío!
She scooted away from me, making a sign of the cross. You must have done some pretty bad shit to get kicked out of heaven, but don't you worry. She held out a hand, bobbling her head like a diva on speed. Inez don't judge nobody. Grimm heaved a sigh.
She wasn't kicked out. Front desk counted her credits wrong.
Inez planted one manicured hand on her hip. Who's her creditor? Grimm chuckled.
Mr. Loveass.
Loveass? Did I just hear him correctly? No wonder. She waved two long fingers in front of her face. Not that I'm judging, but that fool can't add 2 + 2. Then her mouth fell open and she shrieked before making another sign of the cross. Forgive me, Lord. She looked up to the ceiling, holding her hands in a prayer pose. Inez didn't mean to speak bad of nobody.
Inez, could you do me a favor and show Ash to her creditor appointment?
Grimm's gaze didn't meet mine as he angled his head in my direction like I was the wrong size shoes that needed to be returned.
Sure thing, hotshot, Inez cooed. I've got to get back to work, Grimm said. Thanks again for the brownies.
Since Inez was nearly his height, he barely had to lean down to kiss her on the cheek. I didn't know why that kiss bothered me, but it did. It was just a peck, hardly even a kiss, the kind I used to give my college buddies when we met for lunch. I felt a pang in my chest when Inez swatted at him while batting her lashes.
You always know how to make a lady blush. I I bet those brownies aren't half as tasty as you, Mr. Delicious. Grr. I really wanted to like Inez, so why did I have to fight the urge to walk up to her and stomp on her flashy boot? Not that I'd win that battle. Her biceps were almost as big as my thighs. Besides, she was right. He was more delicious than a brownie. At least his twin had been. Damn me for thinking the real Grim would probably be just as tasty, if not better. Ash again. I'm really sorry for what happened. When he turned his attention on me, those annoying butterflies in my chest began to flutter. If there's anything you need, I'm 2 doors down. I'll be home this evening. Night, ladies. He placed 2 fingers to his brow as if tipping an imaginary hat. Even though I was reminded of the old cheesy Western movies my mom used to make me watch, my stupid heart might have sighed a little. As he turned and strolled out the door, I couldn't help but let my eyes linger on that round, tight ass in snug denim. Ay, ay, ay. Inez swept a hand to her brow with a dramatic sigh. That man is a heartbreaker. No matter how badly I wanted to deny it, Inez was a woman after my own heart. How could I possibly hate her? Honey, what happened to your hair? Inez waved a finger at me while clucking her tongue. You get into a fight with a light socket? What? I shrieked as my hands flew to my head. Oh my God! My hair felt like an electrified mop. I nearly tripped over the shag carpet as I rushed to the bathroom and examined my reflection in the foggy, cracked mirror. My puffball had returned with a vengeance. What was I going to do? I didn't think Purgatory had enough hydrating oil to fix this mess. Had I descended all the way from heaven like this? Oh, God! Had Grim noticed? I pushed down a lock of frizz that sprang back into the air. Of course he'd noticed. Fuckity fuck. Although why did I care? This was all his fault. He'd only given me a few minutes to change into my old dress before whisking me out the door. I hadn't even gotten to say goodbye to my uncle because of Grim's stupid schedule. I thought my hair had still been wet when we'd gotten on the elevator, but sometime between now and then, my demonic-possessed hair had come back to life. I wondered what else had changed, but then I looked down at my legs, painfully aware I was no longer swimming in my dress, and my thighs were once again rubbing each other. My skinny self was gone. This was so not fair. I flopped onto the chipped, cream-colored porcelain toilet and buried my face in my hands, unable to hold back the flood of tears. In the blink of an eye, my life had gone from absolute perfection to shit, and I feared it would only get shittier. There, honey. I thought I heard my hair boinging as Inez patted my head. Don't cry. Come back to my place. I will make you pretty. I sniffled as I looked up at her. I want to go back to heaven. I know, chica. She shook her head, clucking her tongue. I would be pretty upset too if someone took away my cheesecake. She tugged on my shirt sleeve, speaking in a voice laced with sugary sweetness. Come on, honey. We don't got no cheesecake down here, but I got more brownies at my apartment. I shook my head as I wrapped my arms around my waist. I'm not hungry. The tide is high. We need to get moving on before your appointment. Let's go. Inez boomed in a surprisingly masculine and firm tone that left no room for argument. Wow. Death was getting more and more awkward. It turned out Inez was a hairstylist and she ran a small salon out of her apartment. My lucky day that her 10 o'clock canceled. Also, my lucky day she said I could pay her back in a few weeks after I earned enough credits. Walking into Inez's apartment was like opening up a time capsule to 1980. She'd converted her dining room into a studio complete with a deep sink, one of those chairs with a big dome blow dryer, and a styling station. A little pink stereo sat on a shelf above the sink, and she hummed along while it played Rapture by Blondie. I tried not to listen to her off-pitch singing. Instead, I gazed at the ceiling, painted in bright tie-dye like the rest of her walls. But I got a headache if I stared at the obnoxious colors too long. After soaking my hair in a strange, foamy cream that smelled like the upholstery of my grandpa's old car, then scrubbing my scalp with water so hot I was pretty sure Inez had imported it from hell, she was finally combing through my wiry strands with a firm hand. And when I say a firm hand, I thought I felt bits of my scalp tearing off with each stroke, but I didn't dare complain for fear I'd piss her off. Inez was my only friend in purgatory, if I didn't count Grim, which I didn't. She'd positioned me over the sink, fanning my hair out behind me while she dragged a comb through it. She had my head bent so far back I feared my neck would snap. "I ain't never seen a white girl with hair this kinky," she swore in Spanish as she worked out a knot. "What did you do? Too many dye jobs?" "No," I winced. Judging by that gleam in her big brown eyes, I feared she was getting off on ripping my hair out. "Soak your head in chlorine?" I heaved a sigh. I electrocuted myself. I didn't want to be known in purgatory as the idiot who'd glued the switch on her blow-dryer, but Inez wasn't giving up. Besides, as I warily glanced toward the dome beside us, I knew I wouldn't be able to sit under it. Call it a crazy phobia, but being killed by a blow-dryer kind of made a person not want to go near another one. As a matter of fact, I was pretty much scared shitless of anything that plugged into an outlet. "Ah, now I see. Don't worry. A few more deep conditioning treatments and I can fix it." My eyes bulged as I gaped up at her. "You mean I have to go through this again?" "Not today." She wagged her comb at me. "You don't want to keep your creditor waiting. You need him on your side." She picked up a bottle of goo and squeezed it into her hands. I scrunched my nose when I was hit by an overpowering sickly sweet smell. What is that? "It's my special-made hair gel. We Ricans get the kink too." I made a face, wishing the drape wasn't tripping my hands so I could cover my nose. "It smells funny." She narrowed her eyes and then threw in a few head rolls for good measure. "You want to look like this forever?" She was right. The last I'd seen of my reflection, I'd looked like a dandelion on steroids. "Sorry," I mumbled. Inez flashed a triumphant smile, coated my head in slime, and then combed through my knots all over again. Would the torture ever end? Purgatory was starting to feel a whole lot like hell. The blow-dryer incident, as Inez kept calling it, didn't go over so well. It started out with more torturous combing. That wasn't so bad, as I distracted myself by looking at pictures of 80s girl bands plastered all over the sides of her mirror. The problem arose when Inez whipped out the little pink plastic shell of terror. The minute she plugged it into the wall, I was out of the chair and practically scaling the walls. There was no way I was going to let her dry my hair with that thing. After a lot of coaxing, pleading, and about a dozen swear words in Spanish, Inez finally relented and towel-dried my hair before putting it in a braid. I patted the top of my head and she swatted my hand away. My hair felt a little less springy, but it was still damp, so I knew I wasn't out of the woods yet. Even though she said I was by far her worst-behaved client, Inez took pity on me and invited me for coffee. I followed her into the living room with cream shag carpet that practically swallowed my feet, and sank onto a purple velvet oversized chair, tucking my feet beneath me while sipping on the steaming liquid. Hazelnut cream. Inez might have been the Dr. Kevorkian of hairstylists, but she sure knew how to make a good cup of joe. She sat across from me, palming a large cup in her hands. "Honey, you got to stop looking so glum." She eyed me like I was a wayward dog who just crapped on the carpet. Then she set her coffee down and held a big plate of brownies under my nose. "Come on," she said. "One bite won't kill you." I reluctantly grabbed a brownie off the tray. "Couple more years," she said with a wink, "and you'll be eating cheesecake again before you know it." My shoulders fell as I bit into the brownie. It was delicious and sinfully chocolatey, but it sure didn't beat cheesecake. It most certainly didn't beat last night's marathon sex either. Wow. Who would have thought I'd have to die to discover sex was better than chocolate? "I don't want cheesecake." I groaned as I took another bite. It really was delicious. "I want my grandma, my uncle, and my beefcake." Her eyes lit up as she leaned forward. "Oh, you had a valet, didn't you?" She took a long sip of coffee before daintily wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Tell me, honey, what'd he look like?" He looked like... I paused as I searched her gaze. Did I really want to go there? Then I realized it probably didn't matter. If Grim was like every other asshole I'd dated, all of Purgatory would soon know he was my fantasy fuck. Grim, I finally answered through a groan. She gasped and then set her cup on the coffee table with shaky hands. She got up and sat beside me, taking my hands in hers. You mean your fantasy man was O'Connor? I guess. I shrugged, pretending nonchalance. As if last night wasn't the best night of my existence. Is that his name? Yeah, she said on a heavy breath as her chest began to rise and fall. Aidan O'Connor. Well, my fantasy man looked just like him, only he was nicer and really good in bed. Ay. I bet that man is one smooth operator in the sack. Inez squeezed my hands tight in her firm grip, eyeing me intently, as if her afterlife's future happiness was dependent upon my unspoken words. Tell it to my heart, honey. I'm all ears. Chapter 8. All creditors worked on level 2, the bottom floor of purgatory, so Inez explained we'd need to take the central elevators to get to my appointment. After Inez had stuffed me full of brownies and dressed me in some awful dress with big poofy sleeves and a frilly collar I feared she'd pilfered from a church thrift shop, she took me to what looked like a subway station, only I knew once we got below there'd be elevators instead of trains. Weird, I know. Imagine walking down a flight of stairs to the subway and finding one long corridor packed full of gleaming silver elevators that seemed to go on for miles. Grim had taken me through the same station this morning when we'd left heaven. Apparently, this was how the dead traveled from one floor to the next. Since I'd been assigned to level 13, I was allowed access all of purgatory, just not the penthouse. People assigned to lower floors were not allowed to move up, only down. Don't ask me how the elevator knew this, but Grim had reassured me it did. I guess he'd assumed I'd try to sneak my way back through the pearly gates. Level 1 was supposedly Earth. Grim had briefly mentioned the basement, but I was too scared to ask Inez to elaborate. I assumed it was the Flaming Pit of Doom, otherwise known as HE double hockey sticks. I should have been thankful I wasn't sent there, considering I hadn't exactly lived a righteous and holy life on Earth. I wasn't an evil lunatic like Hitler or Saddam Hussein, but I did steal Ebony's last tampon out of her purse last week. It was either that or ruin my favorite pair of Victoria's Secret satin panties. Desperate times and all. She was a temp agency clerk, so I figured by the time she noticed, she'd be on to her next job anyway. Like I said, I hadn't exactly been a saint. If I had to be honest with myself, I knew I didn't deserve to shoot straight to the top, as my grandma had called it. God probably had it right when he'd assigned me to level 2. I should have been happy he agreed to let me stay on 13. I guess all that God is merciful crap my mom had been feeding me wasn't bullshit. Whatever the reason God had for giving me a pass, I resolved that from here on out I was going to live like a good person. As soon as I gave my creditor a piece of my mind. There was a crush of people going down the stairs to the elevator station, way more than I remembered from this morning. It's a Saturday, Inez explained as we elbowed our way through the throng. Everyone is going down for their conjugal visits. Inez kept checking her watch as we worked our way through the masses. I could barely make out the gleaming elevators as I peered over the heads in front of me. Them, she grumbled as she elbowed a big hairy guy next to her. You're never gonna make your appointment at this rate. It took another 10 minutes before we were able to squeeze through the turnstiles. The press of bodies around me, mixed with their various odors, some pleasant, some not so pleasant, made my head swim. Most everyone carried bags of steaming food. I assumed it was because the chow on the lower levels wasn't the best quality, but Mushu pork didn't exactly blend well with rose-scented perfume and some other smell that reminded me of hangover vomit. I'd never been good around crowds while sober. I clenched a hand to my midsection as my gut revolted. If we didn't get out of there soon, I'd end up losing 3 chocolate fudge brownies and 2 cups of coffee all over my borrowed dress. Luckily, Inez spotted a break in the crowd, so she dragged me toward the only elevator without a press of people trying to get in. Don't go in there, ladies, a guy called to us as he jostled his way toward the adjacent elevator. There's a crazy naked guy from level 2 trying to move up. Inez rolled her eyes as she marched toward the elevator and slapped the downward arrow. There ain't no crazy Inez can't handle. When the gleaming metal door opened with a ding, my jaw dropped. Chest heaving and nostrils flaring, Stan, aka Dingleberry, looked like a raging chihuahua preparing to charge. He made a run for the lobby but was thrown back with a violent crackle, landing on the floor of the elevator with a thud. Like a bug in a zephyr. Inez snickered as she ushered me inside the car and hit the button for level 2. I clutched my little borrowed purse under my arm and covered my nose with my free hand as my senses were assailed by the smell of burning flesh. There was another stench, too, kind of like week-old fish guts. I huddled beside Inez while pinching my nose tight and breathing into my palm. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed and we made our slow descent that I realized being trapped in a cramped chamber with a naked, smelly guy who had a festering boil on his back that was starting to resemble a second head might have been the lowest point of my day. And I'd been kicked out of heaven, so that was saying a lot. Stan moaned something unintelligible and then vomited on the tile floor. He rolled to his side, clutching his stomach while resting his ear in vomit. Ew! Inez fanned her face while scooting to the far end. That's just nasty. Stan managed to lift his head long enough to scowl at her, but when his gaze flickered to me, he shot to his knees. Vomit dripped down the side of his face as he leveled me with an accusatory finger. You! Oh, shit. I wanted nothing more than to disappear beneath the hem of my poofy dress as I pressed my back against the wall and eyed Stan with apprehension. Inez turned to me. Attitude locked and loaded, she cocked a hand on her hip. You know this fool? I shook my head. Hardly. I went with Grim to pick him up last night. Her eyes widened before she broke into a knowing grin, revealing a brilliant set of pearly whites minus one gaping hole toward the back of her jaw. Aiden took you on a call. She wagged a finger. Tisk, tisk. He was running behind. Honestly, I didn't know why I felt the need to defend him. It wasn't like I cared if he got in trouble for breaking protocol. Where's your fucking boyfriend? Stan's words came out on a sibilant hiss. I've got a few words for him. I snapped my gaze back to Stan. He was still on his knees, swaying like a cobra preparing to strike. I crossed my arms and glared. He's not my boyfriend. He knocked out my tooth. He dumped me in filth. Stan waved a hand toward the angry red welts covering his mud-crusted body. Look at this! Mosquito bites everywhere! His dingleberries jiggled as he stomped a knee in vomit. I jerked my head up and shielded my eyes. Why did I feel the need to look? Speaking of mosquito bites, Inez laughed. Why don't you put on some shorts, little man? I want to know why the hell I was thrown in that dump. I am not getting off this elevator until I get answers, and you know what? Stan's eyes narrowed before he slid forward and lurched for my leg. You're staying with me. Excuse me? I squealed and tried to shake the vermin off, but he only held on tighter. You heard me. Stan panted like a dog as he snaked his hands up my thigh. Let her go! Inez boomed as she began hitting Stan with her heavy knockoff Coach purse. You want a piece of this? Stan growled at Inez right before he released my leg and made a puny muscle. Inez tossed her purse to the ground and rolled up her sleeves, revealing a tanned set of bulging biceps. Her bright pink lips stretched into a wide grin. Hit me with your best shot. I seized the opportunity to kick Stan in the chest. He grunted as he fell back, sliding across the slick floor and hitting his head on the opposite wall. Inez shot me a long and appraising look. Damn, girl, you a real tough cookie. I flushed. Really? Would I lie to you? I shrugged. I don't know. I got this weird sense of déjà vu, as if I'd heard that line in a song somewhere. Stan was moaning again, moving around like a slug. As I watched a puddle of drool pool around his mouth while he sobbed on the floor, I didn't know if I should feel pity, anger, or disgust. All I knew was I couldn't wait to get the hell out of the elevator. Does this happen often? I waved toward Stan. Inez pulled a face and nodded as she picked grime from her fingernails. All the time. We call them zappers. Sounds appropriate, I said, remembering how Stan was electrocuted when he tried to get off on 13. Now I knew why Grim had warned me not to try to get back into heaven. I briefly wondered why he'd care. It's not like I hadn't been electrocuted before. I wanted to believe the worst of Grim, like he'd take sick satisfaction in learning I'd made an ass of myself and gotten shocked at the penthouse. But the more I thought about it, the more my stupid heart tried to tell my even more foolish brain Grim wasn't that much of an asshole. "Have a nice day," Inez said to Stan's prone body, which I thought was odd. I was fairly certain his day was going to be far from nice. "Ay, Dios mío." Inez fanned her face again as the elevator dinged and we got off on level 2. "He smells like rotten fish," she whispered in my ear. The door closed behind us and the elevator made its ascent back up to level 3. I kind of felt sorry for whoever tried to get onto that elevator. And then I felt sorry for Stan. Yeah, the guy was a creep, but a lead weight settled in my gut when I realized Grim should have dropped me off at level 2 last night, too. When we stepped onto the platform and gazed at the flood of people exiting the elevators, the horrible, familiar stench hit me like a bucket of used colonoscopy bags. The smell reminded me very much of the pool from last night. Jeebus, was level 2 built over a sewer? It was a lot darker here. It should have been close to noon, but I didn't see any light filtering in from the second-story windows above the stairs. The cavern of elevators seemed to be lit by massive 18th-century street lamps, each at least 2 men wide. As we walked under a dimly lit post, I cringed when I looked up and saw a swarm of little bugs getting zapped by the light. They had bugs in purgatory? The post was rusted and crusty and leaning precariously too much to the left. I hurried past it, afraid it would tip at any moment and crush everyone in its path. "The creditor's offices are just outside the station," Inez said, "so you don't have to walk too far through this shithole." I felt like a piece of driftwood being swept out to sea as I moved with the crush of people up the stairs. Inez must have sensed my panic because she grabbed my hand and pulled me along. I wanted to breathe a sigh of relief once we spilled out onto the pavement, but I felt like I'd been swallowed by the darkness. Thank God for those ancient street lamps, or else it would be pitch black outside. I craned my neck to see the buildings above us, but the inky sky seemed to swallow their tops whole. Whoa. If this was purgatory, I could imagine how creepy hell would be. Chaos reigned on the street. Taxis that looked more like tin cans on wheels jostled for parking spaces, while the drivers screamed obscenities at each other. No, wait. They're not screaming obscenities. Are they screaming compliments? Imagine a cabbie screaming this in an angry New York Italian accent. "Please move your freaking hunk of beautiful mechanical art out of the way and have a nice day, too." "No, you move your beauteous pile of metal and have a nice day," another cabbie screamed back at him. "Come on." Inez tugged on my sleeve. "We don't want to take a cab. They charge way too many credits down here." And so we walked, and walked, and walked. After nearly 3 blocks, I was starting to doubt Inez's depth perception. Didn't she say my creditor was just outside the station? Trudging through the slums in nothing but a poofy dress and 3-inch heels turned out to be quite an adventure. I made the mistake of kicking a moldy Chinese takeout bag out of my way, only to scream and take off at a run when I heard a rat squeal inside. The people who passed me seemed more like zombies. Their eyes were hollow and sunk in their sockets, and they hung their heads as they walked. I read shame and depression in their drawn mouths. No wonder Stan was trying so desperately to leave the second floor. This place sucked. As we trudged 4 long blocks to our destination, a creepy gypsy woman tried to sell us herbal tea that smelled like piss. Inez pushed her away and we kept on walking. The more I thought about it, the more I realized she probably was selling piss. We dodged the rotten fruit cart and the fortune teller too. I pretty much already knew my fortune. I was going to die a painful and humiliating death via blow dryer. No, wait. That had already happened. After a few more blocks, we came to an old gray building that looked like it had been built a few centuries ago. The first thing I noticed were the cracks in the foundation. I briefly wondered what would happen if the structure gave way, but then I remembered I was dead anyway, so it probably didn't matter. "We're here." The heavy metal door protested noisily as Inez pried it open. Though the hallway was dimly lit, it wasn't as dark as outside. The walls were lined with ancient sconces that probably hadn't been dusted since they were installed 100 years ago. The peeling and stained wallpaper with its dark paisley print could have been stolen from a haunted house. I laughed at the irony. I guess it was a haunted house, considering all the occupants were dead. I need to see my creditor, too. Her office is on the first floor. Inez flashed an apologetic smile. Your creditor is on the 10th. Inez cringed as she waved to a rusty, dented elevator. It even had one of those half-moon-shaped dials above the door. I watched with a mixture of horror and curiosity as its pointy arrow slowly spun toward the first floor. I turned to Inez, unable to mask the panic in my voice. I don't want to take that thing. But you have to, she said. The stairs ain't lit, and 10 floors is a long walk in the dark. She squeezed my shoulder and offered a reassuring bullshit smile. I'll be waiting right here for you when you're finished, okay? I swallowed hard as I slowly nodded. Whoever this creditor guy was, I figured I had to get the meeting over with. Inez had told me he was the one responsible for helping me find a job and managing my credits, so I could earn my way back into the penthouse. Thanks so much for everything, Inez, I said, trying my best to smile. That's what friends are for. She playfully punched my shoulder and I resisted the urge to scream. She packed quite the punch. I had a feeling Inez didn't know her own strength. Wait! She held out a paper as the elevator dinged. I need you to sign this. She shoved the paper and a pencil into my hands. I stared down at it, trying to read the words in the dim light. Good deeds checklist? How do you think I earn credit so fast? She waved a hand in the air. Inez do for everyone, so God do for Inez. I scrunched my brow before initialing next to all of her good deeds, baking me brownies, consoling me during a time of distress, loaning me a dress, hair follicle repair. You mean we get into heaven faster if we're good? I guess that explained the cabbie's screaming niceties. That's right, so you remember to be as nice as you can wherever you go. She took the paper from me and shoved it into her purse. When the elevator door creaked open, I was totally not prepared for the guy who walked off. At first, I thought the bundle he cradled was a baby, but then I saw bloody fingers poking out of the swaddling and realized he was carrying his arm. Don't text and drive, he mumbled before adding, Have a nice day. I gave him a wide berth as he limped down the hall. I wasn't certain if the leg he was dragging behind him was attached either. Ew. Wait a minute, Inez said as I continued to gape at the texting zombie. She licked her finger and pushed down a lock of my frizz. Okay, thanks. I clutched my purse to my chest as I gingerly stepped inside the dark elevator, worried the squeaky boards might fall out from under me. Squinting my eyes at the barely visible numbers, I hit what I hoped was number 10 and then sucked in a sharp breath as the elevator lurched. I held my breath for the entire ascent, not that the musty smell was any worse than the odor outside, but because the cables above me squealed with such fervor I feared my conveyance would snap at any minute. And then what? I was already dead, so would I just look like a dead pancake, waddling around purgatory on legs the size of bowling pins? I had to get the hell out of here. There were too many unknown variables, not to mention an alarming absence of beefcake. Well, unless I counted Grimm, which I didn't. I struggled to force the sound of his deep southern drawl or the feel of his rock-hard erection rubbing between my legs out of my mind. No use pining over someone I couldn't have, at least until I made it back into heaven. When the elevator finally opened, I stepped out and fumbled through my purse for Mr. Loveass's business card before making my way down the darkened hall. Hopefully, I was headed in the right direction. It smelled even moldier here. I could barely make out the trace of light spilling from the doorway at the other end of the hall. I sent up a silent prayer to the big guy that it was my creditor's office. A rat scurried past me, so I hastened my step. As I approached the door, it appeared to be made out of textured glass, as it gave off a good amount of light. I was about to pull the handle when the door opened and a man stepped outside. My jaw dropped when I looked up at his muscular silhouette. He had to be about as tall as Grimm, but his shoulders were broader, his chest beefier. When he looked down at me and revealed a dimpled, boyish smile, my heart unraveled right there in that moldy, rat-infested hallway. Well, hello, handsome. Allow me, miss, he said in a Midwest corn-fed and cute-as-pie accent as he held open the door. It was much brighter inside, and I spied several other people sitting in the reception room, but they didn't interest me at the moment. "Why, thank you, sir." I batted my lashes and flashed a coy smile. Finally, things were looking up for me in purgatory. As I passed under the arch of a well-toned arm, I caught sight of a long wooden handle protruding from the top of Mr. Cornfed's head. Momentarily caught off guard, I stumbled, nearly falling on the worn shag carpet before Mr. Tall, Dark, and Brain-Damaged grabbed underneath my shoulder. My purse and business card fluttered to the floor, but that was the least of my worries. What the hell was lodged in his head? Too afraid to look up at him, I mumbled thanks as I shook out of his grip and bent to pick up my purse. I reached for the business card next to it, but then quickly dropped it with a shriek. It was smeared with blood. Sorry about that." Cornfed picked up the card and wiped it on his jeans. I didn't want to look. I really didn't. But curiosity, or maybe stupidity, won over, and my gaze darted to the slender object stuck inside his skull. And then I couldn't look away if I tried. Blood matted his dark blonde hair and dripped down the side of his face, splattering his shoulder before it trickled down his arm. I raised my hand with a silent scream, pointing at that thing as blood continued to ooze from the deep puncture. Panic seized my brain of all sense of reason, and I blurted the first thing that came to mind. "You have a hammer in your head." He nodded. "I know, miss." I had no idea what morbid force of nature compelled me to reach up and touch the metallic piece of rust, but I did. As I moved the end of the hammer, I could hear the matter inside his skull squish around, as if I was cutting into raw sausage. More blood oozed out of the wound, pooling around the blade and dripping down his ear. Ew! I pulled back and stared at my bloody fingertips in horror. I touched it! Why did I touch it? He reached up and adjusted the handle until the ebb of blood slowed to a trickle. "I don't know, miss." I gaped at his head and then at my bloody fingers. Then I frantically shook my hand as if it was on fire. Oh my God, oh my God! "It's just blood," he said through a sigh. The blood wasn't shaking off. Damn. Inez's dress was going to have to take one for the team. Hopefully she wouldn't notice the smear in the obnoxious floral print. "Shouldn't you go to a doctor?" I made a face as I wiped my hand down the side of my dress. "Plastic surgeons take too many credits," he said matter-of-factly, as if dripping blood all over people was no big deal. "So you're just gonna walk around with that thing stuck in your head?" I didn't mean to sound like a hissing cat when I said it, but come on! This wasn't a simple vein cosmetic procedure like removing a wart from your lip or enhancing triple A's to double D's. I didn't care how many credits it took. I was pretty sure removing a hammer from one's head fell under the umbrella of absolutely fucking necessary cosmetic procedures. "I don't have a lot of choice, miss," he shrugged. "Have a nice day." What was it with people telling each other to have a nice day? The term was starting to grate on my nerves. I grimaced as the handle came within a breath of scraping the doorway when he turned and walked out without another glance. Holy freaking moly. Just when I thought death couldn't get any weirder. I shook my head as the door shut. Poor soul. He's such a nice young man. I spun on my heel to see an elderly woman scowling at me before she turned her attention back to crocheting a sweater. I briefly scanned the other people in the room. Everyone was glaring at me as if it was my fault the guy walked around with a bloody hammer in his head. Trying my best to ignore their heavy stares, I made my way to the plump woman at the reception desk. She looked to have died in the cusp of her golden years, and quite possibly sometime in the 1950s. Her silvery blonde hair was piled on top of her head in a beehive. She wore a pale pink sweater with pearl buttons and a floral scarf around her neck. Those pink glasses, though, with the bejeweled points at each end, looked vintage thrift shop. Either she was channeling her favorite Grease character, or she'd been stuck in purgatory for 60 years. If that was the case, I had no idea how she'd managed, especially considering just about every available bit of space covering the wall behind her desk was filled with a cuckoo clock. I could only imagine how obnoxious it sounded at noon. If I'd been stuck in purgatory that long, I would have smashed every bird's head years ago. "I'm here for my appointment," I said, and then cringed as I looked at one of the clock dials. Noon was 5 minutes away. "Well, isn't that obvious, sweetheart?" she said with a smile, but there was no doubting the snarling wolf behind her sharp gaze. "Have a seat, and you will be called shortly." I found a spot in the corner. The unforgiving, hard plastic chairs looked like they'd been pilfered from a bus station. The shiny plastic squeaked as I shifted in my seat. Turning my chin up high and pretending to be a lot more confident than I felt, I crossed one leg over the other and waited. I desperately wanted nothing more than to find a bathroom and wash my hands, but I didn't want to risk any more glares from the others. Inez's warning about always being nice reverberated in my mind. I guessed the hammer incident wasn't my most altruistic moment, but sheesh. Though I supposed Inez didn't mean for me to single out people who bled all over me when she'd told me to be nice. Okay, lesson learned. No more gawking at otherwise gorgeous studs who are in obvious need of plastic surgery. My shoulders slumped as I shook my head. My life would have been so much easier if Grimm had left me in heaven. Chapter 9. 3 freaking hours. That's how long I had been waiting in my creditor's office for my noon appointment. My gaze kept flitting to one of the dusty clocks hanging on the faded paisley wallpaper behind the secretary's head. That woman seemed oblivious to my suffering as she filed and painted her nails and ate nearly an entire bag of jumbo marshmallows while I sat uncomfortably in that hard, squeaky chair. I tried letting her know I was an unsatisfied customer. I sighed loudly at least 10 times. I crossed and uncrossed my legs until the squeaks from the unforgiving plastic had gotten on my last nerve. I paced the floor, practically wearing a hole in the already worn carpet, but it did no good. Those stupid clocks had gone off every quarter hour while everyone else had already been seen. I'd already chewed my nails to the quick, worrying Inez would get tired of waiting and leave me alone on the bottom ring of purgatory. I'd read just about every magazine in the place circa 1954 to 1976, and I now knew how to pamper my husband with the perfect pot roast, entertain guests with fantastic fondue, and feather my bangs like Farrah Fawcett. Finally, I'd had enough, and I stormed up to the secretary determined to get some service. She was already leering at me from beneath heavily painted eyelashes, the same leer everyone else in the office had given me after the hammer incident. Jeez Louise, can't a dead girl get a break? Before I could give Miss Marshmallow a piece of my mind, she looked beyond my shoulder and called my name. I swept my arm to the empty chairs behind me. "Hello? I'm the only one here," I said in my not-so-sweet voice, but since I'd skipped lunch, I was all out of sugar and patience. "Follow me," she said dryly, not even bothering to make eye contact as she heaved herself out of her chair. My stomach chose that moment to rumble loudly from either hunger or apprehension, and I didn't know if I wanted to vomit or scarf down an entire cheesecake. Cheesecake. I sure missed that triple chocolate delight from my penthouse party last night. Damn. Was I determined to spend every waking minute in purgatory pining for another night of perfection? I followed the secretary to the back room, wondering if all of those marshmallows had made her butt so wide or maybe it had been flattened by a steamroller. But then I noticed the back of her head looked as if it had been smashed by an iron. Her wiry hair was fanned out and smushed like trampled grass, and the center of her head was bald with angry red welts. Crud. She just may have been run over by a steamroller. I understood why she'd made me wait. My outburst probably didn't go over well with someone who'd suffered from head trauma drama. I really needed to learn to keep my mouth shut. Without uttering a word, she cracked open a door and nodded for me to go inside, then turned on her heel and waddled back to the front office, but not before giving me one last scowl. A small, pale man with black, slicked-back hair and Coke bottle glasses that made his eyes look buggy popped up from behind an old, bulky computer monitor. "Come in, hurry up, I haven't got all day." He beckoned me forward with an impatient wave. I hesitantly sat in front of his desk. Though I couldn't put my finger on it, there was something not right with this situation. Then again, my whole day had pretty much been shit, so I had no idea why I was expecting the meeting with my creditor to be any different. I reminded myself this was the guy who'd given me false hope, and yet here he was scowling at me. I searched delicate features for any sign of remorse, but the more I looked at him, the more I realized this man wasn't a man. He couldn't have been any older than 16. Oh, great. No wonder he'd screwed up my credits. He probably hadn't even finished algebra. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lovass," I said through a barely restrained growl, "but I've been waiting here for 3 hours." His face twisted up as if it was caving in on itself, his hollow cheeks turned bright red, and I'm fairly certain I saw steam shooting out of his ears. "Lovelace," he said through clenched teeth. "The name is Lovelace." He motioned to a faded gold plate in front of his desk, and sure enough, the word Lovelace was etched across the top. Well, didn't I feel like a moron? I felt the heat creep into my chest and fan my face as I sank low in my chair. So much for me giving the guy a piece of my mind. That was hard to do with my foot lodged in my mouth. When I got hold of Grim, I was so going to throttle him. "I'm sorry. Grim told me it was Lovass. Your name was smeared." I dug through my purse and held up the card. It was coated with Hammerhead's old crusty blood. One thin brow shot up. "You don't remember me?" "No." I shook my head. "Am I supposed to?" "We went to the same high school." He gave me another long look, but I was still coming up blank. He grabbed a pencil off the desk, clutching it so tightly I feared it would snap in two. "We had third period chemistry together. You sat catty-corner to me. We were lab partners." He leaned forward and shot me this expectant, almost demanding glare, his dark eyes magnified beneath the lenses, making him look angrier. "We were?" Surely I would have remembered a guy as dorky as Lovelace. "For 3 assignments." He held up 3 bony fingers for emphasis. I struggled to jog my memory. Asshole or not, it was starting to dawn on me I probably needed to be on this guy's good side if I wanted to get into heaven faster. "Sorry," I shrugged. "My high school years are sort of blurry." At least senior year was. That was the year my volleyball teammate's brother turned 21, and he thought he could get into the team's pants if he bought us beer. It worked on a few players, but not me. Believe it or not, I had standards back then. I never said no to the beer, though, until the night after playoffs. I'd drunk myself into a stupor and woken up in a pile of my own vomit. 2 weeks of uncontrollable diarrhea and barfing later, doctors diagnosed me with celiac disease, and then no more beer for me. I spent the rest of my senior year in a gluten withdrawal coma. The last thing on my mind would have been a skinny, bug-eyed nerd when I was mourning the loss of Budweiser, Captain Crunch, and Oreos. My GPA took a nosedive, too. In fact, if it hadn't been for a few sympathetic teachers and hired tutors, I would have failed. An image flashed through my mind. A kid with big headgear and high-watered jeans whose zipper was always halfway down. He'd tutored me after school with periodic table of the elements flashcards he'd made himself. He used to yell at me in this nasal voice that sounded more squeak than scream every time I interrupted his rehearsed lecture to ask a question. I remembered choosing him as my lab partner because he did all the work, even though he belittled me at every opportunity. But then something happened to him. Something tragic, like he'd committed suicide. I'd fallen off the gluten-free wagon and gone on a Pizza Hut deep dish and Olive Garden breadsticks binge the weekend it happened, so I'd been too sick to attend the funeral. I briefly remembered lying in bed and reading about his death. I think I may have even cried, because though he was always calling me a moron, I felt sorry for the kid. He'd climbed to the top of the water tower and spray-painted the words, "I love ass," before jumping to his death. It dawned on me why Graham called him Love Ass. Oh, the jerk was so going to pay for making me look insensitive. "I remember who you are now." I jutted a finger at him. "You're the guy who loved butt and then committed suicide." "Loved butt?" He jerked back as if I'd just spit all over his face, which I hadn't. Because even though my words project, I keep my saliva within the confines of my mouth, thank you very much. I looked over my shoulder to make sure Miss Marshmallow had shut the door behind me, and then I dropped my voice to a nearly audible whisper. "You wrote 'I love ass' on the water tower and jumped to your death." His face colored, first red, then a bright shade of fuchsia. "I fell. I didn't jump," he snapped. "And I didn't mean to write ass. My hand slipped when I fell." "Oh?" I asked. What were you trying to write?
Never mind.
He snapped the pencil in his grip and dropped the splintered pieces on his desk before disappearing behind the bulky computer monitor. I guess I'd breached some purgatory code of ethics by asking about his death. I had no idea why he'd gotten so upset. It's not like I hadn't already had to fend off humiliating blow-dryer questions. He cleared his throat loudly while he tapped on his keyboard.
So, about the mix-up yesterday.
Really? That's what he's calling the crushing of my dreams? A mix-up? Yeah, what happened? 1 minute I'm floating and eating cheesecake, and the next minute I'm stuck in purgatory, I blurted, and then winced at the severity of my tone. But on second thought, maybe I hadn't been severe enough. I didn't understand this whole credit system, but if it wasn't for his sucky math skills, I'd be stuck on level 2, but still, he could have ignored his mistake and left me in heaven. He stood up, looking like a bent beanstalk as he leaned over his computer and pointed a finger at me.
You got a pass to the 13th floor from what I understand, even though you didn't earn it.
He snarled like a hungry bear, a really skinny hungry bear. I shrank back a little. That's not the point. My confidence burst like a balloon under the razor-sharp intensity of his bug-eyed glare. He swept a hand at the blackened window behind him.
Would you rather be stuck in the dark and breathing sewage?
Even though I probably outweighed this guy by 30 pounds, how did he manage to make me feel smaller than a speck of dirt? I shook my head.
Then don't complain.
He slammed back into his chair so hard the desk rattled.
I live on the 5th floor, which isn't a whole lot better than this hellhole, but at least I earned my way there.
He tapped something on his keyboard and an ancient printer started making all kinds of noise as it slowly spat out a printout from a ream of paper. I waited for a stretch of time that seemed too long, even by eternity standards, before the printer was finished. He ripped the pages from the spool and handed them to me.
Here's your work assignment. Report there at 8 a.m. sharp on Monday.
My hand shook as I scanned the printout of my history on Earth, from my C- in high school geometry to my defaulted law school student loan and finally my 5-year employment, which had felt more like a life sentence at Schwartz, Parker & Boone. The ream of paper stretched toward my feet, and as I hastily reached the bottom, there was a job title I didn't remember on my resume. Entry-level prayer call center clerk. I gaped at him. My work assignment? He swore as he stumbled into his chair before walking around the desk.
You want to earn your way back into the penthouse, don't you?
He said as he sneered down at me. I had to stifle a laugh when I looked at him. He had to be wearing the jeans he'd died in. They were at least 2 inches too short, and again his zipper was halfway down. One tail of his button-down striped shirt was hanging out of his pants, and his ugly yellow tie was stained with either ketchup or barbecue sauce. Yeah, but don't I get to pick my job? I asked as I shielded a smirk behind my palm. He folded his arms across his hollow chest, flashing a condescending smile.
And what exactly would you pick?
I don't know. I set down the paper and gave him a smug look of my own. What jobs are there?
None that you qualify for, he laughed. You were a clerk on Earth, and now you're a clerk in purgatory.
A legal secretary, I corrected. He rolled his eyes.
I read your file. You dropped out of law school and went to work for a lawyer. And how many lawyers do you think made it to purgatory, much less the 13th floor?
I paused at that. Surely there had to be lawyers in purgatory. How else were laws upheld without lawyers? I don't know.
We don't have lawsuits here because everyone is nice to each other.
His eyes narrowed as he planted both hands on my armrests and leaned over my chair.
Whether they've got head injuries or not.
I gasped, and not just because his breath smelled like leftover fish tacos. I didn't mean to. He held up a silencing hand as he stepped back and jerked open the door.
Go on now.
He pointed to the hallway which led to the waiting room.
I'd like to hit the elevators before rush hour.
He handed me a fresh business card with a handwritten appointment time.
I'll see you in a week. Have a nice day.
Chapter 10. You haven't died until you've shit your pants in purgatory. Note to self, eating gluten in heaven? Good. Eating gluten in purgatory? Bad. Very, very bad. Inez wasn't downstairs when I'd come out of my appointment. I guessed she'd gotten tired of waiting too, so I had to find my way up to level 13 by myself. Navigating to the second-floor elevators wasn't the problem. It was a straight line down a rat and sewage-infested street, past a few cordially irate cabbies and into the station. Rumor had it Stan was still riding that elevator with no line, but rather than take my chances, I fell into the crush of people and waited over an hour for my turn. After we all packed into the square cubicle like sweaty sardines, my stomach started to rumble, and not in a good way. This rumble was followed by a sharp, stabbing pain. As we slowly worked up to the 7th floor, the stabbing worsened, and it felt as if those brownie gremlins were playing jump rope with my insides. By the time we reached the 13th floor, the heat had worked its way down, and I was forced to play the butthole-clenching tango all the way out of the station, and not a bathroom in sight. Finding my apartment was a bit of a challenge. Stupid me had been too disoriented on the trip down to pay close attention to where we were going. Though the landscape of the city reminded me very much of Seattle, some streets were different, and I found myself waddling up and down the same block before a familiar storefront jogged my memory. But by this point, my butthole tango had turned into a rapid cha-cha-cha, and I'd already missed a few steps in between. I sure hoped Inez didn't want her underwear back. After that glorious night in heaven, I never thought I'd be so relieved to see my run-down apartment complex again, but I was practically jumping for joy when I saw that old gray building. Although jumping was out of the question, as any sudden movements meant I'd run the risk of overflowing underwear, which were already filled to capacity. I waddled like a duck all the way to the elevator, cringing with each step. By the time I reached my door, fumbling frantically with the key, those gremlins had turned into demons, and they were in complete possession of my colon. I was no more than 3 steps away from the bathroom when those demons unleashed a poltergeist down my legs and onto the shag carpet. Maybe it was a good thing the carpet was shit-color brown. I spent the rest of the afternoon and well into the evening with my ass glued to the porcelain throne. Needless to say, my first day in purgatory sucked on so many levels. "What do you want?" I glared at Grim through a crack in the door. After spending all evening shitting my brains out, the last thing I was in the mood for was a confrontation with the sexiest jerk in purgatory. "I heard you were sick. I brought you some soup." He held up a steaming brown paper bag. My senses were assailed by garlic and onion and possibly rich chicken broth. My traitorous stomach rumbled, and I had to remind myself that whatever smelled so heavenly was probably poison. Chicken soup usually had noodles, and noodles usually were made from wheat, my stomach's enemy number 1. I shook my head and sighed. I can't eat it. He pushed on the door until it opened wide enough for him to squeeze inside. "I got it from a gluten-free restaurant." I gaped at him as he shut the door. "They have gluten-free restaurants in purgatory?" "We're not that backward here." He walked to my cramped kitchen and set the soup on the table. "We try to keep up with the fads down below." Fads? I was so angry I was seeing red. I was sorely tempted to gorge on a plate of spaghetti and lock Grim in the bathroom with me. He'd be begging for a gas mask after the first 20 minutes. Then we'd see if he thought my diet was a fad. I cocked a hand on my hip, shooting daggers of gluten at his big hairy chest. So me not wanting to crap my brains out is a fad? Sorry for the visual. Thanks for the soup. I threw the door open wide and pointed to the exit. Grim had the nerve to smile as he ignored my blatant attempt to kick him out of my apartment. He dug into his pockets and pulled out a small bottle. "I asked at the restaurant, and they said you'd need probiotics too. I hope they help." He set the pills on the counter. Damn it. Why can't the jerk act like a jerk? I slammed the door as I walked into the kitchen and picked up the pill bottle. They were the good kind, the ones I could never afford and were supposed to heal my gut faster. I heaved a sigh and sat at the table. Thanks. My stomach rumbled again, a lot less angrier than before, but it was followed by a hollow ache so keen I thought my gut was about to implode. I was hungry. Damn hungry. And at the risk of looking like a total glutton, I was sorely tempted to rip open that bag and gorge on soup. I only hoped Grim was right and it was gluten-free. Dead or not, I didn't think I could survive another crap fest. Grim was thoughtful enough to find a bowl and spoon in my cabinet. My apartment had luckily come furnished with the necessities, including 4 rolls of toilet paper. Inez had gone to buy me another 12-pack earlier that afternoon when she'd found me curled up on the bathroom floor. She'd felt guilty enough leaving me alone on level 2 that she bought me electrolytes too. Apparently, as creditor appointments weren't supposed to take longer than a half hour, she'd thought I'd already gone home without her. Otherwise, she would never have left me there. I had to listen to her apologetic story at least 10 times through the bathroom door while I exorcised those brownie demons into the toilet. I supposed her having to listen to the god-awful noises coming from my colon was penance enough. And now Grim got to share in my shame. Oh, yay! My hair frizz had already escaped the confines of about a gallon of hair gel and several bobby pins, my face was sallow and gray, and my eye circles had circles. Plus, those bathroom fumes had not only drifted into my entire apartment, but they'd permeated my white cotton robe and even my skin. I looked and smelled like week-old roadkill, exactly how I wanted to present myself to my fantasy fuck. "I got a movie," he said as he sat across from me. "It's about women with attitudes. Thought you'd like it." Wow. I slurped down the chicken and rice soup. So thoughtful. The soup wasn't half bad. I swallowed another spoonful and silently prayed it would stay down. Now, if I could just find a way to get rid of Grim, my night would be complete. "There's a flat screen in my apartment if you want to watch it there." Was this guy for real? I stared down at my soup, purposely avoiding his gaze, not just because he was annoying me, but because I feared I'd see pity in his eyes, and I couldn't handle that level of humiliation. "I'd rather stay close to my own toilet if you don't mind." "Okay," he said before shoving off the table. "Thanks for the soup," I called to his back as he walked away. "Night, Grim." He turned, and for a moment I feared he'd come back and sit down. "It's Aiden O'Connor." He slanted a sideways smile that would have made my insides melt had they not already been turned to goo. "My friends call me Con." "I know, Grim," I answered, and then wished his ass didn't look so good in those tight jeans as he stormed out the door. Chapter 11. "Knock, knock. How you feel today, sugar?" Inez popped her head inside the crack in the door before shoving inside my apartment. Apparently, locks didn't work in purgatory, and privacy was obviously a foreign concept. I had to stifle a laugh at her 80s glam getup. She wore a leopard print shirt hanging off one shoulder, a shimmery gold skirt that came to just above the knees, black fishnet stockings, and heels so high I feared a strong wind would topple her. Her hair looked part poodle perm, part mullet, with short sides and a tall, kinky poof rising from the center of her forehead to her nape. That black mole above her lip had moved about a quarter inch to the left. "I'm better, thanks," I said as I settled a hand on my tummy. It was still sore, but not nearly as bad as yesterday. I had spent most of the morning nursing an electrolyte drink and watching reruns of a 1990s sitcom on my fuzzy television. Not exactly my idea of a fun Sunday, but a whole hell of a lot better than being chained to the porcelain throne. Inez sat beside me on the sofa and set a steaming paper bag on my weathered coffee table. "I brought you soup." She held out a staying hand as I gaped at the bag. "And before you ask, it's from the gluten-free restaurant down the street." My stomach rumbled as I inhaled the familiar scent of chicken broth, onions, and garlic. "Thanks, Inez. You're a lifesaver." I couldn't help but smile. Inez was turning out to be a good friend, even though I suspected she was only being nice so I'd sign off on her good deeds checklist. "That's okay," she shrugged before warily eyeing my ratty furniture. "I know you don't got no credits right now." Actually, I had no idea how many credits I had since my creditor hadn't explained shit to me yesterday. Tomorrow, I started work at a job I would probably hate. I lived in a crappy apartment, had no bank account, and no groceries in my fridge. The only clothes I owned were the black dress and shoes I died in, the ugly church dress Inez had lent me, which she said I could keep after I crapped all over it, and the white cotton bathrobe I'd pilfered from heaven. Funny how purgatory felt a lot more pathetic than my old life, and my old life had sucked donkey dong. I guess I'm going to have to learn my way around purgatory if I need to survive. "If you're feeling better, I can show you around later today." Inez patted my knee and flashed a sympathetic smile. "Inez knows all the ins and outs of purgatory." "How long have you been here?" I asked. On level 13. She arched a finely penciled brow. 2 years, but I died almost 30 years ago. Curiosity won over, and I took a chance and broke what I feared might have been an afterlife taboo. Inez, may I ask you a personal question? She shrugged. Sure, Chica. How did you die? I held my breath, hoping I hadn't offended her. What she did next made me suck in a gasp. Inez pulled down her shirt, revealing a distinct hole above her left breast. The skin was pinched and then concaved like a second belly button surrounded by an angry red bullseye. What happened? Never piss off your pimp. She snickered as she adjusted her shirt. That's what happened. My hand flew to my throat. I'm so sorry. What did you do to piss him off, if you don't mind me asking? I helped the girl escape. She was only 15. She didn't want to be no whore, but Bruno made her do it. That's terrible. Some people say Earth is the bottom level of purgatory. She pointed toward the floor and frowned. I call it the top floor of hell. Jeez, and I thought my time on Earth was bad. I couldn't imagine what Inez had had to go through. Whatever happened to Bruno? He got knifed a few days later and sent to the 10th floor, and Inez don't mean the 10th floor up here. Her eyes bulged as she flashed the slightest hint of a smile. Inez means down there. Oh my God. That was the first time I'd heard about anyone actually going to hell. I got to go to Mass. She rose from the sofa, checking her watch. I'll stop by later. Oh, I didn't realize people went to church in purgatory. My shoulders fell. That meant I'd probably have to start going again. After all those years of dodging my mom's requests, I knew it would be a lot harder avoiding the sit, stand, and kneel aerobics now that there was no denying the big guy was for real. Ain't no one gonna force you, Inez said as she adjusted the thin purse strap on her shoulder. But you get more credits that way. We both turned at the sound of a knock on my door. I rose on shaky legs as the dull ache in my stomach turned into a flutter of butterflies. Even though I was still in my robe, I'd showered and applied some makeup Inez had lent me, just in case Grimm stopped by again. Not that I cared what he thought of my appearance, not even in the slightest. In fact, it was probably better if he considered me a hag. I wouldn't want him to attempt another kissing and groping session. That's what I keep telling myself, anyway. It better not be Grimm, I mumbled in a huff. I am not in the mood. Hopefully, God wouldn't strike me down for lying since I was already dead. I stood rooted to the spot as the knocking grew louder. For some strange reason, I was hoping he'd just go away. Either that or walk through my door, grab me in a passionate embrace, and kiss my brains out. That boy is sweet on you. Inez elbowed me, her heavily painted lips twisted in a cross between a scowl and a smile. You should be nice to him. I'd never seen him show no girl this much attention, and that's a lot after what he'd been through. What do you mean? I asked. We'll save it for another day. She waltzed over to the door as if she owned the place. Don't keep the fool waiting. She jerked on the handle, throwing the door wide, and who would be on the other side but my Uncle Mikey, looking as handsome as ever in a crisp black dress suit and not a blemish on his clean-shaven face. He held a pink bakery box in one hand. Inez's jaw dropped, and she was shockingly stunned into silence before she regained enough composure to brush a hand through her hair as she batted thick fake eyelashes. Well, hello, handsome. Hello, he said politely. I'm wondering if you could help us. We're looking for Ashley McLeod. When I saw my grandmother behind him, I was already beside Inez and holding my arms open. Uncle Mikey! Grandma! My uncle was the first one to wrap his arm around me. Hi, Pumpkin, he whispered into my ear. How are you doing? He pulled back, holding me at arm's length while searching my gaze. I've had better days, I answered. I'm so happy to see you. I held out a hand. Let me take your box. Judging by the frown marring his brow as his gaze swept my dingy apartment, he probably feared I had roaches in my cupboard. He finally relented and handed me the box. Whatever was inside was heavy, and my tummy rumbled at the aroma of decadent chocolate. Dear God, please not cheesecake. I hoped it was gluten-free. I wasn't about to go through another crap attack, no matter how heavenly the dessert tasted. Besides, I only had one clean pair of underwear left. And by clean, I meant it hadn't been crapped in, but it didn't exactly give me that spring fresh feeling either. I set the box on the kitchen table and turned to them. Grandma walked stiffly inside the threshold and dropped 2 large shopping bags on the floor. She kept her hands pinned at her sides as if she was afraid of touching anything. She didn't appear a day older than 25, like a classic movie star bombshell with a starched yellow dress that emphasized her perfect 36-24-36 figure and flared at the waist, swirling around her knees like soft rays of sunshine. Inez gaped at both of them as if they were penthouse royalty. Finally, she cleared her throat. "I should probably get going," she said in an awkward monotone, her gaze still centered on my uncle. "Okay, Inez." I waved to my friend. "Thanks for checking on me." She absently nodded as she walked into the hallway, but then she turned and hovered in the doorway. When it became apparent she wasn't about to leave, Grandma walked over to Inez and with a big smile shut the door in her face. Damn, Grandma sure knew how to make rude look nice. "We're so sorry we didn't come yesterday, dear," Grandma said sweetly as she crossed to me. "We were in meetings all day with the higher-ups trying to get you back into the penthouse." I gasped. I'd had no idea my family would try to help me, but I felt a mixture of relief and gratitude knowing they cared, even though I could tell by the glum looks on their faces it hadn't gone well. "What did they say?" Grandma grimaced and shook her head, confirming my suspicions. "They showed us your files." I swallowed the knot of apprehension that lodged in my throat. "My files?" "Screenshots of your life," Uncle answered. A wave of shame washed over me. I could hear the disappointment in his tone. I knew what they were thinking. After the history of charity work in our family, how had Ashley ended up so self-absorbed? Even though I wanted to have an excuse, I didn't. My mom had given me ample opportunity to be altruistic, but I was more interested in my latest blind date or a shoe sale at Macy's than a few sick, senile people who didn't seem to care one way or another if I helped them. Was it that bad? I asked, but I already knew the answer. Of course it was bad. If God was as thorough and all-knowing as the Bible said he was, I was so totally screwed. Grandma patted me on the shoulder as if she was trying to burp a baby. She flashed a hesitant smile. "Let's just say you're very lucky to be on level 13. I hung my head. "You must be so ashamed of me." My uncle clasped my fingers and held my gaze. I could almost feel the outpouring of love from his fingertips. No, Pumpkin. When your father, the worthless dog that he is, walked out on your mom, I made a vow to her I'd look after you girls as if you were my own children." He shook his head as his eyes glossed over. "I'm so sorry I broke that promise." "Uncle, don't apologize. You can't help it that you died. I have to admit I don't remember much from my childhood, but I do remember you loved me." He wiped a stray tear off my cheek. "I did, and I still do." I forced a smile even though what I really wanted to do was throw myself on my bed and cry my heart out. This was gluten's fault. Eating it always made me cranky. It was in no way because I finally realized I'd wasted my entire life chasing losers and partying instead of doing something kind for someone else. I had been a selfish, spoiled bitch. I so didn't deserve to be on level 13, much less at the penthouse. "You didn't fail her, Michael," Grandma said. "You sent her Jack." I spun on my heel. Jaw dropping, I turned to my uncle. "Jack?" My hand flew to my heart, which began thumping out a slow, heavy rhythm as if it was preparing to stop. "My dog? You sent him to me?" My uncle nodded solemnly. "I did." This time there was no holding back the waterworks. "I loved that dog," I choked out, overwhelmed by tears. "I know you did, and I'm sorry he was killed." Uncle fished a tissue out of his pocket and handed it to me. "I tried to send you another, but you refused him." Oh, I could never replace Jack. As I vehemently shook my head, an idea struck me. "Uncle," I asked as hope surged in my chest, "what happens to dogs when they die? Is there a way I could find him?" He frowned. "Dogs rarely go to purgatory, Ash, and they don't go to heaven. Not that they don't deserve it." "But why?" I cried, hating that I sounded far too much like a petulant child who was trying to get her way. "Dogs are just one step away from people on the reincarnation wheel," he said with a smile. "After they die, they're born again as people." Reincarnation wheel? One more afterlife mystery I was sure had a long and crazy explanation. I assumed the wheel was some sort of a do-over, a new life as someone else. A sob claimed my voice, and I tried to hold back a fresh wave of tears. So I'll never see Jack again? He fished another tissue out of his pocket and handed it to me. "I'm sorry, Pumpkin. He's probably a teenage kid by now." "He was my best friend," I cried. "Hey, I know what will cheer you up," Grandma interjected with a much too perky voice. "How about we all go visit Grandpa Frank?" "Grandpa?" I gasped as I wiped my wet eyes. "We're going to see Grandpa?" "Yeah, and we better get a move on." Grandma made a big show of checking her diamond watch. "We didn't get our conjugal visit yesterday, and I don't want to keep him waiting." Conjugal visit? Did I really want to go with her to see Grandpa? Although I knew I should go, not just because I missed my grandpa, but because I needed a distraction to keep my mind off those big brown puppy eyes. Okay, let me get dressed. I stopped in my tracks when I thought about what I had in my closet. A skimpy black dress with a rip in the side and the shitty, literally, poofy thrift store monstrosity Inez had lent me. Here. Grandma handed me the bags she'd carried into the apartment. "I brought you some of my old dresses. I knew you wouldn't have any decent clothes down here," she said with a haughty air. "Thanks." I took the bag from her as relief swept over me. The bags were heavy. Hopefully they'd last me until I earned enough credits to get my own wardrobe. "They're from my movie star bombshell collection," she added with a wink. "I had the waists let out a bit." Oh, good idea. I looked down at my tummy, which had expanded by a few inches over the past 5 years, but thanks to slenderizing jeans, I was still able to keep my muffin top under control. Hopefully, Grandma had included a girdle, but either way, I was happy to have new clothes. I should get changed. "Yes." She wrinkled her nose and smiled. "And maybe take a shower." Chapter 12. Whoever thought up the name Shady Tree Mobile Home Park? Rusty Sardine Can Mobile Home Park was more like it. Level 10 was about 50 years past an upgrade, and I'd thought my apartment was bad. I couldn't believe Grandma left the penthouse every weekend for this. Now that's what I called true love. One thing was certain. Grandpa's home did have a lot of shade. Nestled beneath several tall pine trees on what appeared to be the Washington coast, I could definitely see my grandpa living in a place like this. He'd always liked to take us camping, and he loved fishing too. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with crisp ocean air. Maybe the fishy smell was a little bit stronger here than I remembered on Earth, but level 10 outdoor life seemed okay otherwise. The sun wasn't too bright, then again, it wasn't too dull either. Even the dilapidated trailer homes were paradise compared to the sewage on level 2. Yeah, the more I thought about it, the more I realized Grandpa was perfectly situated. I smoothed the pleats of my dress before following Grandma. Even though my borrowed clothes were definitely retro, they were a far cry better than that churchy thing Inez had lent me. This number was lime green with little white polka dots, a belt that cinched at the waist, and pleats that flared at the hips, making my curves look curvier and my legs look longer. Too bad the bra she'd lent me made my boobs look like torpedoes, but I guessed missile tits were part of the fashion back then. Yeah, my body was definitely made for the pinup model era. Maybe I'd get lucky and find a guy in purgatory who died back then. I bet he'd appreciate the flare of my hips or my womanly thighs. But the thought of dating a man old enough to be my grandpa made my skin crawl, and not in a good way. We walked up the wobbly steps to the concave front porch that looked like it would buckle with a strong enough wind. The front door made a loud protest, scraping the linoleum floor as Grandma pushed it open. "Frank," she called into the darkness, "are you dressed?" We were answered by silence, but I thought I could hear the sound of running water and my grandpa humming one of his old polka tunes coming from the other end of the room. I threw a glance over my shoulder as I hesitantly followed Grandma inside. I could barely make out Uncle Mikey's shadow behind the taxi's grimy window. He'd refused to get out of the car. Something about not wanting to interrupt. Grandma had insisted I visit Grandpa, so I'd followed her like a blind puppy. Grandma had to use her shoulder to shut the door behind us, and when she did, I instantly missed the fresh air. I made a face and fanned my nose. It smells in here. I spun around looking for the origin of the stench. The cramped trailer's windows were covered in peeling sheets of tinfoil, blotting out most of the sun. Grandma shrugged an apology. Level 10 gets a bit moldy, dear. She rolled her eyes as she turned on a lamp. You'd think Grandpa would tire of the smell and at least try to move up a level. I almost wanted to tell my grandma to turn the light back off when I saw the condition of what could only be described as a single-wide cave. My eyeballs just about threw up at the floor-to-ceiling wood paneling covering each wall, and Grandpa's furniture made my place look like a model home. Stuffing was coming out of the threadbare pillows on his double-sized sofa, the ancient, small television was held together by duct tape, and so was the weathered table it was sitting on. In fact, as my gaze swept the living room and then the adjoining kitchen, I realized this whole place was probably held together by duct tape. From the handle on the puke-green refrigerator to the mismatched legs on the kitchen table, this place was like a shrine to the adhesive. I only hoped the rest of the structure wasn't being held together by it, but as I listened to the floor creak beneath me, I wasn't so sure. Grandma banged on a warped wooden door so hard I feared she'd cause the place to crumble. "Frank!" she yelled. "Come out! We've got a visitor!" The water shut off and the singing stopped. In the next moment, the door was thrown open, revealing a nearly naked and very bald old guy with a bloated stomach. But wait. Let's get back to the nearly naked part, because my vomiting eyeballs just about shriveled up as I got a good look at Grandpa's attire. Leather suspenders that crisscrossed his shaved nipples, holding up what was either a saggy dress sock full of rocks or a black leather thong. Ew. "There's my young slice of sugar pie," he said on a growl as he cupped his groin and charged my grandma. "Come on, Daddy's got a new swing and can't wait to try it out." Grandma swatted him away as she ducked beneath his grasp. He held out his arms like a zombie in a trance as he chased her around the sofa, his saggy ass flaps jiggling with each step. Every muscle in my body tensed, and I'm pretty sure I stopped breathing as I gaped at my grandparents. This was more terrifying than watching the scariest horror movie ever. Why? Because I was in it, and even though I wanted nothing more than to run from this place screaming bloody murder, I was too petrified to move a step. "If you keep wasting your credits on sex toys and Viagra," she called over her shoulder as she dodged him again, "you'll never get to the top." "No," he laughed as he quickened his step. "But I'll be on top of you every weekend for our conjugal visits." Oh, God, I wanted to hurl. And then a bit of bile actually did project into my throat as I coughed into my palm. Grandpa stopped and spun around, his assessing gaze roaming over me. "Who's this lovely angel?" He waggled his eyebrows and licked his lips before nodding toward my grandma. "You finally going to let me have that threesome? She's got some nice jugs on her." He walked toward me with those zombie hands clenching and unclenching as if he was squeezing invisible melons. "Come on, honey. I've got plenty of Viagra to go around." "Ew, times infinity!" "Frank!" Grandma screamed and stomped a foot. "This is your granddaughter, Ashley Joy." In an instant, Grandpa transformed from sex-crazed pervert to a startled ghost. He paled and then colored a flaming red. "Ash?" He gasped as he looked from me to Grandma. "Baby AJ." She shot my grandpa a dirty look. "She's not a baby anymore." She glared at my chest. If her eyes were needles, they would have popped my torpedo balloons. I crossed my arms over my bosom as heat flamed in my face. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to disappear beneath the ratty carpet and hide among the mold spores. Grandpa took a shaky step forward, then another. "AJ, is that you all grown up?" "Yeah, Grandpa," I said on a nervous exhale. I really wished he'd go back into the bathroom and put some clothes on. He took another step forward, his balls slapping his thighs with the movement. "You can't be here yet. How old are you?" 29? I averted my gaze, choosing to focus on the duct tape running across a crack in the wood paneling. Why hadn't I stayed in the taxi with Uncle Mikey? 29. My baby AJ died at 29. How did this happen? Before I could stop him, my grandpa charged me, pulling me against his chest as he sobbed into my hair. Awkward. Meet your new level of low. I hung like a rag doll in his embrace, afraid if I hugged him back, the feel of his exposed, jiggly flesh would leave me emotionally and mentally scarred for the rest of my afterlife. He hugged me tighter, and I prayed that thing scraping my chin wasn't a shoulder wart. It's okay, Grandpa, I said on a wheeze, trying hard not to inhale the strong fumes from his cheap cologne. My baby girl is dead, he kept crying. I tried to shift out of his embrace, but then I about died twice when I felt his balls slap my leg. Frank! Grandma yelled behind us. What? He nearly blew out my eardrums with his booming voice. Go put on some clothes, she screeched. Grandpa pulled back, his eyes widening to saucers. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. The wrinkles on his face fell like fleshy dominoes when he looked down at that thing that had been scraping my hip bone. I had thought it was a belt buckle, but then, oh my God! Pardon me, he said. I just took 4 Viagras and it won't go down. That's okay. I nearly tripped over my own feet as I backed away. I've got errands to run with Uncle Mikey. I thumbed toward the exit. I'll leave you two. I'm sorry, dear. Grandma clasped her hands in front of her, smiling sweetly as if she was about to offer me a tray of cookies. I wanted you to stay and visit. Grandpa scratched the back of his head as he and Grandma shared a look of understanding. Why don't you come back in 4 hours? Sure, I said, almost pulling my arm out of its socket as I yanked hard on the door handle. Grandma coughed into her hand and made a face as she stared at the bulge between his legs. You'd better make that 6. Chapter 13. Shopping with Uncle Mikey on level 13 was so much fun. As it turned out, the pastry he'd brought over was indeed an entire heavenly cheesecake. And yes, it did have gluten, but it worked as a great bartering tool just about anywhere in purgatory. Who knew one slice of penthouse cheesecake could buy an entire week's worth of groceries? 3 slices paid for a 36-inch flat-screen television and DVR. A few more slices got me Egyptian cotton sheets, toiletries, and several pairs of brand new unsoiled underwear. Uncle suggested I keep 2 slices for emergencies, as he said he might not be able to smuggle another cake out for a while. After we'd dropped all of my goods off at my apartment, we descended for one more visit with my grandpa. Thankfully, he was fully clothed this time, though we'd only visited for about 10 minutes before he was fast asleep in his reclining chair. I didn't want to dwell on what had made him so tired. As we tiptoed out of his trailer, I nearly lost my lunch when I spied an empty jar of cinnamon body butter sitting on the kitchen table along with a half-eaten pair of edible underwear. Old people were so gross. After the long trek back to my apartment, I tried not to cry when I exchanged goodbyes with my uncle and grandma. Even though they promised to come back next weekend, I couldn't help myself. I was sure going to miss them. Tomorrow, I had to start a new job in a whole new dimension. I hardly had any friends, and I really missed my mom. I wondered if she'd found my body yet, and if so, how she was holding up. I was so depressed I devoured almost an entire jar of Nutella while watching a sad chick flick by myself. I sure hoped I made some more friends in purgatory. I didn't think I could survive 20 more years of this. I sat up with a jolt, sending my jar of Nutella rolling to the floor as a loud, impatient banging woke me from my slumber. I knew of only one person with such an obnoxious, annoying knock. Ugh, what did he want at this ungodly hour? My gaze shot to the blinking clock on my DVR. 9:30. Okay, maybe the hour wasn't so ungodly, but after the weekend I'd had, I was entitled to a little early beauty rest. I tried to heave myself off the sofa, but somehow ended up rolling off the side and landing on my knees. Oof! I cried as pain shot up my left leg, and still the knocking continued. Hold your horses! I yelled before storming across my small living room and throwing open the door. What I saw threw me completely off guard and maybe melted my heart just a little. Okay, a lot. Grim was there wearing black dress pants, a stiff shirt, jacket, and tie. His hair was gelled back and he reeked of cologne overload. He had this strange look on his face, like either he was constipated or else really uncomfortable dressed like a gentleman. Somehow I suspected the latter. I also suspected Inez had something to do with his choice of attire. But it was kind of hard to focus on that pained look in his eyes when my gaze was drawn to a bouquet of red roses in his hand. "What's up, Grim?" I asked as I leaned against the doorframe. He cleared his throat as his cheeks flushed adorably pink. "I thought I'd check on you." "What's with the flowers?" I nodded toward the stalks he was crushing in his white-knuckled grip. "These are for you." He thrust them in my face, leaving me no choice but to take them. "Thanks." I inhaled their sweet fragrance. "They're lovely." I set the flowers down on a narrow side table beside the door. "I got you this too." I gasped when he pulled a large bar of dark chocolate from inside his coat. Either this man was really that good, or else he'd seen the file my grandma had been talking about. This particular brand of chocolate was just about my favorite in all of eternity. I practically snatched it out of his hands. I can't believe they sell these in purgatory. "They don't." His voice trailed off as he shuffled his feet and averted his gaze. "But I grabbed it while I was out collecting souls today." "Thank you so much." I pressed the bar to my nose and inhaled. I loved the way the tinfoil smelled nearly as divine as the candy tasted. "How did you know I liked them?" He briefly met my gaze. "The night I picked you up, I saw an empty wrapper at your apartment." Bam. That melting heart of mine was splattered by a steamroller. What kind of a guy would do something so thoughtful? Certainly nobody I'd ever dated. "You did?" I couldn't help but smile as I batted my lashes. "And you remembered?" "Thanks, Grim." What happened next was purely done by instinct. A guy gives a girl presents, the girl is supposed to give him a kiss, right? It was just an innocent peck on the cheek, nothing meant to invoke a physical reaction, but even the simple act of my hand on his shoulder, my lips on his smoothly shaven face, turned my insides to molten lava. I backed away quickly, afraid to glance anywhere beneath his waistline because if I saw a bulge, I might have gotten the urge to stroke it. Clutching the chocolate to my chest, I leaned against the doorframe, needing something to anchor my liquefied legs. I stared into his eyes, once a bright blue, now a dark shade of cobalt. "I still have that movie," he mumbled as his gaze wavered. "I've got a flat screen if you want to come watch it." "I've got a flat screen now, too. My uncle got it for me." He backed up a step as a shadow crossed his features. "Oh, all right then." I stepped back too, but instead of doing the smart thing and closing the door, I pushed it wide open. Sure, it was only a door, but at the rate things were progressing, I'd be spreading my legs wide open soon enough too. "Do you want to come inside?" I asked, but not in the same defiant tone I'd come to use with Grim. No, this time I was channeling my sultry voice, my inner temptress, and it took all my willpower not to grab him by the base of that tie, pull him onto my sofa, and climb on top of that hard body. "Sure." He followed me inside. Ashley McLeod, the sex-depraved spinster, was gone by the time we settled on the sofa. In her place was Ash the temptress, aka Ash the horny slutbag, who really needed to get laid. And at the moment, I couldn't think of a single reason why screwing Grim's brains out would be a bad idea. Sure, maybe I'd have regrets tomorrow, but at least I'd have a chocolate bar to console me. I watched him like a hawk watches a mouse as he settled on the far end of my sofa. Those black slacks of his hitched up way too high in his crotch. He looked far too adorably sexy as he shifted around, trying to get comfortable. I crossed my legs beneath me, pulling up the hem of my dress so it accidentally revealed my bare calves. Then I peeled back the tinfoil on the chocolate bar. "Want a bite?" I asked, waving the candy at him. "No thanks." He had this deer-in-the-headlights expression as he scooted back. Okay. Either the guy was terrified or just not into me. If he wasn't into me, he wouldn't have shown up with flowers and chocolate, right? But he was the freaking Grim Reaper. How could he possibly be terrified of one little horny legal secretary? These mixed signals had me all confused, not to mention my libido was deflating faster than Kim K's boobs in a head-on collision. Luckily, I had a ready remedy to soothe the sting of his rejection. I bit into the candy bar, moaning in delight as the rich flavors swirled around my tongue. Chocolate. The sexually starved woman's answer to an absence of orgasms. This is better than sex. His eyes widened. Is that so? Oops. I hadn't meant to think that out loud. I needed a quick recovery. I used to think so, I blurted. But not after... I gasped and slapped my hand over my mouth, but it was too late. The damage had already been done. One thick brow arched. After you had sex with my double. His mouth hitched up in that annoying yet sexy, smug grin. So much for his terror moments earlier. Guess he finally remembered how to channel his inner asshole. I rolled my eyes and set the chocolate on the coffee table. You're never going to let me live that one down, are you? I'm sorry. He actually had the nerve to look embarrassed. I wasn't buying it. No, you're not. I scooted toward him, sat up on my knees, and poked him in the chest. Admit it. You're flattered. He looked down at my finger, which was somehow still poking, or maybe stroking, his chest. I thought you didn't like me. I don't, I said as I flattened my hand. Even through his thick coat and stiff shirt, I could feel his heart beating. It was pounding pretty fast for a dead guy. Frowning, Grim grasped my hand in his. I can't blame you. Not after what I did to you. Wow. Was Grim apologizing for leaving me high and dry after that grope fest? Actually, though I appreciated his sudden remorse, it was killing my mood. Horny and awkward didn't go so well together. What do you mean? Feigning innocence, I batted my lashes and licked my lower lip. His mouth set in a hard line as he squeezed my hand tighter. I promised you your afterlife would be better than the life you left behind. It took me a moment to process what he was saying, but then I vaguely recalled the promise he'd made to me on the night I died. Really? Was that what the guy was hung up about? I shook my head laughing, trying to infuse some humor into the situation. You didn't know I'd get kicked out of heaven? The shadows in his eyes darkened. I don't like breaking my promises, Ash. Well, you don't have to worry because I'm not going to hold you to it. He let go of my hand. That's not the point. Just great. Mr. Love 'em and Leave 'em had picked a hell of a time to have a conscience. Then it hit me. The chocolate and flowers wasn't a romantic gesture. It was an apology. Duh. Well, didn't I feel like eternity's biggest fool? I scooted away, needing to put distance between us. Is that why you're bringing me presents? Because of a promise? This attention you're giving me is all out of pity? He moved toward me. No. Pouting, I crossed my arms, which was kind of hard with torpedo tits in the way. Then why are you here? Grim didn't give me time to react as he pulled me against his hard chest and his lips came crashing down on mine. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew I should have protested, but my traitorous body melted into that kiss. He tasted like warm spice and cool mint, his own personal blend of heaven. That's why. He breathed into my mouth before capturing my lips again. I had no idea how long that kiss lasted. 5 minutes? 10? It could have lasted an eternity and it wouldn't have been long enough. He stroked down my back before cupping my ass in his strong hands. I moaned as he squeezed and then massaged my globes. He lifted me until I straddled his leg, and then he began grinding a knee into my sweet spot. Oh, Heavenly Father. I could have come right then and there. My hands feverishly roamed his chest as I pulled his jacket over those broad shoulders. Before I could loosen the knot of his tie, he pulled back. I need to go. He panted against my cheek. Chest heaving, I cupped his face and searched his gaze. Why? I begged. Great. A few seconds of knee fucking and he'd reduced me to a whimpering puppy. He pushed me off of him, and I fell onto the sofa with an unladylike grunt. Coursing his fingers through his hair, he flashed a pained expression. "Because I refuse to take advantage of you, Ash." I wanted to tell him maybe I wanted to be taken advantage of, or maybe I wanted to take advantage of him, but I didn't say a word as he excused himself and walked out my front door. Grim had made me feel like enough of a whore already, and I refused to beg for it. I draped a hand across my brow and moaned with the ache of unsated desire. I sure hoped they sold vibrators in purgatory. Chapter 14. Damn. I should have bartered for some new bras yesterday, but Uncle said I needed to save those last slices of cheesecake. I frowned at my reflection in the foggy full-length mirror. In vain, I'd tried to poke the nipples back in. When that didn't work, I'd attempted to reshape the bra with safety pins. That ended up in a punctured boob and lots of swearing and crying. Note to self. When sticking a needle anywhere within the radius of your tit, angle the pointy side away from your nipple. Other than the fact that my boobs could possibly poke the eyes out of any short people or tall children within a 5-foot radius, I still loved my new wardrobe. The pastel pink dress with a rose belt buckle and little rose-shaped buttons cinched at the waist and flared at the hips. The tight bodice with oversized collar emphasized my missiles, and the wide flowing skirt masked my childbearing hips. After trying on all of Grandma's dresses last night, I convinced myself I'd been born in the wrong decade. If only I'd lived in the era of pinup models instead of diet shakes and weight loss pills. I might have actually had a bit more self-confidence and maybe, just maybe, a boyfriend who didn't require batteries. I spun a slow circle, admiring my long legs and those adorable matching pastel pink pumps. I secretly hoped I'd pass Grim in the hall on my way to work. Inez had come over this morning and fixed my hair and makeup, rounding out what she called my bombshell look. She'd put up my hair, leaving just a few kinky strands at my nape, applied a tasteful amount of makeup, and then she pelted me with endless questions about my uncle, like did he have anyone significant waiting for him behind the pearly gates or just a valet? What did his valet look like? What had he done for a living? How did he die? And a million other questions. By the end of my beauty treatment, I was convinced she'd offered to help me for the inside scoop on a potential boyfriend. Despite her incessant questions, her artistry had done the trick. Though I'd never considered myself a vain person, I had to admit, I looked beautiful. I was startled by a loud banging. Swearing under my breath, I stomped out of the bathroom and threw open the door. I knew who it was because Grim's booming knock always rattled my walls, furniture, and eardrums. "Sorry, Grim," I said with an impatient flick of the wrist. "No time for kissing and groping. I have to get to work." Truthfully, I would have gladly made time for kissing and groping, but I knew it would just end in another pair of soaked panties and a frustrating lack of orgasms. He stood there for a moment, looking exceptionally sexy in snug denim and a windbreaker jacket, and gawked at me. And when I say gawked, I mean his jaw was practically dragging the floor. I shifted, suddenly uncomfortable in my skin as his gaze traveled the length of my body, lingering for an extra beat on my torpedo tits. "By thunder," he said on a slow exhale. "You're stunning." Heat flamed my face like wildfire. "Thanks." I averted my eyes, fumbling with the pink rose on my belt buckle. How did this guy manage to make me feel beautiful and desirable one moment and then walk away as if I was unappealing and discarded the next? And why, oh why, did I let his opinion affect me at all? Grim must have come from my grandma's generation. That would explain why he didn't hint that I needed to hit the treadmill more often, like Travis had said to me after I found out he was fucking our anorexic middle-aged professor. She was also the mother of 3 grown children nearly the same age as him and a chain smoker, but that didn't matter to Travis. She had somehow managed to squeeze her skanky ass into size 3 jeans, and she'd had just about every cosmetic surgery to lift things that were sagging and plump things that were shriveled. Plus, she had money. Lots of money. She'd ended up financing the remainder of his law school degree while I dropped out. Ashamed and heartbroken, I'd made the biggest mistake of my life and skulked away from my future like a dog with her tail between her legs.
All because of a man.
I brought you a map,
Grim said as he pushed his way into my apartment, uninvited as usual.
Inez told me your creditor didn't give you one. You didn't do something to anger him, did you?
He shot me an accusing look. If it wasn't for his subtle smirk, I would have thought he was serious. I turned my gaze back to the buttons on my dress, pretending to adjust them as I followed him into the kitchen.
Love ass is a weasel anyhow, he said, chuckling.
About that, I asked, hoping I didn't sound like a petulant child. Is there any way I can get a new creditor? Frowning, he shook his head.
Transferring creditors is nearly impossible. You'll do best to try and stay on his good side.
Damn. I'd kind of been hoping he'd use his angel of death connections and find me a new person to manage my eternal fate. Grim pulled a little square map out of his pocket, unfolded it, and slapped it on the table.
I've circled all of the gluten-free restaurants in red and the prayer call center in blue. You can take a taxi, but they charge a lot of credits. I suggest you walk. It's only 10 blocks.
10 blocks? The man obviously didn't know how much I detested walking, or any amount of exercise that required the slightest degree of exertion. There was a reason I'd used that secondhand treadmill in my old apartment as a towel rack, and it wasn't because the machine was broken.
Oh, and I've marked the public restrooms.
He pointed to a big glaring X on the map, carefully averting his gaze and, from the looks of it, trying hard to mask a smile.
You don't want to get lost and have another accident.
Oh, God, can I die now? Correction, can I die again? Maybe purgatory had a purgatory where I wouldn't have to be subjected to this humiliation from my devastatingly sexy and too close for comfort neighbor. I snatched the map from the counter and tried to fold it back up, but I'd failed origami in art class and I was never good at cutting on the dotted lines. Still, I needed to get this man the hell out of my apartment so I could suffer my shame in private. I forced creases to fold in the wrong direction and made new creases to get the damn thing back into a square. It ended up looking like a lopsided triangle. Close enough. Thanks again, I said through a frozen smile as I nodded toward the door. Hint, hint. He casually shrugged as if talking about my exploding anus was as commonplace as discussing the weather.
Don't mention it.
I should probably get going. I eyed the digital clock on my DVR player. It was already 7:30, which meant I only had a half hour to walk 10 blocks.
I'll walk you downstairs.
Before I had the chance to say no, he was handing me the coat and purse I had draped over the sofa. His grin was so wide it was almost infectious. Almost. I still wondered, not for the first time, what happened to the Grim I'd met the night I died. The Grim who'd told me not to tell him how to do his job. The Grim who'd walked away from me without a backward glance. Was he still being nice to me because of a stupid promise? Or did he really like me? I let him lead me to the elevator through our lobby. Every so often I could feel the slight pressure of his hand on my back. I didn't know what to think of that gesture. Was he staking his claim, or afraid I needed guidance? The first thing I noted when we stepped outside was it was misting rain. Oh, joy. Sure, I was used to gloomy weather in Seattle, but at least I'd had a car, albeit a crappy one, to get me to work where I parked inside a dry garage. If I had to walk 10 blocks in this, I'd be soaked to the bone, not to mention the humidity would make my already electrified hair look like a porcupine in a wind tunnel. I turned to Grim with a pout. You don't happen to have a car, do you?
Nah.
He shook his head.
Cars are expensive here. Besides, I never learned how to drive.
Never learned how to drive? Okay, maybe Grim was from before my grandma's era, which would mean I've been making out with an old dude. A really old dude. And as much as I wanted to be grossed out, the thought of that old dude's massive boner beneath snug denim and his hard as granite chest and perfectly kissable lips pretty much nullified any aversion I had to his age. He might have been old, but he died young, hard, and solid. I shook my head to clear my thoughts, just as I heard a distant bark come from the end of the street. My jaw fell open when I saw a blind man being led by a golden retriever. Dumbfounded, I gaped at them. I held my breath as they walked past us, the dog wagging his tail as he guided his human across the street. Why does he get his dog and I don't get mine?
Okay, that was a selfish thing to think. The guy obviously needed a dog more than I did. Maybe that kind of thinking was why I'd been initially assigned to level 2, but I couldn't help myself. I'd missed Jack for 17 years, and as that familiar ache settled in my chest, I feared I'd miss him for an eternity. "What's wrong?" Grim asked as he settled a hand on my shoulder. I turned to him, unable to mask the pain in my voice. My uncle told me there were no dogs in purgatory. "There aren't usually. Occasionally one slips in." "Why?" I breathed as I watched the pair get swallowed up by the busy work crowd on the other side of the road. "Nobody knows why for sure, but some say they've got unfinished business." Grim placed his hand on the small of my back again and nudged me to the corner. "Here's your crossing. You better hot-foot it to the other side before the light changes." Hotfoot? What does that even mean? "Just follow this street about 9 more blocks." He pointed in the direction the blind man and dog had gone. "It's the biggest building on the block. Can't miss it." "Thanks. I guess I'll see you later." I looked up at him through foggy eyes, not because I'd been crying, but because the mist was turning into a heavy drizzle. "Good luck," he said. Then he did the most gentlemanly thing ever. He removed his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. I pulled it tightly around me, not just because the drizzle was cold, but because the jacket smelled like him, and feeling the warmth of his musk encircle me was the second best thing to a hug. Jeez, I watched too many chick flicks. I need to rent a karate movie tonight. "May I call on you later?" he asked. "Sure." I shrugged, not wanting him to see how much his kindness had affected me, but it had. Despite the cold and gloomy weather, I had a whole freaking tropical island paradise floating inside that stupid heart of mine. As I turned to walk across the street, he stopped me with a strong hand on my arm. "Oh, and one other thing." His smile faded, replaced by the hard lines of the Grim I'd met the night of my death. "Whatever you do, do not tell anyone you came from the penthouse." "Why?" I asked, but his sharp look was answer enough. I said goodbye and made my way across the street, accidentally bumping shoulders with a few other pedestrians who kindly apologized. I'd been too distracted to watch where I was going. Too many thoughts were swirling around in my head, and they all revolved around Grim. I had been cast out by God, a fallen angel, disgraced and humiliated. Though Inez had handled the news I'd come from heaven fairly well, I suspected she'd taken me under her wing because of Grim. I wasn't so sure others would be so forgiving. Grim had done so much for me since I'd first arrived in purgatory. What could I do to pay him back? I knew of one way, but I couldn't get the guy to leave second base. I had no credits to give him, and I had the feeling he wouldn't take them anyway. This man was an enigma wrapped in a jerk, smothered in a delectable piece of man-meat, served with sides of confusion, humiliation, infatuation, and desire. And damn me for wanting another taste. Walking 10 blocks through the rain wearing 1940s too-tight heels was almost as torturous as shitting my pants and getting lost in purgatory. Almost. One thing for certain, it sure as hell sucked. I guess I should have counted my blessings. Grim's jacket kept most of the rain off of my dress. Another thing I found odd was how at least a dozen strangers offered to share their umbrellas. I'd taken up the offer with a few different passers-by, walking at least a few blocks without getting drenched, until 2 nice sisters, Becky and Michelle, offered to share one and gave me their spare. I remembered their names because they pulled me into an alcove and made me sign their good deeds checklists. I thought it odd that nobody had cell phones. Maybe purgatory had poor reception or they were locked into a contract with the crappy carrier I'd used on Earth. Either way, I hadn't seen a single cell phone or any 21st century technology other than flat-screen televisions and DVR players. By the time I showed up at the big, ugly building where I'd be serving 10 to 20 miserable years, I looked like a wet, permed rat who waddled like a duck thanks to my sore, swollen feet. Shielding my eyes from the pelting rain, I followed a crowd of people through a revolving door, stumbling to the side and shivering as I dripped all over a rubber mat. The others were oblivious to my suffering as they filed past me and disappeared down an adjacent corridor, the clinking and clacking of their shoes echoing across the marble floor. The place was grand inside, a total contrast to its ugly gray exterior. I stood inside a large chamber with a cathedral ceiling. The gleaming floors and polished wood accents reminded me of something out of a fancy hotel. An ancient chandelier the size of a small car was suspended directly above me, and in front of me was a long counter that reminded me of a hotel reception. Standing at that counter was a dark-skinned woman with bouffant hair and a beaming smile. She was staring directly at me with this expectant look, so as soon as I shook off enough water from my clothes, I made my way toward her. I was a little freaked out as her smile slowly widened as if it was on a switch. I offered a hesitant smile of my own as I stepped up to her counter. She was dressed in some weird polyester print ensemble with a wide pointy collar and lots of gold chains draped around her neck. I wondered if maybe she'd just stepped out of a disco nightclub. "It's a beautiful day." The way she spoke through that frozen smile made me think she was practicing to be a ventriloquist. "How may I go out of my way to help you?" she said in a perky tone that sounded annoyingly rehearsed as her pearly white grin stretched impossibly wider. Luckily, I had enough presence of mind to pull the printout my creditor had given me out of my purse. "I'm here for work." "Welcome to the Prayer Hotline Call Center family." Again, perkiness overload. At least her voice was perky, but the rest of her was as stiff as a mannequin. "Let me see your assignment." I placed the sheet in her hand. "Oh, you're on level 3. "How do I get there?" "Don't tell me," I said wryly. "I need to use the elevator." Turns out I didn't need to use the elevator because this damn place didn't have any. So 10 blocks in the rain and 3 flights of stairs later, I was finally at work. I sure hoped unnatural perkiness wasn't a requirement because if so, my creditor would have to find me a new position. The lobby on level 3 was much smaller than the one downstairs. A pretty young woman with a bright pink scarf tied around her neck and matching pink Anne-Marie name tag sat at an office desk, typing at a clunky computer. What was it with the outdated technology in purgatory? Behind her was a glass wall, and beyond that wall was an endless hall of cubicles. I stood on my toes to get a better view, but I couldn't see where the long row ended. Oh, this was so not good. I'd sat in a cubicle at Schwartz, Parker, and Boone, but there'd only been 17 secretaries. I wasn't exactly a math whiz, but 17 was far less than infinity. The secretary looked up from her typing and smiled. "It's a beautiful day," she said as she folded her hands in her lap. "How may I go out of my way to help you?" Okay, that was weird. I felt like I was stuck in a cheesy sci-fi movie, Attack of the Perky Clones. I wordlessly handed her my assignment, not because I was being unsociable, but because overly nice people annoyed me. Okay, so maybe I was being a bit unsociable, but sheesh. She glanced over my papers and then handed them back with a pasted-on smile. "Welcome to the Prayer Hotline Call Center family." She turned and punched a plastic button on an old landline phone. When she held the big receiver to her ear, I thought it was going to swallow her whole. "Let me page a shift supervisor." The button blinked red, and then I heard a male voice echo from the receiver. "We have a new family member," Miss Perky said through a giggle. Jeez Louise, what was wrong with these people? Were they all smoking the same happy crack? A few minutes later, I was greeted by an overweight, middle-aged man with a walrus mustache and cheeks as red as apples. Sweat dripped down the side of his face and his chest heaved as if he'd just run a marathon. But I'd seen him leave a cubicle right beside the window partition. "Ashley McLeod," he said as he held a hand to his heart, trying to catch his breath. Somehow I got the feeling his cause of death had been a clogged artery, aka a supersized cheeseburger, onion rings, and milkshake with a vat of bacon grease on the side. "Yes?" I warily eyed him. I wasn't sure if people needed paramedics after they died, but this guy looked like he was ready to keel over. "It's a beautiful day." He waved and then held out a hand. "Welcome to the Prayer Hotline Call Center family. I'm your shift manager, Danny Dallin." I grimaced as I shook his hand. His palm was sweaty, and he squeezed my fingers too hard. I followed him through a maze of cubicles, feeling kind of bad as he had to stop every few blocks to catch his breath. By the time we made it to my station, I was convinced he needed to book an appointment with a cardiologist, although I suspected he'd rather schedule a date with a donut.
"Attention all Section B family," he said through a wheeze. "Please welcome our new sister, Ashley McLeod."
I nearly keeled over when dozens of heads popped up from behind their little square cells and all chimed in unison, "Hi, and welcome to the family." Okay, this was nuts. I suddenly had the feeling I was stuck in an episode of The Twilight Zone, which probably wasn't far off the mark. I had met a guy with a hammer stuck in his head after all, and my grandpa shaved his nipples. By this point, I should have learned to roll with the weirdness. I quickly scooted inside the cubicle Mr. Dallin pointed to and sat down, hoping all of those perky eyes on me would vanish. Luckily, phones started ringing, and one by one, the smiling faces disappeared behind their walls like prairie dogs burrowing beneath their holes. I stared at my workstation, which was stocked with Purgatory's latest technological advances, a clunky computer, circa sometime in the 1990s, and a dial phone. Oh, joy. My job was going to be real groovy, or whatever they'd said in the 90s. I was just a kid back then, so I hardly remembered. I sat with my hands fisted by my sides while I waited for my boss to tell me what to do. I could still hear him wheezing behind me, so I knew he hadn't gone anywhere.
"Vicky and Nikki,"
he said through a grunt before breaking into a series of phlegmy coughs. "Yeah, boss?" I jerked as two blondes with heavy blue eyeshadow popped up from behind the partition. One girl's cubicle was directly next to mine, and the other catty-corner. I did a double take as they appeared to be identical, though one wore her hair down in feathered waves, just like that magazine cover with Farrah Fawcett, and the other had pigtails tied up in fluffy yarn bows.
"I'm going to need you to train Ashley for me,"
Mr. Dallin said before placing a hand on his heart and leaning against the corner of my partition. It creaked from his weight, and I feared the whole thing would topple. "Sure thing, boss," the twin with pigtails casually answered as she smacked loudly on a wad of gum. "Are you okay, Mr. Dallin?" I asked. "He's fine," Farrah Fawcett twin answered with a disinterested drawl. "He does this all the time." I watched with morbid fascination as Mr. Dallin hobbled away, stopping every so often to hunch over and catch his breath. "Hi, and welcome to our family," Pigtail Twin said as she twirled a lock of hair between her fingertips. "It's no Townsend agency, but we call it home." She held down a hand. "I'm Vicky." I took her hand, surprised at the firm grip for such a young woman. She couldn't have been older than 20. "Hi again," the other twin waved and smiled. "I'm Nikki. We're the Smith sisters, as in Jacqueline Smith, but our hair has way more body." She brushed a hand through her stiff wavy do while turning up her nose. "You tell it, sister." My gaze kept darting between the pair as I craned my neck to look up at them. I had a hard enough time keeping their names straight, let alone remembering who was talking. "You just come from level 12? Nikki asked. I nearly answered no, but then I froze as Grimm's stern warning reverberated through my mind. No. I shook my head. I just died. That sort of wasn't a lie. I had died a few days ago. Nobody needed to know I'd spent my first night in the afterlife in the arms of a big and beautiful stud while feasting on divine cheesecake. "Oh?" Vicky perked up like a dog begging for treats. She popped a big pink bubble while fixing me with a quizzical expression. "How did you go?" "Electrocution," I said sharply, hoping they wouldn't ask any more questions, although I supposed I should be less worried about them discovering my method of death than the fact that I was really a level 2 nobody who had somehow managed to squirm her way into the not-so-shitty floor of eternity. Vicky shivered and rubbed her arms. "Ouch." "Laura from Section 12B was electrocuted," Nikki said to her sister, as if somehow the fact that I wasn't the only idiot in this place would make it all better. "Oh yeah, I remember." Vicky stopped mid-sentence and looked wide-eyed at both of us. Then she started hacking, and when I say hacking, it was far worse than Mr. Dallin's phlegmy coughs. This sounded like the cough of an old lady chain smoker. You know, the kind who lives in a run-down single-wide trailer and sounds like she subsists on cheap menthols for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. "Suck on your ice cube, sister," Nikki said with an impatient eye roll. Vicky disappeared behind the partition and then reappeared with a tall styrofoam cup. She dumped the contents down her throat and began crunching. Luckily, the coughing subsided. For now. "Maybe you should go to a doctor," I said to Vicky. She responded with a snort. 30 credits to write us a prescription for cough drops? We're not doing that again. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Nikki pointed to herself and then to her sister. Both of us. It was not an unpleasant death, Vicky said, but it sure was a rude awakening. Nikki leaned forward, eyeing me with an intensity that would match mine at an all-you-can-eat chocolate buffet. Here's a tip. Never take a nap in your car. While it's running, Vicky added. The twins shared a knowing look before they chimed in unison, and the garage door is shut. Okay, I was starting to feel a whole lot better about my blow-dryer accident. I sank low in my chair, trying to muster the most sincere look possible. I'm sorry. Nikki rolled her eyes. Not as sorry as our parents were the next morning after they'd locked us out of the house. All that money for junior college down the drain. Vicky snickered as she shoved another wad of pink bubblegum into her mouth. We had a nice funeral, though. Nikki perked up like my dog Jack whenever my mom had fried up bacon. Oh yes, lots of flowers. Wait a minute. How did they know? Hadn't a Grimm come to get them after they died? You saw your funeral? Of course, they answered before exchanging puzzled looks. I sat up straight. If they were able to see themselves, did this mean they had the power to turn into ghosts? How? On the television, silly. Vicky giggled and then popped a bubble. Don't you have a television? Heat infused my cheeks as they both looked at me like I'd grown a second head. I fumbled with the strap on my belt. I got a flat screen yesterday. Hey, big spender, Nikki said with an exaggerated wink. Got any credits to share? Vicky busted up laughing before breaking into another coughing fit. Nikki rolled her eyes. Ice, sister, ice. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her upturned palms. So lucky you shot straight to 13. You must have been a good person. I fumbled with my belt some more, pretty sure the ends would be frayed by the time I clocked out. I guess. What did you do? Vicky asked before she spit her gum in her palm and crunched on some more ice cubes. Volunteer at an orphanage? I shrugged, averting my gaze. Not really. I know. Nikki held up a finger and then pointed at me. She died saving someone else. Yes, that's it. She electrocuted herself to save an orphan. Vicky tossed the rest of the ice down the back of her throat. No orphans involved. Really. They both tilted their heads, these confounded looks in their youthful gazes as if I'd just asked them to name the state capital. They seriously had to be natural blondes because they made me feel about as smart as a rocket scientist. If I was going to spend the rest of my sentence in purgatory working next to Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, I'd never get anything done. I sure hoped we weren't paid on commission. I volunteered at a retirement home, I finally answered through a sigh. I sure as heck hoped the big guy couldn't strike me down for lying. Besides, I was sort of telling the truth. Driving 3 hours to Portland and spraying disinfectant in a rest home bathroom with sticky poop splatter all over the floor had to count for something. Vicky swatted the air with her hand. Why didn't you tell us? She was being modest. Nikki leaned over and elbowed her sister. I told you she was a good person. Well, I interrupted, I should probably learn how to do my job. It's really easy, Vicky said as her head disappeared from view. In the next moment, she was sharing my cramped cell. We waited for at least 10 minutes while my computer warmed up. It made all kinds of grinding and groaning sounds when she turned it on. I wasn't sure if I was worried or hopeful it wouldn't work. I couldn't believe my eyes when she clicked on the homepage to POL, Purgatory Online. Today's news story was about a man on level 11 who'd given away half of his credits to his long-lost girlfriend on level 4 so they could live together on level 8. The positive part of me, those few shriveled up and starving little cells in my brain that still believed in a happily ever after, wanted to believe they'd spend their afterlife moving up the floors together until they reached heaven. The bitch in me, That 99.9% of my brain that believed happily ever after only existed at the bottom of a Ben & Jerry's tub of Cherry Garcia wondered if he'd regret his decision in a year or so, after she complained too many times about the coffee grounds he left on the counter and ran off with her personal trainer. Vicky clicked on my email and we waited another 5 minutes for the window to pop up.
I just love technology,
she said in a chipper tone while I picked peeling polish off my nails.
It makes our job so much easier.
A blaring trumpet, followed by a chorus of angels belting, "Ah!" blasted from the computer speaker, followed by a voice deeper than James Earl Jones telling me I had mail. Okay, that was weird, but I should have been used to weird by now, right?
You've got 500 messages in your inbox,
Vicky said as she clicked on the first one.
They started her off with a light load, Nikki said behind us. Listen to each voicemail and either delete it or forward it to the next level.
Vicky picked up a set of headphones and placed them over my ears. How do I know which to delete and which to forward?
Trust me on this, she giggled. You'll know.
In the next moment, I was listening to what I thought was a low moaning sound. I shot Vicky a look, but she shrugged and averted her eyes, the slightest sign of a smirk tugging at her glossy lips. When the moaning was replaced by shrill cries of, "Oh God, please, yes, yes," and the distinct sound of bouncing springs, I pulled my headphones off and gaped at the pixelated screen. Oh yeah, today was going to be a long day. Imagine the Seahawks Stadium was an office building. Now imagine that office building filled with an endless sea of 4x4 cubicles. Section 3B, Cubicle 96, was supposed to be my workstation for the next 10 to 20 years of my miserable existence. Our messaging center handled every prayer request for the entire Pacific Northwest. And believe me, from the moment I clocked in to the moment I clocked out, my inbox was inundated with new messages. It was my job to listen to each plea to our Lord and Savior and decide to either delete the request or forward it up the chain of command. Honestly, most of the prayer requests were stupid. Hey buddy, instead of praying to God for a new television, why don't you quit calling in sick to work and earn the money to buy one yourself? Your mom's not charging rent. It shouldn't take long to save up. Occasionally, I'd get a prayer that broke my heart, like little Jessica whose cat was poisoned, begging God to bring her pet back to life. Even though I suspected there was little God could do, I forwarded that prayer. Even if God couldn't bring back her cat, maybe he could offer the kid something to brighten up her day, like another kitten. Unfortunately, I rarely heard kids' prayers. Most of the day, the prayers went something like this. Oh God, please don't stop. Oh God, yes, yes, yes. So basically, I got to listen to people cry out in the throes of passion most of the day. I wondered if people realized how often they call out God's name while having sex. What's the deal with that anyway? Did you forget the name of the guy who's banging your brains out? Is that why you have to keep calling to God instead? Jeez Louise. How was I supposed to handle listening to that day in and day out when I'd left the vibrator I'd affectionately named Bubba back on Earth? I loved Bubba too. I'd gotten him at the Megaplex for half price, and no, Bubba wasn't used, or so the clerk reassured me. He had gotten me through the last 5 lonely years of my life. A wild and crazy idea crossed my mind, but then I quickly dismissed it. I'd thought about asking Grim to retrieve Bubba for me. Not just because I really wanted him, but because my mom was going to freak when she found it. I could ask Grim. It wouldn't be hard for him to find it. Top drawer, right by the pack of expired unopened condoms. I really could ask him, but I knew I never would have the guts. What exactly would I say? Hey, I'm horny. Could you go get my vibrator? What if he offered me his services instead? Even though I'd promised myself to never have sex with him, my resolve was about as tenuous as a fresh box of bonbons at a PMS Anonymous meeting. Speaking of PMS, I had no idea if women got their periods in heaven, but I'd been feeling bloated and crampy all day. I sure hoped I wasn't about to start because I'd left my birth control pills back on Earth, and the last time I let my girly hormones get out of whack, I practically ate my way through every chocolate bar west of Mount Rainier. Maybe it would be a good thing if I got my period. Then I would be too sick to be horny. Truthfully, I didn't want to have sex with a vibrator. I wanted Grim. The real Grim. His real hard abs and thick thighs. His real penis. I wanted to straddle him and fuck him until we were both screaming prayers of our own. Damn, this sucked. Listening to people screw all day and then going home each night to a vibratorless apartment was going to drive me crazy. At this rate, I had no idea if I was going to be able to resist Grim or anything with a penis for much longer. But of one thing I was certain. I had to find a new job. Chapter 15. Dear Purgatory, how do I loathe thee? Let me count the ways. My tits are torpedoes, my job consists of listening to people get their brains fucked out, and my only potential dating prospect knows I shit my pants. Oh, and this afternoon, I received a special visit from a not-so-friendly relative, Dear Aunt Flo. That's right. I'm on my period in purgatory. Note to self, dying sucks. Dying sucks big fat donkey balls. I really didn't think there was enough chocolate in all of purgatory to drown my misery, but I was sure as heck going to give it a try. What do I have to lose? Nothing, but I might have a lot to gain, like 5 or maybe 10 extra pounds. Oh well, what's a few added pounds on my thighs? Grandma's poofy dresses were bound to cover the added weight. Besides, it wasn't like I was going to worry about getting naked for someone anytime soon. Only 10 to 20 years, I reminded myself. 10 to 20, and then I could be skinny and happy and thoroughly fucked for all of eternity. I could get through this. All I needed was a bit more chocolate. I sank into the sofa cushions and sucked down a spoonful of ice cream. Thank God my uncle had taken me grocery shopping yesterday. I guessed in the face of all this misery, I should have counted my blessings, however small they might have been. I scanned through all of my television channels again. Purgatory television stations sure were boring, but at least I'd learned a bit about my new home. Unlike the History Channel back on level 1, Purgatory's History Channel gave us a rundown of the afterlife, which was pretty confusing. My hormonally charged brain could only absorb about 10% of what the narrator was saying, but apparently I lived in Section 13IC, which was basically parallel to Seattle. People usually ascended to the sections parallel to where they died, unless they died in a catastrophe alongside hundreds of other people and their assigned sections became overcrowded. I briefly wondered if Grim had been killed in a disaster, because he sure as heck had come a long way from Seattle. Here's the really crazy part. Those elevators I'd taken to get me from Earth to heaven and back to purgatory hadn't really taken me up and down levels. No, I was crossing dimensions, as in we're all still on the same planet during the same time, taking up the exact same space. We're just living in different dimensions, so we can't see each other. It had something to do with our auras. The people on Earth couldn't see my aura anymore, just like I couldn't see theirs. Weird, right? The same thing went for each floor in purgatory, and even the basement floors. I still couldn't wrap my head around it. The main focus of the nightly news seemed to be credits, the afterlife's form of currency. Apparently, credits were really important to folks in purgatory since they couldn't buy groceries or move up levels without them. Because people were so busy trying to cut corners and save credits, luxuries like modern computers and cell phones were virtually non-existent. Now I understood why Grim had bragged about his flat screen and why my television cost me half a heavenly cheesecake. I flipped through the channels for almost an hour until my tiny pint of ice cream was an empty carton, but I couldn't figure out how the Blondie twins were able to see their funeral on TV. Damn. I'd been hoping I could see if they'd found my body, and if so, how my mom was handling the news. I sat up at the sound of a gentle knock on my door, my shoulders falling ever so slightly when I realized the polite visitor couldn't possibly be Grim. It was almost 8 o'clock and he still hadn't shown. Despite the fact I felt like total shit, I was still wearing my dress from today because Grim had said he was going to call on me. And the stupid, pathetic, PMSing puppy I was had been waiting around all evening for him. I'd even recorded a karate movie for us to watch, since Aunt Flo would make certain he couldn't get past second base tonight. A cramp hit me square in my gut when I stood. I clutched my midsection and hobbled toward the door, not surprised to see Inez waiting in the hall. "Hey," I said. Feeling like a sack of old moldy potatoes, I leaned against the doorframe for support. Inez arched a sculpted brow. "You okay, chica?" "PMS," I groaned as she pushed past me and handed me a bar of dark chocolate. "This is from Loverboy," she said with a wink. "He said sorry, he had to work a double shift." Though I should have been over the moon that Grimm had smuggled me another dark chocolate bar, I was disappointed he hadn't given it to me himself. I couldn't quite place my finger on the reason why it bothered me so much, but my gut was telling me he was avoiding me and using the chocolate as a diversion. But why? Inez sat across from me on the sofa as I unwrapped the foil. Yeah, a whole carton of ice cream was obviously not enough sweets. "Want some?" I asked, and then held my breath while I waited for her answer. Then I wondered what the heck was wrong with me. Back on Earth, if anyone had even looked sideways at my chocolate during PMS time, they risked the chance of losing a limb. I guess all of these overly nice purgatory people were rubbing off on me. I released a ragged breath when she waved me away with a toss of the hand. "No thanks." "So, how was your new job?" "Agonizing as fuck," I answered without hesitation. She snorted. "Yeah, chica, Inez has heard stories about the call center." I took a bite of chocolate and leaned forward. "Go on." Truthfully, I didn't know if I wanted to hear her call center dirt, but if this place had a seedy underbelly, I'd best be prepared. Besides, I'd never been one to turn down a good bit of juicy gossip. She leaned closer to me, eyes narrowing and features going hard. "That call center employees have the highest rate of do-over." "Do-over?" I scrunched my brow. "What's that?" "Ay, chica," she gasped and then wagged a finger in my face. "You don't want to know." But of course I did, and she knew it. I scooted so close our knees were touching, then I grabbed her hand and squeezed. "Tell me." "Reincarnation," she said on a rush of air as her eyes widened. "People would rather become bugs than work there." Holy crap. That tub of ice cream hit the bottom of my stomach like a lead brick. So they asked to become reincarnated? Yeah, poor fools. She shook her head before making the sign of the cross. They have to start over and work their way back up. It will take them 1,000 years before they ascend again. Seriously, why would anyone want to start a new life as a bug? I mean, I understood my job sucked ass big time, but could anything be worse than being stepped on and swatted? Wow. What about their family? They get a new family. A do-over is exactly how it sounds. She pulled a face and clucked her tongue. They ain't gonna remember nobody from their old life, and nobody ain't gonna remember them. No family would mourn their loss, as if they'd never existed? I thought of my mom and how she would cry for me once they discovered my body. Today was Monday, so I'd only missed one day of work. They probably wouldn't discover me for a few days, but when they did, she would be crushed. Would it be better if I did a do-over? Started as a dung beetle or maybe a microscopic bug that lived on a leaf? Small, insignificant, forgotten? Geez, the prospect seemed so tempting. Insert sarcastic eye roll. Besides, if I wiped myself from my mom's memory, she'd only have my self-centered sister left, and that was just sad. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't want to forget my mom. A familiar ache settled in my heart, the same ache I got whenever I thought of my mom. I missed her sorely, and I couldn't help but worry about her. Then an idea struck me. If the twins could watch their funeral on television, then surely Inez would know how to find the channel. Speaking of my mom, I have a question for you. She kicked off her heels and leaned back against the sofa cushion, smiling sweetly. Ask me, sugar. I heard that I can see Earth from my television. Do you know how to do it? I eyed her while I waited impatiently for the answer. Chica, she said in a surprisingly deep and masculine tone. You don't want to do that. But I want to see my mom. The whine that slipped into my voice made me sound like a sick mating cat, but I didn't care. Believe me, you don't. Her vibrant expression had turned to ice as she stared at me with arms folded across her chest. People go loco watching Earth TV. Please, Inez, I begged. I need to know she'll be okay without me. Inez stood and peered down at me with fists cocked on her hips. She won't be okay, honey, and neither will you if you get addicted to that TV. I won't get addicted, I swear it. I stood and made a sign of the cross, hoping if I did end up with an addiction, God wouldn't bump me back down to level 2 for lying. I just want to watch for a few hours. She finally relented. All right. I practically jumped for joy as I threw down my chocolate bar. Okay, I'd gone certifiably crazy, and handed her the remote. You're on HDMI 13. She clicked the input button and scrolled through the options. You need to be on HDMI 1. Seriously? The answer was that obvious? HDMI 1 shows you personalized options for level 1. You can scroll through the channels to see what people you left behind are doing with their lives. She handed me the remote. Sure enough, as I clicked through each channel, I saw people I hadn't even thought of. My ex-boyfriend and his skanky cougar sugar mama, my 8th grade teacher who'd found lice in my hair and caused a big scene in front of the class, the stockroom guy at work who was always giving me accusatory looks whenever I asked for a new box of paper clips or sticky pads. Wait a minute. Why was the guy at my workstation going through my stuff? And what was he doing at work so late? Up to no good, I suspected. What a nosy jerk. If I hadn't been dead, I'd have marched down there and given him a piece of my mind. I jumped off the sofa and waved my remote at the television, on the verge of launching into a tirade when he pulled an unopened tampon from my drawer and began sniffing it. Ew. Then he pocketed it and walked away. Okay, that was just weird. Well, at least that explained why I could never find my tampons at work. Psycho stockroom guy had been stealing them. I really didn't want to wrap my head around why at the moment. I was supposed to be looking for my mom, but damn, he was psycho. I scrolled through the channels until I found her, and then time ceased to exist as my gaze tunneled on the sight of her shadowed silhouette on my TV screen. Mom looked much like an older version of me, but her hazel eyes lacked the vibrancy they'd had when she was younger. I vaguely remembered her smile being brighter and her laughter more robust back before my uncle died. My sister used to whisper to me that when Uncle Mikey passed, a piece of our mother had died with him. I never knew my father. My mom said he left sometime after I was born, that he'd walked out on us because the responsibility of providing for a family was too much for him to handle. But that wasn't the case with my uncle. He was like my surrogate father, and his death had crushed Mom's spirit like a sledgehammer pounding a hole through her chest. A few years later, my grandma died of stomach cancer, and my grandpa keeled over from a heart attack during her funeral. Imagine how my mom would react when she found my body. Mom was sitting beside the bed of an elderly patient reading a book out loud. And not just any book, but our book, The Giving Tree. I was barely aware of the tears that cascaded down my face as she read the words I'd known by heart. I silently chanted along, knowing when to pause for dramatic effect and when to go on. My mom had read to me every night before bed during my childhood, all the way up until my teen years when I'd asked her to quit coming into my room. I'd never forget the heartbreak in her eyes when I closed the door in her face. No, I hadn't wanted her to stop reading to me, but I was tired of my sister's relentless teasing. She'd called me a baby who couldn't sleep without her fairy tales. And though I'd refused to admit it at the time, my sister had been right. It took me months to learn how to fall asleep without the sound of my mom's soothing voice lulling me into slumber. That was probably one of the loneliest times of my life. Jack had died a year earlier, and then I had no mom to offer me comfort, all because I'd cared what my stupid sister thought. If I could go back in time, I'd never shut that door in my mom's face. I'd beg her to read to me every night before bed until I left for college. Actually, if I could go back in time, I'd fix a whole lot more than that, starting with gluing down the switch on my blow dryer. I would have kept Jack locked up in the backyard until I got home from school. I'd also tell Travis and our professor to fuck off, and I'd stay in school too. Finally, I'd take more time to spend with my mom. Maybe I'd even volunteer with her more at the retirement home. Yeah, there were a lot of things I wish I'd done differently, but it was too late to change the past now. I turned off the television and chatted with Inez, faking fatigue after about 20 minutes, feeling relieved when she took the hint and excused herself. After she left, I snatched up the remote. I watched Mom as she read to another patient, drive home, and finally say her prayers before climbing into bed. I sobbed when she specifically asked the Lord to watch over me. If she only knew her prayers would go unanswered. If she only knew that soon, she'd find her daughter dead. Chapter 16. Luckily, Mr. Dallin had included his emergency phone number in the welcome to the family packet he'd given me on the way out the door yesterday. My boss was surprisingly understanding when I called in sick that morning. Yeah, I had a land phone hanging from a wall in my kitchen. I hadn't even realized it was a phone until Inez pointed it out when she called me on it this morning. I thought it was some ancient blender or maybe a fire alarm, but no. The big, ugly beige thing with a long knotted cord hanging from my wall was actually Purgatory's latest advancement in communication. I still thought it funny how they could be so far behind in some areas of technology, and yet I had the latest model television and DVR in my living room. Mr. Dallin coughed into the receiver so hard I feared he had a chicken bone, or maybe the whole chicken, lodged in his throat. He said even he had bad health days too. Geez, you think? I was fairly certain I heard the beeping of his defibrillator in the background. I felt kind of bad when he wished me well before we hung up. I really was sick, bloated, and pissed off after all. I probably wouldn't have been a very perky, happy family member today. That's what I kept telling myself. My desire to stay home had absolutely nothing to do with my need to watch Channel 1. Nothing at all. Allison, my sister, had stopped by Mom's house for breakfast, and when my mom asked her if she'd heard from me, my sister responded with a disinterested shrug. Oh well, it was not as if I'd expected her to care. All time seemed to stand still when my mom said she was going to drive up to Seattle later today. I was hoping Mom wouldn't be the one to find my body, but she had a key to my apartment. Shit! My heart began pounding out a wild rhythm as the scenario played out in my head. Mom would find me, break down, and then try to resuscitate my corpse. When the reality of my death set in, she'd break down again, and then what? Would she have a heart attack and die? Though I felt selfish for wishing her death, I hoped she did die. At least she'd be reunited with our family and we could visit each other on weekends. Then maybe she wouldn't be so sad. But knowing my mom, she'd find a way to carry on, living as a shell of herself if only to serve others. I turned off the TV and stood up, nearly doubling over as a cramp hit me. I didn't care how lousy I felt. I had to get out of this apartment or I'd go crazy obsessing over my mom. Besides, I needed to get my hands on some real tampons. These wadded-up paper towels just weren't cutting it. I wasn't quite sure how this credit thing worked, but maybe Inez could loan me the money until payday, even though I was still indebted to her for a conditioning treatment. She'd refused to take a cheesecake payment, telling me she didn't trust herself not to eat it, and I certainly wasn't wasting a whole slice on tampons. I heaved myself off the sofa and trudged toward the bathroom, figuring a shower wouldn't hurt before I left. PMS usually left me with that not-so-fresh feeling. Not only was I bleeding like a stuck pig, I smelled like one too. I stopped short when I heard a thump on my front door. I turned and heard another thump. That was weird. The thump was followed by a scratch and a distinct whine. I stared slack-jawed as the scratching intensified. My limbs and brain solidified and I was too stunned to move. Then came out another whine, a low, mournful sound that caused a flood of childhood memories to come rushing back. Jack? I raced to the door and flung it open, tears stinging my eyes as I looked down into his soulful brown gaze and floppy black ears. He barked several times, wagging his tail frantically. I collapsed to my knees, wrapping my arms around his soft, furry neck. I alternated between squeezing him and crying as he pressed me against the doorframe and licked the tears off my cheeks. As I clung to my dog, all my purgatory troubles seemed to melt away. Who cared about cheesecake, beefcake, PMS, and a dead-end job? Everything was going to be okay now. My best friend had come home. One slice of cheesecake got us all kinds of goodies from the supermarket, including several months' worth of super-absorbent tampons, kibbles, rawhides, and a big, soft dog bed. Oh yes, and chocolate bars, too. Since dogs were novelties in purgatory, Jack was allowed to follow me inside the store where the butcher loaded me up with free scraps. We even got a complimentary lift from a friendly cabbie who said Jack reminded him of a dog he'd lost as a child. It took hours to get to the store 5 blocks away and back again, mostly because every soul on level 13 wanted to pet Jack, and my tail-wagging slobber bucket was more than happy to oblige. Jack had always had that infectious charm. He'd helped me make a lot of friends when Mom had moved us to a new neighborhood. In fact, I'd been the most popular girl on the block until after his death. Everyone loved Jack, and Jack loved everyone. How did I deserve such an awesome companion? I still hadn't figured out why he'd come back. Grimm had said something about how some dogs had unfinished business. The whole time I should have been enjoying my long-lost best friend, I was obsessing over why he'd shown up at my door and how long he intended on staying. So since we've already established I was a selfish bitch, it should come as no surprise I secretly hoped Jack would stay with me forever. Although Jack marked several lampposts and had left a big pile of private business right in the middle of the sidewalk, nobody seemed to mind. In fact, since I was laden with heavy grocery bags, some stranger even offered to pick up after him. I had a hard time adjusting to how friendly everyone was in Purgatory. I mean, there was friendly, and then there was creepy Twilight Zone friendly. The kind of friendly that made me think these people probably had severed cat heads in their basements. As soon as Jack and I got back to our apartment, I poured him a bowl of kibble and sat beside him. His tail wagged furiously as he scarfed down his food in record time. When he was finished, he gave me a big sloppy thank you kiss and curled up on the couch with me. I turned on the old karate movie I'd recorded and dug into my chocolate bar while I scratched behind his ears. I even let him have a few bites of my chocolate. That's how much I loved him. It was a small sacrifice considering all he'd given up for me, the chance to reincarnate as a human so he could be my best friend again. On the morning of my 11th birthday, Jack had woken me up not with sloppy wet kisses and warm furry hugs, but with a deadly silent fart. I thought about screaming as I plugged my nose, but I couldn't let my mom know he was in my bed. I'd been sneaking him in at night for the past 5 years and was afraid if she'd discovered me hiding him beneath my blankets, she'd move our secret staircase, aka rusty old picnic table, out from under my bedroom window. "Jackie?" I fanned my face. "Why did you do that?" He licked me then and whimpered in my ear, so I opened the window and let him climb back outside. After leaving me a heaping pile of happy birthday in the backyard, he climbed back through my window and let me give him tummy scratches the rest of the morning. I guess he'd forgotten it was my special day, not his. My fault for spoiling him. It was like this every day for us. He was my best friend and I was his. As soon as I got off the bus and all weekend long, I was sneaking him table scraps in my pockets, throwing his ball and giving him scratches, and he repaid me with lots of licks, affection, and undying loyalty. He'd even scared away a bully once who'd called me a stupid dog girl and thrown rocks at me. Within the blink of an eye, my sweet, lovable lab had morphed into a ferocious beast and chased that kid all the way down the block. The bully never bothered me again. I preferred his company to hanging out with my friends. My mom and sister said it was unhealthy to spend so much time with a dog, but middle school kids were mean anyway. After playing all morning with Jack in my room, it was starting to become clear my mom had forgotten my birthday. Or maybe she hadn't forgotten. Maybe she just wasn't in the mood to celebrate. It probably had something to do with the fact that the 6-year anniversary of Uncle Mikey's death was the day before my birthday, and the 1-year anniversary of my grandma's death was the day after. Yeah, my special event was sandwiched between the 2 most depressing days of my mom's life. Talk about fate crapping all over my happy cloud. Maybe I was too young and self-centered to understand the depth of my mom's depression. Maybe it was wrong of me to have expected at least a card or a cake. By mid-afternoon, it was clear I'd get neither, so my big sister turned on the oven and enlisted the help of Betty Crocker. She fed me SpaghettiOs and then let me help her frost my cake. Jack was happy he got to lick the spoon and bowl. He barked and wagged his tail while my sister sang happy birthday to me. He also got his own slice of cake and ice cream. By the time we finished celebrating, my mom had emerged from her bedroom. Her hair was a mess, her skin was hanging off her bones, and she had heavy circles under her eyes. She'd lost so much weight over the years, I was secretly afraid she was dying too. She had this look of horror when she saw us sitting there with frosting on our faces. She let out this garbled cry that almost sounded as if she was choking. At first, I thought she was angry with me for giving Jack a plate. but then she fell into a chair beside me, covering her face with her hands and sobbing that she was a terrible mother. Nothing my sister or I could do or say would get her to stop crying. And then Jack did something totally unexpected. My big horse of a lab put his front paws on her chest and started licking her senseless. At first, she tried to shoo him away, and when that didn't work, her sobs turned into laughter. We were all laughing hard by the end of the night. In fact, Mom readily gave him a second serving of cake and ice cream. She let me have seconds too, and then she promised me we'd go out for a real celebration in a few days, but I told her not to worry. My small birthday celebration was more than enough. The following year, Jack was hit by a truck a week after my birthday. After that, I didn't want to celebrate my special day anymore, so we didn't. Though Mom usually gave me a small present and my sister always baked me a cake, neither of them said what it was for. On my 13th birthday, I picked at the frosting before throwing my cake in the garbage. Then I took a slice into the backyard and set it on top of the shallow grave my mom had dug for Jack. I silently sang happy birthday to myself and pretended he was barking along with me. I did that every year until I moved away from home. And every birthday after that, I took a faded photograph of me hugging Jack's neck out of my wallet and kissed it. I told him how much I missed him before putting that picture back inside my wallet where it would stay safe and secure until the next birthday. I'd never forgotten my best friend, and as I lay snuggled next to him on that lumpy mattress in my crappy purgatory apartment, listening to the sound of his ragged breathing, I was so grateful he hadn't forgotten me. Chapter 17.
Hi, Ashley. How are you feeling today?
My boss wheezed out his question as he hovered above me. Great, now that I've got my best friend. I pulled the headphones off my ears and craned my neck to look up at him while impatiently tapping my fingers on my desk. Whatever he wanted, I hoped he wouldn't keep me long. I couldn't believe there were 1,000 prayer requests in my inbox. How did they expect a newbie to handle so many cases? I'd finally gotten rid of all of my colleagues as they'd been swarming my cubicle like bees to honey as soon as I showed up with Jack. My dog helped me make new office friends, including Rayline, Marissa, Nessa, and Sheila from a few cubicles over. He gladly gave them all licks hello while thumping his heavy tail on the carpet. Because of all the commotion, it had taken me a bit longer to get settled. Mr. Dallin made a strange walrus-like grunting sound as he bent down on one knee and patted Jack on the head.
Hi, buddy.
Mr. Dallin, I said with a beaming smile, this is Jack, the most loyal dog in all of Purgatory. Jack offered his paw when my boss asked him to shake. Then he leaned in and planted a sloppy kiss on his mouth. He likes you, I giggled. Mr. Dallin made a face and wiped his lips with the back of his sleeve.
I had a collie back on Earth. Seeing your dog makes me miss her.
I've missed Jack for 17 years. I scratched the back of his head before stroking each silky ear with the pad of my thumb. Now that he's back, I'm not letting him out of my sight, I said as I smiled down at him. Funny how I'd done more smiling that morning than I'd probably done all year. Jack's good nature must have been contagious because I was just so darned happy with him by my side, maybe even happier than I'd been during my one night in heaven. Mr. Dallin made this weird phlegmy sound, and I wasn't sure if he was clearing his throat or getting ready to expunge a lung.
That's what I came to talk to you about.
He averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing a dark crimson.
Barbara at Cubicle 17 has severe asthma. She says your dog is making her sick.
Cubicle 17 was at least 4 water coolers, a break room, and 2 bathrooms away. I only knew where it was because apparently the Ditzy twins had a crush on a guy in Cubicle 16, and all morning they'd been trying to come up with excuses to walk in that direction. I sat ramrod straight and narrowed my gaze. She's over at the other end of the building. He scratched the back of his balding scalp and shuffled his feet.
Yeah, but she's saying she's very allergic.
Bullshit! The word came out before I had a chance to take it back, not that I would have taken it back anyway. I was fuming, and not just because I was majorly PMSing, although I suspected my crazy hormones probably had something to do with my short temper. There was no damn way she'd get sick from that far away. I didn't know this Barbara person, but for some reason she was trying to shit all over my happy cloud. Well, guess what? She picked the wrong dog if she wanted to start a brawl. No woman in heaven, hell, or anywhere in between could outbitch me.
Ashley?
Mr. Dallin scowled down at me and waved a disapproving finger.
We don't allow swearing in our family.
Attitude locked and loaded. Ready? Aim. Fire. Oh, but you allow lying?
I'm sorry, Ashley,
He said on a heavy sigh.
but I'm going to have to ask you to leave your dog at home from now on.
Leave my dog at home? Clenching my fists by my sides, I slowly rose from my seat, never tearing my gaze from his sweaty, bald head. Do you think he spent all this time in purgatory waiting for me so he could spend each day alone in an apartment? He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and mopped his forehead.
I'm sorry, Ashley, but my decision is final.
I glared at him, waiting for him to change his answer, but coward that he was, he stepped away and turned his back on me. Fine then, I yelled. I quit. This job sucks anyway. Jack leaned against my leg, whimpering, as Mr. Dallin spun around and charged, his face turning a brighter red than an overripe apple.
You can't quit without permission from your creditor.
He wagged a finger in my face. Dozens of heads popped up from their cubicles like little prairie dogs on the alert. All eyes in the place were on us now, watching Mr. Dallin make a complete ass of himself while he treated me unfairly. Oh, joy. Just what I needed. Every worker in the prayer call center to witness my humiliation. Oh, really? I ripped the headphones off my neck and threw them on the floor. Watch me. I grabbed Jack's leash off my desk and clipped it to his collar. Come on, boy, I said as I tugged him out of the cubicle. He whimpered but quickly fell in line. I hated making him feel uneasy, but I didn't have much of a choice.
Ashley,
Mr. Dallin said with a touch of sadness in his wheezy voice.
I wish you'd reconsider.
Really? Reconsider what? Locking my dog away in an apartment the size of a sardine can? I'd seen public restrooms bigger than my place. And I wish you'd grow a spine and tell Barbara to go fuck herself. My voice raised an octave higher with each syllable until I was screaming. She's a good 50 yards away from me. I waved toward the opposite end of the room. My dog is not making her sick. She's just being a hag. Mr. Dallin shook his head while clucking his tongue.
I hate to do this, Ashley, but I'm going to have to tell your creditor about your behavior today.
I planted one hand on my hip, eyeing him through slits. Oh, please do. And when you talk to him, give him a message from me. I stomped up to him, jutting my middle finger in his face. That's for sticking me in this shithole. I tugged on Jack's leash as I stormed past my former boss. When I stopped to adjust the strap on my heel, I saw Mr. Dallin gaping at us. His skin had turned paler than a ghost. Have a fucking beautiful day, I called over my shoulder, right before I let Jack piss all over the water cooler.
Hey, Ash.
Oh, damn. Grim had finally shown up. He stood outside my door, his spicy musk, stone-washed jeans, and that oh-so-sexy smile setting off all of my alarm bells. Good thing I was still feeling crampy and bloated, or I might have dragged him inside and pressed up against all of his glorious hard parts, despite the fact he'd been ignoring me for 2 days. Way to maintain your dignity, Ash. You have to rely on PMS to preserve what little self-respect you have left. I told myself I couldn't care less he'd never called on me when he'd promised, that he had to tell Inez to tell me he couldn't make it. I had a dog, after all. I had no need for a man anymore. Of course, that's what I kept telling myself. Hey, stranger, I said with a shrug as I pretended indifference. He flashed a sideways smile, one that said he wasn't buying my nonchalance.
I heard you got a dog.
Not just a dog, but my best friend in all of eternity. I emphasized the best friend part so Grim got the hint he was no longer top dog, not that he'd ever been my top dog anyway.
May I pet him?
He asked. I squared my shoulders as I peered down at Jack. He'd been by my side the whole time, and damn him, he hadn't growled once. That crazy tail of his had been smacking my ankles as he waited impatiently to meet my visitor. Sure, I answered reluctantly before throwing open the door. When Grim knelt down, Jack charged him, nearly knocking him over as his whole backside wagged in rhythm to his tail.
Hey, boy.
Grim laughed as my traitorous dog showered him with kisses.
I think he likes me.
He likes everyone, I said with a huff, as I averted my gaze, not wanting to witness my best friend's treachery a moment longer. Jack was a friendly dog, but I'd never seen him act so affectionate with a stranger. I thought my protector was supposed to have better instincts. He should have sensed Grim was trouble, and at the very least bit him in the balls.
Sorry I haven't been around.
Grim rose and continued to pat Jack's head.
I've had to work overtime.
No problem. I waved him away as if he were an annoying fly buzzing around my face. I've been busy with Jack anyway.
I can't believe he's here. Now that's what I call loyalty.
He flashed what appeared to be a genuine smile as he combed thick fingers through all of that gloriously wavy hair. Boy, what I wouldn't give to run my fingers through that hair too, while he was tunneling into me. What the hell was wrong with me? How did this guy know exactly how to unleash my inner slut? I swear no other man had ever made me this horny. I shook my head, trying to purge my brain of all those impure thoughts. I needed to get my mind out of the gutter, and, if at all possible, locked up somewhere in a convent. Besides, though I was afraid to know the truth, I had to ask Grim a question that had been plaguing me. Why didn't Jack reincarnate? He shrugged and absently held his hand down while Jack licked his fingers. I never thought I'd be jealous of a dog.
I suspect he's been waiting for you.
Wow. Knowing my dog cared this much for me both delighted and humbled me. I fell to my knees and patted my thigh. Jack turned from Grim and lavished me with sloppy kisses, mopping up the tears that were cascading down my cheeks and slowly mending each crack of my broken heart. I stroked his back as he continued to smother me with love. I didn't care that Grim witnessed my moment of weakness. Besides, I felt stronger than ever with Jack by my side. Grim cleared his throat.
So did you take him to work?
I did, I said as I continued to stroke Jack's fur. I tilted my chin and looked up at Grim. And then I quit. His eyes widened.
What do you mean you quit?
Sensing I was about to be lectured, I rose on shaky legs and leveled Grim with a challenging glare. My boss told me I couldn't bring Jack anymore, so I walked out.
Ash,
Grim groaned.
Please tell me you're joking.
I've dealt with asshole employers before, I snapped. I'll find a new job.
This isn't Earth.
Grim's voice rose several octaves.
You can't just quit your job and expect to find a new one.
Jack leaned against my leg and whimpered. That would have been a good time for him to hone his attack dog skills. Grim's patronizing tone was grating on my last nerve. I crossed my arms. Actually, I can, and I did.
There are no temp agencies here, Ash.
He waved his hands wildly in the air.
Your job is assigned to you by your creditor, and there aren't unemployment benefits in purgatory either. If you don't work, you don't earn credits, and if you don't earn credits, you start losing them.
Oh, crap. What had I done? I swallowed a knot of panic, but it didn't do much good. My throat had suddenly gone dry. What happens then? I rasped. My limbs froze when he fixed me with a no-bullshit glare.
You get knocked down levels.
Shit! I stomped a foot and Jack whined. Why didn't anyone tell me that? This purgatory business sucked. All these rules and I had no idea how to play the game.
Maybe you can get your job back, Grim suggested.
There was no way in hell I was getting that job back. Besides, if I couldn't take my dog with me, I didn't want it. I don't want that job. They won't let me bring Jack. I cringed when I thought about my grand exit today. Besides, I kinda burned my bridges there. Grim shook his head, groaning.
When is your next appointment with your creditor?
I remembered the little business card Lovelace handed me on the way out of my first awkward appointment. This Saturday, I said as my chest deflated. I wasn't exactly feeling overly confident our next meeting would go over well, especially not after Mr. Dallin relayed to Lovelace my extended middle finger. Grim fixed me with a stern look.
When you go, apologize and ask for a new job. You'll have to be on your best behavior.
He folded his arms, scowling down at me as if I was a wayward child.
Do you think you can do that?
Sure, I lied, so very tempted to ask him to define best behavior, but I was fairly certain I'd caused enough trouble for one day.
Chapter 18.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there.
Just my luck, I ran into Hammerhead again in my creditor's office, as if today wasn't going to be difficult enough. I looked up at him as a trail of blood dripped down his neck.
Hello, miss,
he said as he flashed that corn-fed smile. Once again, he was hogging the entryway to Lovelace's office, and I couldn't get past him without ducking under his arm and risking being splattered with blood. Ew. Poor guy. He might have been really cute without that object jutting out of his head. Sure, his eyes had a dull quality that said maybe his IQ wasn't much higher than his shoe size, although considering he was suffering from a bit of brain trauma, I wasn't expecting him to be the sharpest pencil in the box. Once upon a time, he'd been gorgeous, a Midwest Adonis, and now he'd been reduced to Hammerhead Fred. Such a shame.
This your dog?
He asked in a slightly slurred monotone as he bent down to pet Jack. I wasn't positive, but I thought Mr. Cornfed had been hitting the homebrew. Jack wagged his tail and then licked his blood-crusted fingers. Yuck. I made a mental note to get doggy mouthwash at the supermarket. Yeah, I answered as I tried to pull Jack's leash back. He is. Hammerhead laughed as Jack continued to lick his fingers. I yanked on his leash again, feeling kind of bad when Jack grunted and then gagged. Well, I'd better get to my appointment, I said as I quickly scurried underneath his arm, dragging Jack with me.
I knew I'd like you. I've got a thing for animals, too.
I turned and the guy was beaming at me, his grin nearly stretching from ear to bloody deer. Is that so? I yanked on Jack's leash again. My damn dog was straining against me, his gaze centered on the guy's bloody fingers. Sheesh. I'd fed him a huge omelet and bacon for brunch, and he was already hungry. As I pulled my whimpering dog toward the secretary and checked in, I tried really hard not to look over my shoulder. I didn't hear the door shut behind Hammerhead, which meant he was still in the room. Hopefully, he was tying his shoelace or adjusting his head handle. I really didn't want him to stick around. Not just because talking to him was awkward, but I feared my dog would try to lick his wound. After pushing Jack's nose away from my crotch all week, I'd already realized he had a thing for blood. Thankfully, Aunt Flo had finally packed her things and left me alone for another 3 weeks. Although I missed the excuse to gorge on chocolate, I could have done without the cramps, pimples, and crotch-sniffing canine. After just about everyone in the office smothered Jack with affection, I finally turned around and headed for an uncomfortable seat in the corner. My shoulders stiffened when I saw Mr. Brain Trauma still staring at me from the doorway. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched him make his way toward us. I pasted on a smile when he sat beside me, his handle clanking against the wall as he rattled the seats with his brutish body. I cringed and then straightened my face when I saw the scowls of others around me. I recognized a few of them from my first appointment. Last thing I needed was Lovelace finding out I was rude. Okay, Ash, play nice. You're already on Lovelace's shit list. Hammerhead turned to me with a lopsided grin, spittle flying out of his mouth as he spoke.
You got an appointment with Lovelace?
Bingo. 10 points to Mr. Obvious. I wiped his spray off my cheek, trying to keep an impassive face. Isn't he the only creditor in this office?
Yeah, he is.
Hammerhead shrugged. Okay, Einstein, so why'd you ask me if I was here to see him?
Today was my last appointment,
he said, beaming as a drop of blood trickled down his cheek.
As soon as Lovelace files my paperwork, I should be escorted to the penthouse, probably in a week or 2.
That's great, I said, the enthusiasm in my voice sounding like a popped balloon. Good for you.
I shot straight to level 13 'cause I did so much volunteer work for animal charities. Been working in purgatory for almost a year. That's why I didn't want to waste no credits on surgery.
He tapped his obstruction, causing a spray of blood to hit the wall behind us.
God's gonna get rid of my hammer soon enough.
What hammer? I put on my best shocked face, feigning stupidity. Oh, that! I bent forward and waved at his head. I totally forgot it was there.
Really?
He said in surprise. Yeah. I tilted my chin. Are you styling your hair different? Because it's hardly noticeable. Liar, liar, pants burning in the 13th sublevel of hell. His dull eyes sparkled.
Yeah, I'm combing it over more.
Well, that seemed to do the trick, I said with perhaps too much enthusiasm. My mouth was starting to hurt from all that forced smiling, but as I noticed nods of approval from the others in the room, I decided to keep up the charade. Maybe word would get back to Lovelace. Look, I dropped my smile and put on what I hoped was a somber expression. I wanted to apologize for my outburst last week.
No problem.
He shrugged, dropping his gaze to his hands folded in his lap.
It happens sometimes.
I still feel really bad. It took all my effort to lean in and squeeze his forearm. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you. I paused, cutting myself off mid-sentence. What the hell was wrong with me? I should have stopped at sorry. Bile projected into the back of my throat when I saw his vacant eyes light up, kind of the same way Jack had looked at me that morning when I was frying bacon. I swear I saw a drop of drool hanging from his lip.
You can have lunch with me.
Hell would have to freeze over first. Well, I stammered as my brain raced to come up with a lie. I'd love to, but I've got these dietary restrictions and I can't eat at many places. Especially not with people who are dripping fluids out of their brains.
You pick the place,
he said.
Maybe you can bring your dog.
He nodded to Jack before petting him on the head. My traitorous dog leaned forward, resting his jowls on Hammerhead's knee.
You don't see too many dogs around these parts.
Yeah, I guess not, I mumbled. I just wish he wasn't so friendly. Hammerhead scratched the back of his neck, his facial features scrunching up as if I'd just asked him to recite the periodic table of the elements, or maybe just add 2 plus 2.
Huh?
Never mind. I covered my ears as the cuckoo clock started chiming the noon hour. Poor Jack didn't like the birds either. He howled and howled in time to their obnoxious chirps. Okay, love-ass, time to see me now.
We can grab a bite after your appointment,
Hammerhead said. Damn, the boy didn't take no for an answer. I briefly wondered if the person who'd stuck that hammer in his skull was an annoyed love interest. I don't know. I placed my hand on my stomach, groaning as I leaned back, pretending I was my grandpa after eating my grandma's home cooking. I'm still full from breakfast. He hung his head and his lip turned to pout like a child who'd just been sent to time out.
If you don't want to go out with me, just say it.
His words punched the stagnant air with a jarring tenor that shook me to my core. The cramped waiting room was awash in disapproving looks and clucking tongues. I felt the urge to duck, fearing everyone would start pelting me with rotten tomatoes. I'd love to go out with you, I said through a frozen smile. If by love you mean I now have the uncontrollable urge to vomit all over the dirty, weather-worn carpet.
Great.
His hammer jiggled as he stood, making a squishy sound as it scraped the wall again.
I'll wait for you in the lobby.
He wiped a bloody smear down his pants and walked away. Wow. My first date in purgatory was going to be the date from hell. I walked into my creditor's office after a short 1-hour wait. Maybe it was a good sign I didn't have to wait as long as last time. Maybe Mr. Lovelace was ready to shit out whatever bug had died in his ass. Or maybe his scowling secretary wouldn't have ushered me to my appointment if Jack hadn't started peeing on the furniture. Hi, Mr. Lovelace. My tone was dripping with syrup so thick I was practically having an insulin overload. He looked at me over the rim of his thick glasses.
So, is this the dog?
This is Jack. I did my best to keep a neutral expression on my face as I sat in the chair facing his desk. I didn't like the way he'd sneered when he'd said the dog, as if the words left a sour taste in his mouth. Jack sat beside me and I instinctively started stroking the back of his neck in case he was upset by my creditor's bad vibes. Lovelace rose from his chair and leaned his knuckles on the top of his desk.
He better be potty trained.
I wanted to tell him his zipper was halfway down. Actually, I wanted to share a few more choice words with the jerk, but I managed to restrain myself as I spoke with frozen features. He is, I lied.
His secretary obviously hadn't told him about my dog's accident in the waiting room. I stroked Jack's neck harder, cringing when I felt the vibration of his low growl beneath my fingertips. Please don't bite my creditor, Jackie. I already have enough to be sorry for.
I've never liked animals.
He glared at my best friend as if he was carrying a case of the plague. I turned up my chin, forcing a smile that nearly split my face in two. That's too bad. You don't know what you're missing.
Fleas, worms, chewed-up shoes.
He pushed his glasses up the rim of his nose while fixing me with a smug expression.
Not to mention getting people fired from their jobs.
Ah, there's that guilt trip I've been waiting on. I cleared my throat and tried to flash another smile, but the longer I stared into his bug-eyed glare, the harder it was to maintain my ass-kissing, sweet-talking facade. About that job. I don't think I was suited for it anyway.
You're right.
He sat down at his computer and tapped the keys. Then he motioned toward his ancient printer, which started spitting out a ream of paper.
I found something better for you. I'm reassigning you to beautification.
My spine stiffened. I didn't like the little smirk that played at his thin lips as if he was hiding a dirty little secret. What's that?
Cleanup.
My jaw dropped. You mean I'm going to be a custodian? I wouldn't have put it past Lovelace to put me on toilet duty. Whatever the hell I'd done to him in our past lives had to have been pretty awful, because I was starting to think this guy had it in for me.
More like a maintenance worker, he said. You'll be assigned to a local park.
The tension, which had coiled around my neck, eased ever so slightly. Picking up trash at the park I could handle, especially as the people on level 13 seemed to be pretty clean. I mean, some stranger had gladly picked up Jack's poop for me the other day. Maybe park duty wouldn't be so bad. I guess that's okay. Jack loves the park.
And he can help chase away the rats.
He ripped the printout off the spool and began folding it. Rats? I gasped. I haven't seen any rats on 13. He leaned over my chair with a smile, slapping the printout in my hand.
There aren't any maintenance openings on 13. You'll be on 2.
I shot out of my chair. You've got to be shitting me. I threw my hands in the air. You can't expect me to work on level 2.
Why not? He shrugged. I do.
I was so angry I was barely aware of Jack growling. Apparently he wasn't fond of chasing rats either. But cleaning up the slums? I stepped forward, jutting a finger in my creditor's hollow chest until he stepped back against the wall. I don't know what I did to you back on Earth, but this is totally unfair and you know it. Jack's rumbling grew louder, taking on a dark, heavy tone that rattled my insides. My creditor cringed as he pressed his shoulders up against the yellowing paisley wallpaper. I looked down at my snarling companion. Easy boy. Lovelace's eyes widened as his gaze darted to Jack.
Tell your mutt to back off.
When Jack barked and snapped, my creditor screamed like a little girl and shielded his eyes with his hands.
Get him out of here!
Oh, great. The last thing I needed was to have to pay for my creditor's stitches, especially considering I didn't have any credits. Hang on, I said, grabbing Jack's collar and escorting him into the hall. Wait here, I pleaded before patting him on the head. My heart clenched when he flashed those big puppy dog eyes and whimpered. I heard him whining as I shut the door behind me. I knew I needed to wrap up my business with Lovelace. It took all my willpower to hold back the tears when Jack started scratching on the door. I felt like 10 kinds of shit for punishing him for his loyalty. What he really deserved was a big, juicy steak for standing up to the man who was bent on making my life miserable. My creditor was leaning on top of his desk, one leg draped over the side in a casual pose. At least he was trying to look casual. I wasn't fooled. His lower lip still quivered, and I could tell he was trying to steady his hands as he clenched the sides of the desk with whitened knuckles. He turned up his nose and flashed a triumphant gleam.
There's an old adage we have in purgatory. In life unchained, in death unjust.
Huh? Well, I had a whole fistful of unjust I wanted so badly to plant square in his face.
If it wasn't for your credit donor, he continued with an indignant air, you'd be living on level 2, so consider yourself lucky you only have to work there.
Credit donor? I clenched my hands into fists and channeled my inner bitch as I stormed up to him. Nobody donated shit to me. God chose to put me on the 13th floor after you screwed up my credits.
He raised a shaky finger, laughing.
Do you really think you're that special God would make an exception for you? You were destined for the second floor, and that's where you would have stayed hadn't a donor stepped in.
Hang on! I didn't think you could donate credits once you got to heaven, and the only people who would have been kind enough to part with their funds were my uncle or grandma. Oh, really? I asked in a sing-song mocking tone. Who was my donor? His jaw dropped.
You mean the guy gave you over 100,000 credits and didn't even tell you?
He walked over to a rusty cabinet.
Let me check your file.
He jerked open the drawer and pulled out a manila folder. Turning his back to me, he scanned the contents.
It doesn't say he donated anonymously.
Was he screwing with me, or did I really have a donor? And if I had a donor, who the hell would give me enough credits to jump 11 levels? Who did it? I demanded, stomping a foot. Outside the door, Jack's whining morphed into a soulful moaning. He wasn't just pulling at my heartstrings, he was shredding them to pieces.
If you can't figure it out,
he snickered as he put the file back in the drawer.
I'm not going to tell you.
You can't do that.
Watch me,
he sneered.
Our time is up, Miss McLeod. I'll see you in 3 months.
He jutted a finger toward the door. 3 months?
After 2 preliminary consults, we only schedule quarterly visits.
Tell me, you jerk, I raged as my inner bitchzilla reared her ugly head. I was a heartbeat away from going Tokyo all over his office and smashing it to pieces. He strode over to the door and cracked it open. Jack's snout wedged inside.
Have a nice day and put a muzzle on that dog.
He pushed me until my face was flush with the doorframe. For such a puny guy, he sure had a lot of strength. He threw open the door and shoved my backside.
Next,
he screeched as I stumbled into the hall. Oh my freaking God! Of all the nerve! I huffed, but the jerk had already slammed the door in my face.
I wouldn't expect you city girls to understand the intra-quixies of shoeing horses.
Intra what? I couldn't believe I was sitting at a restaurant with Hammerhead listening to the gory details of his death by angry horse. Luckily, the waiter had found Jack a steak bone, so he had finally stopped licking the dried blood off Hammer's fingers. Now that Jack was preoccupied, I had my new friend all to myself. Oh, goody.
How many horses have you shoed?
He asked me between bites of his fried chicken. I rolled my eyes. None?
Exactly my point.
He spewed a piece of meat onto my side salad as he spoke. Apparently, the guy not only had worked in a barn, he'd been raised in one too.
Next time you shoe a horse.
I waved my fork at him, which will be never, but go on. He held up 3 fingers, counting them down as he spoke.
Make sure you, A, are not in a hurry. 2, don't pick a temperamental animal. And C, restrain the horse.
Okay. I picked at my mashed potatoes. Somehow I wasn't in the mood to eat my steak. I'd ordered it fully cooked, as in black shoe leather, as in no blood oozing from the meat. Unfortunately, the steak that came to me looked far too much like the stuff falling out of Hammerhead's cranium.
That's why I like you,
he said as he spewed more food all over the table. Sheesh. This guy's mouth was blasting more ash than Pompeii.
We've got so much in common.
Sometime during the conversation, he told me he wasn't from the Midwest, but a small farming community in rural Washington. I think he told me his name was Jeb, short for Jebediah, but I liked the ring of Hammerhead so much better. I just hoped I wouldn't call him Hammer by mistake. That would be bad, considering Jeb had mentioned he might be able to help me get a job on level 13. Okay, Jeb, I interrupted. So about this job you said you had for me?
Plucking eggs from hens and delivering them to the store.
Is it hard?
It ain't nothing.
His hammer swayed as he shook his head, causing the blood trickling down his neck to flow faster.
I'll teach you.
Plucking eggs from chickens wasn't exactly my dream career, but what choice did I have? There was no way I was reporting to level 2 on Monday. What do I need to do to get this going?
Come out to the farm with me tonight. I'll get you started tomorrow morning.
The guy's face was an open book, and the guilt reflecting in his eyes before he averted his gaze told me he was hiding something. Can't I just show up in the morning? He shook his head, momentarily making eye contact before averting his gaze again.
You've got to live at the farm if you want to work it.
Those few bites of mashed potatoes soured in my stomach. What the hell was he hiding? Were these radioactive chickens? Or maybe my bed was a makeshift cot made out of hay and my shower was a trough used for the pigs. I've never lived on a farm before. I swallowed hard, needing to know what I was in for, but fearing his answer too. What are the living arrangements?
Your dog would love it out there.
He smiled and then looked away.
He'll have all kinds of space to run around.
Of course, but no mention of whether or not I'd like it. I set my fork down and ducked my head until I met his gaze. Where am I supposed to sleep? He looked up, his eyes shifting from me to the table and then to somewhere beyond my shoulder.
Maybe me and you could make an arrangement for that too.
Oh, God. I had a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. Excuse me?
I'm gonna tell it to you straight, Ash.
He finally gave me a long look, his face flushed a glowing shade of red all the way to the root of his hammer.
Growing up back home, me and my brother worked the farm morning till night. We didn't have much time for nothing else.
Okay. I bunched the tablecloth in my hands, knowing I wasn't going to be pleased with the direction of this conversation. He cleared his throat and then began fiddling with the base of his hammer, making this squishy sound that reminded me of the suction noise my feet used to make when I walked through the mudroom in wet rain boots. Ew. Was he trying to distract me or gross me out? He dropped his hand to the table, the tips of his fingers smearing the white linen cloth with blood.
I'm going to the penthouse soon, and I hear I get my own pretty girl to do whatever I want with.
They're called valets, I corrected through a tight-lipped scowl, hoping Hammerhead would read my body language and drop it. He shrugged, drumming his fingers on the table and painting the linen with bloody finger streaks.
I ain't never been with a girl before, and I don't want to mess things up. I was kinda hoping if I scratch your back, you could scratch mine too.
A flash of understanding lit behind his vacant eyes.
You know, since I'm getting you this job and all.
So let me get this straight. I slowly rose and glowered down at him. If I agree to have sex with you, you'll get me a job at your farm. He turned up his chin, clearly oblivious to my hostile body language.
Yup.
I shoved my chair against the table and threw my napkin in my plate. Come on, Jack, I called under the table. Time to get the hell out of here. I shot Jeb visual daggers as I planted both hands on my hips. I wouldn't sleep with you if you were the last hammerhead in purgatory. Oh, and the comb-over isn't working. Put a freaking bandage on that thing or a really tall hat. Sheesh. I waved at his bloody obstruction. How am I supposed to eat looking at that thing? Before turning my back on him, I pasted on a sweet-as-candy smile. Have a nice day. Chapter 19. We need to talk. I fanned my nose as I stood outside Inez's apartment door. The stench of rotten eggs wafted from inside her apartment. No doubt she'd permed someone's hair that day. I didn't mind so much as long as there were no blow dryers involved. Besides, the smell was like roses and honey compared to the fumes I'd be inhaling at level 2 putrid Purgatory Park. Good thing I'd left Jack at my apartment with his new steak bone. I wasn't so sure he'd be able to stomach the smell after munching on bloody fingers and table scraps. Come in, chica. She ushered me inside as she untied an apron from her waist. My noon porm just left. Her eyes bugged as she shut the door behind us. That sexy uncle of yours was at your apartment. She flapped her hands around my face. Where you been? With my creditor, and then on the worst date in the history of history. A date? She wagged an accusatory finger in my face. What you going on a date for? I wondered what that was all about. What did she care if I went on a date? But then the thought of me on an official date with Hammerhead made my skin crawl. Ew. It wasn't exactly a date, more like me trying to find a new job. Did my uncle say when he'd be back? She flashed a smile brighter than the Vegas Strip on New Year's. Tomorrow. She ran a hand through her frizzy, poofy mullet, which was streaked with gold highlights. He noticed my hair. I colored it, see? I'm sorry, I've got a lot on my mind. I forced a note of enthusiasm in my voice. It looks great. If you're performing for 80s karaoke night, I almost added. So, what did your creditor say? She asked as she began sweeping up strands of blonde hair off the floor. I fell into her styling chair with a groan. I have to pick up trash on level 2. Ew! Her eyes bugged out so much I feared her fake lashes would pop off. You must have really pissed off Lovas. You don't need an assistant, do you? I twirled the tail end of my sash around my finger as I channeled my inner Jack and flashed my most pitiful puppy dog expression. I can wash hair and clean up. Inez smirked before picking up a blow-dryer and aiming it right at my head. Screaming, I flew out of the chair and across the room. That wasn't funny. She shook her head, clucking her tongue. I don't think you can work for me, chica. Then it was settled. I was destined to pick up rat dung on level 2 for the rest of my miserable life in purgatory. All because my creditor was some sort of sadistic jerk. Hammerhead and Inez couldn't help me, and I had no other friends in purgatory besides Grim. Then a memory struck me. Grim's promise that my afterlife would be better than the one I'd left behind. Could he have been my credit donor? I sunk into Inez's velvet sofa as she sat beside me, handing me a cup of coffee. She flashed a sympathetic smile. Looks like you could use the caffeine. Thank you. I sipped the steaming liquid and moaned. Even though her brownies made me shit my pants, she really did make a good cup of coffee. I thought more and more about Grim as I eyed Inez over the rim of my cup. She and Grim seemed to be pretty tight. If anyone had dirt on the guy, she would. My creditor said God didn't assign me to 13. I kept a steady gaze on her facial expression as I sipped my coffee. He said I had a donor. Who do you think it could have been? I don't know, chica. She mumbled as she turned her attention to her silver and plum nail polish. I arched a brow. It's Grim, isn't it? She gasped and smacked her thigh. I told him you'd find out. A whirlwind of emotions swirled in my heart. Gratitude to Grim for saving me from a miserable fate, anger because now I was obligated to the jerk, and then there was that other emotion. Ever since that first explosive kiss on the night I died, I'd been carrying around this feeling for him locked away in the deepest recesses of my soul, a feeling that I dared not acknowledge until now. I was more than grateful to Grim, more than attracted to him, too. Maybe I liked him. A whole lot. Even though he was a first-class jerk, maybe one day I could even love the guy. And despite his rough edges and our totally awkward encounters, I sensed he felt the same way. Why would he do that? I asked, but it was more a rhetorical question. Because he's a good guy, that's why. Inez voiced what I'd been thinking. Still, the way everyone skimped and saved their credits around here, I couldn't help but wonder if he had any regrets about giving them to me. But doesn't he need those credits to get into heaven? She waved me off before taking a sip of coffee. He ain't going to heaven. Why not? He's a 13er. She shrugged. A permanent resident. He's probably earned enough credits to get into the penthouse 3 times over. That didn't make a whole lot of sense. I'd never heard of 13ers, but I was intrigued. Had he done something to get kicked out of heaven? But then how was he able to go there to retrieve me? Was he banned? I asked. She shook her head. He doesn't want to ascend. Why not? Okay, I knew the guy was strange, but now I realized he was certifiably crazy. Ask him, she answered with a dismissive flick of the wrist. Oh, believe me. I rolled my eyes. I've got a whole lot of questions for him. Go easy on him, she said with a scowl. You are one lucky girl that he's mad about you. Do you really think he likes me? I leaned forward, eyeing her intently and feeling like a junior high girl who just discovered her secret crush had a crush on her too. Honey, she laughed as she set her coffee on the side table. Isn't it obvious? He's been single for most of his 100 years up here. Then you come along and bam! She clapped her hands together. He's asking me to help him pick out dyes and flowers. There ain't no guys like him in purgatory. None. A man like that shows interest in you, you hold on with both hands and never let him go. She grabbed a sofa pillow and squeezed it to her chest before shooting me an accusatory glare. Just do me a favor, and don't break his heart like his beach wife. Oh my God, Grim was married? And double, oh my God, single for most of his 100 years? Did that mean he'd had a girlfriend at some point? How the heck old was this guy? And by single, did she mean celibate? I mean, would his boy parts even work after that long? I sure didn't want to try to take a ride on that pony only to find out he had no more get up and go. Totally selfish of me to think that, but if I was going to commit to someone, possibly for an eternity, I needed to know these things. What did she do? I asked. Over 100 years is a long time to quit playing the dating field even by eternity standards. She was unfaithful to him, Inez answered. And the saint that he was, he died trying to save her life. Oh my God, I breathed. Grim really was a saint. I mumbled a thanks to Inez for the coffee and set down my cup before making an excuse to leave. What are you gonna do? She asked as I got to the door. I clutched the handle as the realization hit me that I had no idea what I wanted to do. Honestly, I hadn't gotten much further than the thought of kissing Grim senseless. I don't know yet. I need to talk to him. She stormed over, looking at me with a thunderous expression in her heavily painted eyes. Just remember what I said. Don't break his heart, or I'll break out the baddest kind of Puerto Rican whoop-ass you ever seen. She grinned before grabbing a blow-dryer off the counter and chasing me out the door with it.
Hey, did you go see your creditor?
I stood outside Grim's apartment, gaping up at him like a love-struck pup. I'd come without a game plan. He was looking sexier than should be legal with a tight t-shirt stretched over his broad chest and snug jeans that emphasized his thick manly parts. I hadn't even gone home to touch up my hair and makeup or brush my teeth. What the hell had I been thinking? Why did you give me your credits? I blurted. He fixed me with a no-bullshit stare, his bright blue eyes turning to ice.
Because you needed them.
Gah. So like the man to pretend to be an asshole when he was caught doing something nice. Why did you tell me God sent me to 13? He folded his arms across his chest.
Doesn't matter.
I knew what he was doing, putting up walls and securing his defenses. Probably had something to do with the fact that he'd been betrayed before. Well, I might have had a long list of faults, but I was not a cheater. If I gave this man my heart, which I was thinking more and more could possibly happen, I'd be his for all eternity, even if he was old enough to be my great-great-great-grandpa. It does to me. I took a chance and leaned into him, stroking my finger down one tanned arm. His whole body stiffened, his gaze turning to stone.
I didn't want you to feel obligated to repay me,
he said through a stiff jaw. What if I want to? Cupping his face in my hands, I stood on tiptoe and kissed him. It was meant to be a chaste kiss, a thank you peck on the lips. But when my lips touched his, it was like setting a match to gasoline and the whole thing combusted then and there. I was barely aware of our tongues colliding, his groans, my moans, him pulling me inside the apartment and slamming the door behind us. He stripped off my clothes while I tried to remove his. That t-shirt had to go, followed by that stupid belt. My hands shook as I nipped his neck and lips and swore with frustration. The damn thing was practically glued to his waist. He grabbed my hands and pushed them aside before ripping off his belt in one fluid motion. Then he feasted on my neck while cupping my ass. We had somehow stumbled into a darkened room and fallen on top of a bed. I straddled his waist and ground against his rock-hard erection. That damn denim was still in the way. He helped me out of my bra and panties and then yanked down his jeans and underwear before rolling me over, pinning me beneath him. Instinctively, I wrapped my legs around him, lifted my ass, and rubbed my slick desire across his silken shaft. "Make love to me," I begged. "Please." He grunted a response as he traced fevered kisses across my neck and collarbone, his hands roaming my breasts and pinching my nipples into tightened buds. "Please," I begged again as I spread my legs even wider. He took my mouth in a fevered kiss, his tongue delving inside me before he pulled back. Taking my face in his hands, he traced feather-soft kisses across my nose and temple before his gaze sought mine. When I looked into the depths of his bright blue eyes, the emotion I saw in them took my breath away. He kissed me again, his lips brushing mine in a tender display of affection. When there was hardly more than a whisper between us, he slid inside me, seating himself to the hilt. I sucked in a silent scream. Damn, he was so big. So very big. He filled me completely and then some. I knew I'd be sore tomorrow, but at the moment, that didn't matter. He captured my lips in another kiss, fucking my mouth with his tongue while stroking my weeping center with his thick cock. And the feeling was glorious, more heavenly than cheesecake, more real than sex with his pretend twin. I lifted my legs higher, wincing at the battering thrusts of his thick head against that oh-so-sweet spot, which seemed to swell like a balloon with each slick pounding. Not much longer, and I knew that balloon would burst. But instead of warning him, instead of stopping him, I dug my fingers into his tight ass and matched his thrusts, crying out each time our bodies joined at that heavenly pinnacle. I tensed beneath him when his swollen head finally popped that little bundle of nerves. I cried into his mouth as the orgasm took me again and again like a spinning vortex, sweeping me up into euphoric fluxes. He pounded out a torturous rhythm, driving me mad with pleasure and sending one orgasm toppling over another like the violent currents in a storm. With each pulse, I could feel my sheath tightening around him, even as it released more fluid, until he was tunneling into me like a piston firing through an engine. My body was so attuned to his thrumming flesh, I felt his release before he groaned into my mouth. He stilled and then pushed in deeper, his head throbbing against my core and causing another tsunami of orgasms to sweep over me. After our breathing had slowed and our heart rates returned to near normal, he continued to lavish me with tender kisses as he wrapped me in his embrace and pulled me on top of him. We stroked, petted, nipped, and kissed each other until my limbs and brain had turned to jelly and I felt that need building deep inside me again. Soon he was rolling me over and sliding into me, although this time he worked slowly, loving me thoroughly and well into the evening. When I'd first come to his apartment, I thought I needed a good fuck, but I had no idea the embers of our explosive passion would burn so hot for so long. This man wasn't made for a casual romp between the sheets. This man was made for loving, slow and steady and all night long. Holy heck, I'd finally died and gone to heaven. I woke up from possibly the best sleep ever and checked the clock on Grimm's dresser. It was almost midnight. After making love all evening, we'd fallen asleep in each other's arms. Listening to the steady beat of his heart while snuggling in his warmth was exquisite, almost as good as sex. And as much as I wanted to stay in his embrace, I knew I had to go. A stab of guilt sliced through my chest when I thought about Jack all alone in my apartment. I'd left him there after lunch. I knew he was probably hungry and lonely. I carefully slipped out of Grimm's arms, instantly missing his warmth as I slid off the bed and padded across the carpet, picking up a pink-heeled shoe, a torpedo-tit slingshot, and then another shoe. I squinted as I sifted through more clothes, trying to find my panties beneath the pile, but only a sliver of light was coming from his cracked bathroom door, making it hard to see anything. I shielded my eyes when a light came on behind me.
"Where are you going?"
I turned to see Grimm sitting up against an ornate mahogany headboard. The beads hanging from an ancient lamp beside his bed clanked together as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. I quickly scanned the room, noting how most of the furniture in his place was antique, as in old, just like him. I tried to push that thought out of my mind, but it stuck there for some reason, taunting me like a melted wad of gum on the sole of my sneaker. I need to let Jack out. I bent over and retrieved my dress from behind the door. He's been all alone in my apartment. What was wrong with me? Why was I being aloof? We'd just spent the most amazing, intimate evening together, and now I had to play the part of the shy schoolgirl?
"If you want, I can come with you."
No, that's okay. I shrugged. I probably need to spend some one-on-one time with him. Total bullshit. Jack loved Grimm, and I knew it. Why was I doing this? Why was I making this moment more awkward than it had to be? Much to my dismay, Grim was already out of bed and pulling on his jeans. I blinked hard as I got a good look at that glorious man part, which was rather erect at the moment, despite my evasive awkwardness. I looked away and hurriedly slipped into my bra and panties.
He'll probably need to go for a walk,
Grim said as he stretched a t-shirt over that broad chest.
Where do you take him?
I gaped, trying to speak the words that seemed stuck at the edge of my tongue. To the park a few blocks down? He raked fingers through his thick mane of hair as he walked toward me. I was drawn to the gravitational pull of his maleness as he closed the distance between us, and I felt like melting into the heat he radiated. I didn't understand how my desire to be near him was almost as strong as my need to get away. All I knew was I had to get out of there so I could think. I couldn't do much else but salivate whenever he was near.
That's got to be a hassle, he said. What if he needs to go in the middle of the night?
Then I take him. I stepped back as I tried to ignore the currents of lust pulsing through me. It's not so bad. At least I'm finally getting some exercise. After I slipped my dress over my head, I was surprised to see him scowling at me. What is it? He shook his head, clucking his tongue.
Apartment life has got to be hard on a dog.
I know it is. I rolled my eyes. I didn't need to be reminded of our inconvenient situation. Unless you can help me find a chicken farm without a horny hammerhead, we're stuck here. He shot me a knowing look, the same smug look that made me either want to slap him or kiss him senseless.
You're stuck. He's not.
What do you mean? My limbs iced over at the pity in his eyes. Somehow, I suspected I wasn't going to like his answer.
I mean, he should have reincarnated, live his human life, not be trapped in an apartment in purgatory as a dog.
Heat flamed my face as my ire robbed my brain of all sense of reason. I'd only had my dog a week, and already he was trying to get rid of him? How dare he? Obviously he wants to be with me or he wouldn't have waited. I didn't know if Grim was trying to be a control freak like all my other boyfriends, but I had some sad news for him. I wasn't getting rid of my dog, not for Grim and not for any man. Before I said something we'd both regret, I headed to the front door, taking note of the hardwood floors and antique furniture. I spied a few modern conveniences, like his flat-screen TV. I briefly wondered if he'd had problems figuring out the remote. That thought made me laugh. Weird how his age was a joke now, but it hadn't been so funny while we were screwing like rabbits.
He's been waiting for you to give him the go-ahead.
Grim dogged me like an unwanted shadow.
If you won't, I can show you where to take him.
I spun on my heel and looked up at him through slits. 17 years he's waited for me, and now you want me to get rid of him? He held out both hands in an apologetic gesture.
I know it's hard, Ash, but it's selfish to keep him.
I jabbed a finger in his chest, pushing hard enough that pain shot up my hand. You asshole! 1 night together and you're already trying to control my life?
Ash, calm down.
He stepped back, holding his hands higher as if my finger was a loaded gun.
I'm not trying to control you.
I jabbed him again. You are! You're jealous of my dog and you're trying to get rid of him. I've missed him for so long. How could you do this to me? How could you? He reached for me, but I shrieked, turned, and ran for the door. I threw it open and raced down the hall, not caring I'd left my shoes at Grim's apartment. Those shoes were the least of my problems. I'd left things of far greater value with him, like my dignity, my trust, and my heart, all smothered to dust between the sheets of his bed. What was wrong with me? After waiting 29 years to find the right guy, I'd fallen into the sack with the first sexy old geezer to come my way, all because he was a great kisser, looked good in tight jeans, and pretended to be a nice guy when he wasn't acting like an asshole. I should have known better than to try to fall in love. I should have realized the only male I could ever rely on was my dog. Chapter 20. I'm a selfish bitch. A selfish bitch. All this time I'd been gallivanting around purgatory, dining with a hammerhead, fucking an old Grim, playing fetch with my dead dog, and my poor mom had been grieving my death. After last weekend, when I'd watched my mom on Earth TV, I'd forced myself to stay away. Not because I was too busy or disinterested, but because I couldn't stand to watch when my mother found my body. I had no idea what compelled me to turn on the television that morning. Maybe it was morbid curiosity, maybe it was guilt, but after avoiding that flat screen all week, I figured it was time. The funeral had to have been over. Maybe Mom had accepted my death and decided to go on with her life. What I didn't expect to find was her lying on top of my gravesite in a sobbing heap of wet clothes and smeared makeup on a rainy Seattle morning. "Oh, Mom," I cried, falling to my knees in front of the TV. "Please get up. Please go home." But she couldn't hear me as she continued to weep while crushing a bouquet of flowers in her grip. I mourned with my mom all morning long, wishing I could somehow speak to her and tell her not to cry, that I was working my way to heaven with my best buddy by my side. After my fight last night with Grim, I thought I'd cried out all of my tears, but when I found my mom at that cemetery, I never wept so much in all my life. I touched the television, stroking the curve of her muddied cheek, wishing she could sense me and know I was okay. I looked at Jack, who was howling by my side. I hadn't noticed his mournful whimper had grown louder. "What is it, buddy?" I sniffled. He ran to the front door and barked. "I'm sorry, Jack. I'll take you out." Though I felt like I'd been struck by a Mack truck, I heaved myself off the floor, slipped on a pair of my grandma's old sneakers, and grabbed the leash off the wall. I didn't even care that my hair was an uncombed frizzy mess, or that I was still in my pajamas. Might as well look how I felt. Considering I'd seen a guy with a parking meter sticking out of his chest yesterday, I didn't think people would care what I was wearing. As soon as I opened the door, I lost hold of the leash and Jack took off. "Jack!" I called as I ran into the hallway. My traitorous dog didn't get very far. He was busy lavishing kisses on Grim, who was kneeling beside my door, the heels I'd left at his apartment on the floor beside him. My heart pounded like a gong in my ears when he looked up at me. I was struck by the memory of the tenderness in his eyes last night when we were making love. Such a sweet yet powerful expression, as if he'd been waiting his whole dead life for that moment. I leaned into him when he came over and tucked a stray piece of frizz behind my ear.
Came to check on you.
His voice dropped to a barely audible whisper.
Have you been crying?
As he continued to caress my face, my throat tightened with emotion. Unable to answer, I looked away, fearing the waterworks would start pouring any minute. I knew he'd come to apologize, but with so many conflicting emotions swirling through my head, I wasn't ready to deal with any more drama right now. Last night, I'd alternated between crying over having lost Grim and fretting he might try to work things out. Honestly, though I was definitely attracted to Grim, I still wasn't sure it would work out between us. I knew I'd picked a bad time for the realization to hit. Things would have been a lot less complicated had I figured this out before I slept with him. I can't talk. I tried to push past him, but he stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. Jack has to go for a walk, I said through a huff. But when I whistled for him, my traitorous dog ran back inside. Ugh. So much for him being there in my time of need. As Grim looked at me with that wry smile, I swear he and my dog were in cahoots. Jack, where are you going? I jangled the leash in my hand as I went back inside. Grim didn't wait for an invitation as he followed me and shut the door. I turned to Grim. I don't understand. He was crying at the door. Could he have been crying because he'd known Grim was outside? Did he like Grim so much he'd beg me to invite him in? My mom had always told me Jack had good instincts. Maybe I should trust my dog, since I obviously couldn't make up my mind to save my life.
Maybe he knew I've been standing outside for the past 10 minutes trying to figure out the best way to apologize.
My jaw went slack. I had no idea why his apology bothered me, but it did. I cocked a hand on my hip and glared. Why do you do this to me?
Do what?
Act like a jerk and then turn around and show your sweet side. It's really confusing. I brushed past him and plopped on the sofa. Mom was still on my TV. Other than a few sniffles, her sobs had ebbed some, and she lay on top of my gravesite, nearly as still as the beloved daughter headstone. Grim sat beside me, taking my hands in his. They were warm and calloused. Odd, because last night when he caressed me, they'd felt as soft as silk.
Ash, I'm sorry I upset you.
His voice was gruffer than usual, his face reddening as he spoke.
I won't ask you to get rid of Jack again, okay? I promise.
Though I wanted to deny the truth, I knew in my heart he wanted what was best for Jack. But Jack had waited on me for a reason, and I wasn't ready to give up my best friend yet. I don't know. I shook my head. It was really hard focusing on my shaky relationship while watching my mom suffer. I'm really confused.
If time is what you need, I'll give it to you.
Grim released my hands and slowly stood.
Just know I'm here for you.
Again, I felt my throat tighten at the pain I saw in his eyes. Great. How had the best night of my life morphed into the worst morning ever? Though I was unsure of what would happen once the dust settled, one thing I knew was that I cared for Grim, and it hurt me to hurt him. Not to mention Inez was going to kill me when she found out I'd broken his heart. I cringed as I thought of the many ways she'd get her revenge. Why did I think a blow-dryer would be involved? Jack's frantic barking drew my gaze to the TV. Mom was still soaking up rainwater. One side of me hoped she wouldn't catch pneumonia and die, but the selfish and much more dominant side hoped she would. I knew a saint like her would shoot straight to the top. Grim knelt beside Jack, patting the back of his head.
What is it, boy?
He followed Jack's gaze to the television.
Who is that?
My mom. I sniffled, fearing I'd unleash a whole new set of waterworks if he asked any more about her.
Not her. Him.
He pointed to a shadowy figure lurking just beyond my headstone. I don't know. I rose on shaky legs. My heartbeat began to quicken as a man in a hooded jacket approached my mom. Though I couldn't make out his features, the way he moved like a cat on the prowl told me he was up to no good. When I saw the shiny silver blade emerge from his coat pocket, panic sent my heart into overdrive. Instinct took over, and I lunged at the television, slapping my hands against the screen. Mom, look out! And then something totally unexpected happened. She jerked up and looked straight at me as if she could see me through the screen. Ash? She gasped, hands flying to her face. The hooded dude dropped his knife, screamed, and took off like a bolt of lightning. I gaped at her as her eyes watered with fresh tears. She reached out, swatting the air as if she was trying to touch me. Oh, baby, she cried. Is that you? I drew back as the screen flashed red and then bright white. A blaring alarm that reminded me of a foghorn sounded from the speakers, and I had to shield my ears against it. Jack howled as a message flashed across my screen. Ashley McLeod, stay in your apartment. The Supernatural Intervention Agency will be with you shortly. Fear iced over my limbs as I numbly turned to Grim. What just happened? The color had drained from his face, and he gaped at me with a wide-eyed expression.
What the blazes? You ghosted.
Chapter 21. The Supernatural Intervention Agency had a really fancy limousine. We got to ride in it for my interview. Apparently, ghosting was some sort of big deal. I was a nervous wreck the whole way, though Jack was as happy as a clam. He got to ride with his head out the window while his wagging tail smacked my head. Grim's face had been draped in the same scowl since we were ushered out of my apartment. He hadn't been very forthcoming with information when I'd asked him why they wanted to see me. Although he'd reassured me he'd get me out of any trouble, he mostly sat there like a big sulking grumposaurus mumbling swear words. I couldn't help but ooh and ah when we pulled through iron gates and down a long drive flanked by manicured hedges and pristine trees. At the end of the drive was a huge mansion surrounded by several other smaller, similar 2- and 3-story houses. I had no idea Level 13 had a nice side of town. Whoever these supernatural people were, they sure had a lot of credits. By the time the butler ushered us inside a grand study with ancient texts, a massive mahogany desk, and an expensive-looking Persian carpet, I was convinced I was either in really big trouble or about to get an award. As my dog sniffed the perimeter of the room, I warily eyed him, hoping he wouldn't get the urge to drag race his ass across the carpet. I knew I didn't have enough credits for that dry cleaning bill. The recessed double doors slid open, revealing a tall man with chestnut skin dressed in an expensive-looking burgundy silk jacket and dark slacks. With just a touch of gray along the edges of his black hair, he appeared to be in his early 50s.
I could tell by the tilt of his chin and the way he carried himself he was a man of some importance. I only hoped he was on my side. When Jack came up to him and sniffed his pants, he halted, a mixture of annoyance and confusion crossing his features.
"So it's true,"
he said as he waved Jack away.
"Your dog has been waiting for you all this time. Remarkable."
The awe in his voice was a contradiction to the ire in his gaze when Jack licked his hand. "Here, Jack," I called, and he thankfully trotted over and sat at my feet.
"Ashley McLeod."
The man held out a hand and smiled, revealing a set of brilliant white teeth.
"So nice to meet you."
"Hi," I answered, taking his hand and trying not to buckle under the pressure of his strong grip.
"I'm Raj,"
he said with an elegant air,
"but the other apparitions call me Shadow. Won't you have a seat?"
He motioned toward a gold brocade sofa with fabric so pristine I feared my butt dent would ruin it. I sat at the edge, trying hard not to let my weight sink in. I cringed when Grim plopped onto the bench beside me, causing the antique hinges to squeak under his weight. Jack let out a soft whimper before lying at my feet.
"I was just going over your file."
Shadow sat in an upholstered leather chair across from me and held up a folder that was about as thick as a phone book. He set the book in his lap and began flipping through the pages. I swallowed back a ball of nervous tension, worrying what incriminating evidence could possibly be bound in that book. When Grim cleared his throat and began drumming his fingers on his knee, I was tempted to kick him, but I figured I'd already caused enough of a commotion for one day. As Shadow continued to scan my file, smiling down at each page and even occasionally chuckling, heat bloomed in my cheeks. Had he read about my tampon theft? Or maybe that silent and deadly period fart I tried to blame on a distressed client. There was no telling what purgatory television had caught me doing. Had I any idea my dirty laundry would one day serve as amusement for a supernatural supervisor, I would have joined the nunnery straight out of high school. I was certain my sorority days required at least 2 more phone books. The stretch of silence had become too much to bear, and like always, when I was under pressure, my lid exploded and I started babbling. Am I in trouble? Because I had no idea I was going to pop through my TV. Honestly, I was just panicked because some guy was going after my mom with a knife. He looked up from my book of shame, smiling widely.
"You're not in trouble. Far from it. I brought you here to offer you a job."
Say what? A job? What kind of job? I tried not to sound too eager, but I was ready to mow this guy down. Anything had to be better than my new assignment. He must have seen the excitement in my overly expressive features. His dark eyes lit with recognition.
"Working on one of our squad teams for the Supernatural Intervention Agency." "I was afraid of that,"
Grim groaned. "Ah, the sleeping giant has awakened. So nice of him to offer an opinion when he's been of little help this whole time." A shiver stole up my spine, and I could have sworn the room temperature dropped 20 degrees as an Arctic chill passed between the two men. Shadow offered Grim a polite smile, but I wasn't fooled. He looked like a barracuda eager for his next meal.
"I think we may have crossed paths on level 1 before. Aidan O'Connor, right? You're a Grim."
"Yeah," Grim grumbled. If his eyes had been guns, Shadow would have been full of holes.
"So you two are friends?"
He leaned back and assessed Grim with a cool glare. "She's my girl," Grim said with a note of possessiveness that reminded me of my dog guarding his bone, as if me walking out on him last night and telling him I needed my space had never happened. As if...
"Ah,"
Shadow chuckled.
"So you'd rather see your girl pick up garbage in the rat-infested slums of level 2 than hold a prestigious job as a member of the agency?"
Grim turned to me with an accusatory look.
"Picking up garbage?"
I looked away, too embarrassed to meet his eyes as memories of our lovemaking came flooding back. "We were kind of busy last night, so I never got to tell you. Lovelace assigned me to level 2 park cleanup." Grim grabbed my hand, holding it possessively in his lap.
You let me handle Lovelace. You're not joining a ghosting squad.
Ghosting squad? I gasped. As in you go to Earth and haunt places?
Shadow rose from his chair. That's exactly what we do. And for many of us, it took years of training to be able to manifest an aura that can be seen 13 levels away.
My jaw dropped. Really?
You have a rare talent, Ashley McLeod. He walked up to the sofa, bearing down on me with stony features. We need you to come work for us.
I turned to Grim. Did you hear him? He said I have a rare talent.
Grim stood, puffing out his chest like a rooster preparing to fight.
You're not working for them, Ash.
Though he was talking to me, his gaze was centered on Shadow, and I could have sworn his chest inflated another 4 inches. Shadow, who was built more like a beanstalk than a hulking giant, probably knew when he was beat. He smirked at Grim, assessing him from head to toe with a cool glare. Jack whimpered beside me. He was probably tired of all this testosterone overload, too. I knew I was certainly sick of Grim trying to run my life. One night in the sack and he thought he owned me. Excuse me? I stood and waved my hands in Grim's face. I don't know how you treated women in your day, but in my day, we get to make our own decisions. Shadow shook his head, snickering.
These modern girls have such spirit, don't they?
He walked over to an ornate mahogany bar and poured himself a glass of white wine. I licked my lips as I watched him drink. It sure would have been nice had he offered me something.
You haven't mentioned the dangers of the job,
Grim said in a low grumble.
Because there are none. We haven't had a breach in over 50 years.
Shadow eyed him over the rim of his glass. Sheesh. What kind of host was he that he couldn't offer me a ginger ale? Grim widened his stance, folding his arms.
Which means you're about due for another.
Shadow downed the rest of his wine and then closed his eyes while pinching the bridge of his nose. Either he had a bad migraine or he was tired of Grim's attitude. I suspected the latter. After a drawn-out pause, he opened his eyes, focusing his gaze solely on me.
I'll tell you what, Ashley. You can come work for the agency for a few weeks. If you don't like it, you can go back to your other job sifting through rubbish on level 2. Although if you stay with us, we'll assign you a new creditor, one who works solely for the agency.
No more Lovelace? Where do I sign?
Ash, ghosting is dangerous.
Twin storms brewed beneath Grim's eyes as his voice dropped to a menacing growl.
Very dangerous.
I pushed back my shoulders, fixing Grim with my most determined expression. I appreciated his concern, but it was time I made some decisions for myself. I'll be the judge of that. Though I suspected Grim might be right, it wasn't like I was left with much choice. So what if he said he could handle Lovelace? What if that was an empty promise to get me out of ghosting? After all, if Grim had been able to deal with my creditor, why hadn't he helped me before? Shadow had offered me 2 weeks, which was plenty of time to decide if ghosting was right for me. Grim did a lot of grumbling when I left him with Jack, and Shadow took me to what looked like a surveillance room. There were dozens of monitors lining the walls, each showing images from the Seattle area. The monitors rotated different scenes, mostly houses of worship, abandoned homes, and cemeteries. One monitor, though, was stuck on the cemetery where I was buried. My mom was thankfully no longer there. The screen next to that one was focused on my mom, who was dripping all over my sister's leather car seat and frantically trying to explain she'd seen my spirit. My sister was doing her best to calm down my mom, but it obviously wasn't working, as Mom alternated between laughing and sobbing. It was a hard scene to watch. Really hard. As in, I was fairly certain I'd rather lie spread eagle at an all-day pap smear, foot stirrups, tongs of torture, and all, than watch my mom go on about my spirit. My sister probably thought she'd lost her mind. After I asked Shadow to turn off my mom's screen, he proceeded with the first test, a reenactment of what had happened with my mother, only instead of her at the cemetery, there was an orb of glowing light hovering above my tombstone. Why did I get the feeling that light was a ghost? Shadow had me try to summon my feelings of panic when I'd seen the man with the knife and then scream into the television.
The light in the screen pulsated a few times and then dimmed. "Did I do it right?" I asked.
"Perfectly,"
he answered with a broad smile. After that, he ran a bunch of strange psychic aptitude tests on me, such as asking me to guess the word he was thinking and to predict the next card he'd pull from a pile. Having failed all of the tricks, I only hoped I wasn't being graded on my psychic ability. I clearly didn't have the sixth sense. Heck, with my bad luck dating streak, it should have been obvious I couldn't read people or the future. Someone rapped on the door. Shadow grumbled something under his breath, leaned over, and popped open the handle. 2 men entered from the hallway. One was a buff dude in surfer shorts and a ripped t-shirt with a shaggy strawberry blonde mane and a short, scruffy beard to match. The other was an old man with ebony skin and a gleaming bald head. His spine was bent at an acute angle. If it hadn't been for the cane he clutched, he would have probably fallen over. The old man hobbled up to me, the scrutiny of his sharp gaze making me feel smaller than a grain of dust.
"We heard you found a new candidate. We came to see for ourselves."
"Got a little spy checking up on us." Shadow's laughter sliced through the air like a steel blade.
"No."
The old man flashed a sideways smile.
"Our telepath saw her."
Shadow rolled his eyes.
"I see. And you trust her rambling nonsense."
The old man shrugged, the intensity of his gaze sharpening to a fine point.
"She gets it right sometimes, and I think she was dead on this morning."
"Ashley." Shadow nodded toward the men.
"Crow and Boner, 2 of our ghosters from Delta House."
"Hi." I waved at them. When the surfer dude called Boner flashed a wide, warm grin, I instinctively added, "You can call me Ash." I only hoped the dude got his nickname because his death was related to choking on a chicken bone, not a Viagra overdose. Boner stepped forward and held out a hand.
"You just came from level 12?
He shook my hand so hard I feared he was going to pull my arm out of socket. "No, I died last week."
"No shit,"
he said with an awe that could only have been perfected by years of smoking weed.
"Sorry."
He ran a hand through the scruff on his chin.
"It's just, it took me years to make the squad." "Ashley has an unusually powerful aura,"
Shadow said in a haughty tone, his gaze focused on the older man he'd called Crow.
"Which is why you will understand why I need to keep her by my side at Alpha House."
Crow leaned forward, gripping the ball of his cane.
"Actually, I don't understand. You promised us the next candidate. We've got the smallest squad in the agency."
Shadow turned up his chin.
"Exactly. And I don't think a small unit can handle a ghoster with such raw power. She'd engulf you with her energy."
Crow shook his head, snickering.
"I've been ghosting for near 30 years.
Shadow's shoulders bunched as he slowly stood and smiled condescendingly at Crow.
"A drop in the bucket to those of us in Alpha Unit, which is why we're taking Ashley. You will get the next candidate. I promise."
The old man rolled his eyes.
"Where have I heard that before?"
Shadow laid a hand across his heart.
"Crow, I give you my word."
Crow slowly straightened until he was standing full height. I could tell by the lines etched deep into his features the effort was painful.
"No, not this time."
He shook his head, puffing out his scrawny chest.
"We want Ashley. We're invoking our scare rights."
Boner stepped forward, placing a hand on the old man's shoulder as the 2 shared a look of understanding.
"Scare right number 5 from the amendments to the Supernatural Intervention Rules of Order."
Boner intoned as if reading a cue card.
"Any squad with a ghosting party less than 6 may invoke first rights upon the claim of a new candidate, regardless of the candidate's aura brightness or supernatural capabilities."
The glare Shadow shot the 2 men could have melted iron.
"She's too strong for you."
Crow lifted his chin, the lines around his eyes looking more pronounced as he waved a fist at Shadow.
"I don't care. We're taking her."
My flesh crawled when I turned to Shadow. His cool gaze had turned to granite, and I could have sworn the temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees. Where exactly am I going?
"Ashley,"
Shadow said through a frozen smile.
"These gentlemen are taking you to Delta House, one of our younger ghosting units. Upon inspection, if the Delta squad appears less than desirable..."
He emphasized that part with a wink.
You may decline their invitation, and I will assign you to our manor, where you will have your own living quarters and a housekeeper.
Housekeeper? I gasped. As in she'll fold my socks and clean my toilet?
Of course.
He scowled at Surfer Dude.
Tell me, Mr. Boner, does Delta House offer housekeeping services?
Boner's eyes narrowed to slits.
You know we can't afford one, but we offer something more.
Oh, really? Shadow laughed.
What do you offer?
Well, for starters, Crow said, ever since Sarge whipped us into shape, we've had the best ghosting track record in the agency. We might look like a ragtag bunch of mavericks, but we don't lose souls and we don't botch jobs.
Yes,
Shadow said with a disinterested slur.
You've had a run of good fortune these past 13 years.
Also, Boner added in a mocking tone, we're not a bunch of stuck-up assholes. A chill stole up my spine, causing me to shiver as Shadow stilled beside me. Boner held his chin up high as he matched Shadow's scrutinizing glare with an unwavering gaze. I didn't even know Boner, but I liked him already. Chapter 22. Delta House was nothing like the Alpha Mansion. Sure, it was nice, but it wasn't as big, and it certainly wasn't jaw-dropping elegant. Thank goodness for that. The carpet in the common room was threadbare, the hardwood floors had a few loose planks, and the sofas were faded from use, which meant if Jack pissed on anything, the other residents probably wouldn't mind. Boner took to Jack immediately, calling him his buddy and leading him into the kitchen for leftovers. Grim dogged my heels while Crow showed me around the place. My bedroom had a beautiful antique canopy bed with a baby blue satin bedspread and fluffy matching pillows. Someone had already taken the liberty of retrieving my things from my apartment. My grandma's dresses were hanging neatly in the walk-in closet along with a few ugly blue t-shirts and gym shorts. My room had its own balcony with wicker patio furniture and a staircase that led to a huge backyard with lots of pines, blackberry bushes, and grass. Now Jack had plenty of room to play and do his business, and I no longer had to take him to the park 3 blocks away. The bathroom down the hall was nice too, with a deep antique tub, complete with claw feet, double sinks, and a separate shower. Crow told me I had to share it with the other woman in our squad, but he assured me she hardly used it. I didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. Grim grumbled about every little thing during the whole tour, starting with the distance between my new home and his apartment. After the tour, we went back to the common room and found Jack doing tricks for treats with Boner, who was feeding him chocolate chip cookies. I so was not looking forward to those stink piles tomorrow. Grim fell onto the sofa, hung his head, and swore, making it obvious how unhappy he was with the situation. So far, though, I thought my situation had vastly improved. Crow led me over to a middle-aged woman with straggly blonde hair sitting in a rocking chair beside the fireplace. She was staring at the ashes, mumbling to herself as she rocked back and forth and toyed with the frayed edges of her tie-dyed shirt.
Ash, I'd like you to meet Basil,
Crow said.
Basil.
He enunciated each word loud and slow as if she had hearing problems.
This is Ash.
She stopped rocking and looked up at me with a glazed-over expression.
Do you know why there are no flies in purgatory?
Her scratchy voice had a haunting lilt which sent shivers racing up my spine.
No?
I looked over at Crow, who responded with a casual shrug. She turned back to the fireplace, her voice dropping to a dull monotone.
It's a conspiracy.
Basil's our psychic.
Boner came up to us with Jack trotting at his heels.
She saw you coming. Basil, he yelled. When will my Chinese delivery be here?
Not for another hour,
she said in that same spooky, lifeless tone.
What?
Boner made a big show of checking his watch.
I ordered it over an hour ago.
You forgot to tip last time,
she answered before pushing out of her chair and saying to no one in particular,
I need to take my meds.
She grabbed a tall blue bong off the fireplace mantel and left the room, her broomstick skirt making a rustling sound as it dragged across the floor. Boner turned to me.
You hungry, Ash?
I shook my head in no mood to explain my food issues. No thanks.
We don't do much cooking around here, he said. since food and lodging are free.
Really? I perked up at that. This job was sounding better and better. If free food and lodging included all the chocolate I could eat and cable TV, purgatory would be almost heaven.
Yeah,
He answered in his usual warm tone.
one of the perks of being a ghoster. Not enough to make up for the dangers.
Grim cut in. I looked over my shoulder to see him hovering, and I found myself wishing he'd go back to sulking on the sofa.
So what are you?
Boner asked with a sarcastic edge.
Her boyfriend or something?
Crow leaned over his cane, chuckling.
Don't you recognize him from level 1? He's a Grim.
Boner's sun-kissed skin paled.
Oh, shit. Sorry, dude.
He held out both hands in a defensive gesture.
Didn't mean any disrespect.
Don't worry about it, I answered for Grim before he could respond. I had no idea why Boner had any reason to be afraid, but his eyes widened as he stepped away from Grim. Boner pointed to the dog leash Grim held in his hand.
Where's your scythe?
Grim frowned.
I'm not on the job.
Wait a second. I eyed Grim with suspicion. Like that big sword thing on a stick? You really have one of those? He nodded.
Yeah.
You didn't have one the night you got me. I certainly didn't remember him carrying a scythe. I was sure if he'd had one, I would have seen it. The only thing big and hard Grim had been packing was tucked away beneath his zipper. He folded his arms across his chest, scowling down at me.
I had it. You just didn't see it.
That made no sense, unless of course it was some invisible magic weapon. Considering all of the weird shit I'd witnessed since dying, I supposed anything was possible. What do you need it for? I asked accusingly.
Like I've been trying to tell you, he said with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Traveling to level 1 can be dangerous. Ever decapitated a demon with one of those things?
Boner asked, a note of awe in his voice. Grim's features hardened.
Many times.
My knees went weak. Holy cow.
So you two met when he picked you up?
Boner asked.
Was it love at first sight?
I felt the blush creep into my cheeks as I recalled that amazing groping and kissing session. Something like that. I didn't dare look in Grim's direction for fear he'd flash his bad boy smile and give us away.
Okay, just so you know.
Boner waved a hand around the room.
The walls in this place are thin, so you might want to muffle your screams with a pillow.
Did he really just say that? I cringed when I saw Grim tense, clenching his hands into fists. Luckily for Boner, Crow whacked him upside the head with his cane before Grim could get to him.
Ouch!
Boner rubbed the back of his head while scowling at Crow.
What'd you do that for?
You're an idiot, that's why, Crow answered before shaking his head and hobbling away. Grim grabbed my elbow, his breath a gruff whisper in my ear.
May I speak with you alone?
What kind of magic spell had this guy worked on me that one touch, one whisper, turned my legs to jelly and made my super secret girl spot quiver with need? Pain in the ass or not, the guy still made me horny. I let him lead me up to my bedroom, saying nothing as he shut the door behind us. I thought all kinds of bad things as I eyed my canopy bed. Like I wondered if the walls really were that thin, and how loudly did the bed springs creak. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Jack came scratching on the door, so Grim let him in. I knew sex would be kind of awkward while listening to the symphony of my dog licking his balls, biting his ass, and itching his neck. Besides, with all the mixed feelings I was having for Grim, I didn't think more sex was a good idea. Too bad, because I couldn't deny last night had been beyond amazing. Sex seemed to be the last thing on Grim's mind anyway. He led me to the bed, pushing me onto the mattress before grabbing the railings on the canopy and leaning against my knees.
Demons haunt level 1, Ash.
Shadows fell across his face and this tormented expression loomed in his gaze.
They prey on spirits like yours. I don't want anything to happen to you.
What would happen if they caught me? I asked. His bright blue eyes turned a dark shade of cobalt.
They'll take you to hell.
Can't I just find an elevator and come back up? The lines around his mouth tightened.
It doesn't work that way.
Damn. I've had some crappy jobs before, but none entailed getting sucked into the fiery pit of doom. I hoped he was exaggerating, because I wanted so badly for him to be full of shit. Maybe I was in denial, but I couldn't see myself living in a crappy apartment and dealing with Lovelace's attitude much longer. Shadow said they haven't had a breach in over 50 years.
That doesn't mean something bad won't happen to you. I'm sure the Dark One would love to have you on his squad.
My mouth went bone dry. The Dark One? I rasped. You mean the devil?
Yes, Grim nodded. Now do you understand the danger you are facing?
I settled a hand on my gut as it twisted into a knot. Somehow I suspected gluten wasn't involved. The prospect of spending the rest of my afterlife in hell was enough of a reason to shit my pants. Too bad, because I wanted to live at this cool house and not have to worry about food and rent money. And then there was the fact that I was supposedly an awesome ghoster. In all my life, I didn't remember being good at anything. My middle school music teacher told me he could lock a cat in a garbage can and throw it down a flight of stairs, and it would still sound better than when I attempted to play the flute. I'd been an average high school student and a below-average law school student. All my relationships had failed, mostly because I was always picking the wrong guy. Basically, I had a history of sucking at everything, and here I was finally good at something. Was I really ready to give that up? I know. I couldn't help the whine that slipped into my voice. But Shadow said I have a rare talent. Nervous laughter bubbled up in my throat as I clutched my roiling stomach. Can you believe I had to die to discover I'm actually good at something? Grim's features softened as he stroked my cheek.
Ash, I'm sure there's plenty you're good at.
I hung my head. You don't know me very well. He cupped my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze.
I do know you, Ash. I know you have a beautiful soul, and I don't want you to lose it.
As I looked into his heartfelt gaze, I felt my will melting. How the heck did this guy manage to sway my opinion with just one look? But then I recalled all the Mr. Wrongs in my life telling me what they thought was best for me, and me getting burned in the end. I wanted so badly to believe Grim wasn't like the rest of them. Did he really care for me, or was this just a ploy to keep me under his thumb? Gah, this was all so confusing. I pulled back my shoulders and brushed his hand off my face. Grim, I'm absolving you of all responsibility for my soul. A fire lit beneath his gaze as his brows drew together.
Do you think that's all this is about? That I feel obligated to protect you? Did it ever occur to you that I care about you?
His last words sliced right through my heart. How did I know he'd unleash a guilt trip? Only because every other guy I'd dated had manipulated me into obeying them through guilt, too. I won't let them take me. I tilted my chin, speaking with a confidence I didn't feel. I promise. His face fell.
Ash, if this job goes sour, don't expect me to retrieve you. The last time I tried to save a woman from hell, I failed.
What? He'd lost someone to hell? Was she a lover? A friend? Could this have been the wife Inez told me about? But before I could ask him what he meant, he took a step back, then another. As his shoulders bowed, that mountain of a man seemed to shrink before my eyes. I slid off the bed, taking a hesitant step toward him. Where are you going? He coursed his fingers through his hair as a look of pain crossed his features. Home. Panic turned my limbs to jelly. I didn't want him to leave, not on these terms. You're just going to walk out? You're not even going to say goodbye?
Goodbye, Ash.
He turned on his heel and walked away without a backward glance. My heart fell to my stomach as a cyclone of confusing emotions swirled in my head. Some part of me was relieved to see him go, and another part felt like he'd ripped out my soul and taken it with him. Why did his goodbye feel more like a permanent farewell? Chapter 23. I woke up to the roar of a motorcycle engine. Or maybe it was a car engine. Maybe I'd been dreaming. I swatted at my face as I felt a puff of hot breath on my cheek. When a cold snout pressed against my chin, followed by a long, stinky lick across my lips, I tried to roll away from the line of fire, but Jack's tongue darted up my nostril instead. What is it, buddy? Please don't tell me you have to go pee. I tried to push him off me, but he wouldn't stop licking me senseless. Finally, I gave up and threw off the covers. Oh, all right. I heaved myself out of bed and checked the blinking clock on my dresser. 2 a.m.? Just great. Hopefully, training for my new job didn't start too early in the morning because after 2 nights of sucky sleep, I was definitely going to be dragging ass. Boner and Crow didn't exactly explain to me what I'd be doing for training, other than they were going to leave it up to Sarge, their team leader. I hadn't met him yet. He'd gone out last night and they wouldn't expect him until morning. If I was lucky, Sarge would come home hungover and I could spend the rest of the day catching up on sleep. Last time I checked in the mirror, my eye circles looked more like eye sacs, and my hair frizz had gone from dandelion on steroids to Brillo pad in a paper shredder. Yeah, I definitely needed all the beauty rest I could get. Dragging myself out of that big soft bed was harder than I expected. I thought about just popping open the door to my balcony and letting Jack go by himself, but after so long apart, I wasn't ready to let my dog out of my sight. I still hadn't figured out how he'd gotten here, where he'd come from, or why he'd decided to stick around for me. I wasn't entirely sure Jack was real. What if he was an illusion? Heck, what if all of this was an illusion, and I was stuck in a coma in some Seattle hospital? "Hey, wait up," I called as I cracked open the door and Jack slipped through. I remembered all of those cookies Boner had fed him and realized why my dog had a sense of urgency. I sniffed my bedroom. Luckily, I didn't smell any cookie bombs. Jack had always been pretty good about holding it. I heaved one foot in front of the other, trudging down my balcony stairs. I thought I saw Jack's wagging tail disappear in the shadows skirting the perimeter of the yard, but it was hard to tell. Luckily, the porch lights illuminated the area pretty well. The last thing I needed was to break my neck falling down a flight of stairs in purgatory. I wasn't quite sure how dying when I was already dead would work out. Would they take me to the hospital, straighten out my neck, and send me home? Or did purgatory have another purgatory? I realized too late I'd forgotten to put on shoes as I carefully made my way across the smooth grass, praying I didn't step in an ant pile. "Jack?" I called into the cool night sky as a shiver stole up my spine. I'd forgotten a robe too, and I was wearing nothing but my grandma's old-fashioned nightgown, a pale pink thing with frilly sleeves and a hemline all the way to my ankles. As I neared the edge of the yard, I thought I saw a person among the trees. I shook my head and did a double take. Sure enough, Basil was standing beneath a pine, craning her neck as she looked for something in the branches. My first thought was that she'd lost her cat, but since pets were rare in purgatory, I figured she'd just lost her mind. "Jack?" I called again, wondering where he had gone and worrying when I didn't hear so much as a whimper in response. Right now, my sanity was hanging by a fine thread, and I feared I'd teeter over that edge too if I lost the one thing that made my stay in purgatory bearable, especially after losing Grim. I was fairly certain he'd left me for good. He wasn't the first man who'd walked out on me. First my dad, then Travis, and all those other loser boyfriends in between. For some reason, Grim's rejection was the hardest. Despite my fatigue, I'd sat up in bed late last night, clutching my chest, which felt like a meat cleaver had struck it in two, as I tried to figure out why his leaving affected me so much. I was unsure about our relationship anyway. His departure should have come as a relief, but it wasn't a relief. Far from it. So he couldn't be with me because I wanted to be a ghoster? How selfish was that? Disregard the fact that I didn't know if I wanted us to stick together. Considering how much his rejection hurt, I suppose that meant I cared for him. There was definitely no denying I was sexually attracted to him, but was that enough to sustain a relationship? We didn't just come from 2 different worlds. There was over a century of differences between us. Would we ever find any common ground other than sex? And if we did manage to work things out, what was going to happen when I finally earned enough credits to ascend? Inez had said Grim didn't plan on ascending. Was he expecting me to stay stuck in this shithole forever? Or would our relationship turn into nothing more than conjugal visit fucks? Guess none of it mattered since he'd walked out on me. God, why was I rehashing all of this again? These same tumultuous thoughts had kept me up last night. Why couldn't I seem to get off this merry-go-round of rejection, uncertainty, and heartbreak? I combed the edge of the yard, sweeping the trees beyond for any sign of Jack. I walked over to the corner where Basil was still staring at the tree branch. "Basil," I whispered loudly. "Have you seen my dog?" "Shh," she responded while keeping her gaze locked on the tree. "I'm looking for flies." At 2 a.m.? Okay, this woman wasn't just strange, she was certifiably crazy. A strong breeze swirled the hem of her white robe around her ankles and whipped scraggly strands of hair across her shoulders. No wonder she made a good ghoster. She was creepy as fuck.
This is all a hoax, you know. There's no such thing as God.
Her luminous eyes widened as she waved her arms wildly above her head.
It's aliens. This is all run by aliens.
Funny, but I didn't recall little green men running around the penthouse. Oh, I didn't know that. I looked away as I rubbed my hands down my chilled arms. Somehow I got the feeling this strange woman and not the cool night air was giving me gooseflesh.
So, what's your power?
My power? I looked back at Basil to see her eyeing me intently.
Your supernatural gift,
she said accusingly, as if I'd been hiding my ability to shoot laser beams out of my ass. I don't know, I shrugged. I didn't realize we were supposed to have them. Well, shit. Nobody told me I'd joined the International Justice League of Superhero Supernaturals. I figured we were just supposed to spook people, not fly faster than speeding bullets and leap over tall buildings. She turned up her chin and spread her hands before her.
I'm a clairvoyant.
I scrunched my features before calling for Jack. What's that?
I see dead people.
I gave her a long, hard look, trying to determine if she really was that crazy or if she was just yanking my chain. Don't we all see dead people? She held up a finger and paused.
I can also see the future and glow like a ghoul.
Oh, that's cool. I scanned the forest for Jack, hoping he'd be finished with his business soon so I could go back to bed. Relief flooded through me when I spotted a wagging tail from behind a nearby bush. I excused myself and got the hell out of Dodge, racing through the grass with Jack by my side, taking the stairs 2 at a time and then double-locking the patio door behind me. Once I was safely inside my room, I decided I might as well do my business too. So I headed for the bathroom I supposedly shared with Basil, though Boner said in the 5 years he'd been ghosting, he'd never seen her go into a bathroom. I really didn't want to know the sordid details of her personal hygiene, but I suspected Jack wasn't the only one taking craps behind the bushes. Flashlight in hand, I padded down the darkened hallway, trying not to get spooked by the creaky floorboards or the really strange antique portraits on the wall. I assumed some of these people were former ghosters, especially the guy missing the whole top side of his head. I imagined people on Earth pretty much shit their pants for the next month after meeting up with him in their attics. When I finally reached my bathroom at the end of the hall, I saw light spilling from beneath the heavy oak door. I tensed when I heard the sound of running water. Hey! Boner had said this was the girls' bathroom. Whoever was in there was trespassing. Just as I was about to bang on the door and give the violator a piece of my mind, it swung open, light and steam pouring out. And then, sweet mercy, I'd found a secret portal to heaven. The muscular and tattooed male standing before me wearing nothing but a small bath towel draped low across his hips had to have been a valet. He was too sexy to be anything other than a fantasy fuck. I couldn't help but let my gaze travel the length of his glistening bronzed body. If at all possible, the metallic prosthetic leg attached to his knee made him even more attractive. I knew this had to be Sarge, the Afghanistan war hero Boner told me about. I squeezed my thighs tight as a trill of desire swept through me. I used to think there was nothing hotter than a man in uniform, but seeing this particular soldier out of his uniform set a new standard for stud. My gaze traveled back up the length of his body, lingering on his corded abs and thick chest before I looked into his large Latin eyes, which were a rich golden brown framed by thick lashes. It was the intensity beneath those lashes that had my heart going thumpity-thump-thump.
What's up?
He ran a hand across his closely shaven head.
You must be the new recruit. McLeod, right?
My mouth hung open so low I could have caught a fistful of flies. Good thing Basil said there weren't any in purgatory. Yeah. He went rigid as he spoke with a deep rhythmical baritone.
Sergeant Santiago Sanchez. You can call me Sarge. They say your aura projects 13 levels and you just died.
He frowned as his gaze fell to the hem of my old lady nightgown and back up to my frizzy roots. Oh, what I wouldn't have given for my silk Victoria's Secret nightie and a bottle of hair gel. I guess so, I answered, and then mentally kicked myself in the ass. What a lame answer. Why did cute guys always bring out my stupid?
Hope you don't mind sharing a bathroom with me.
He nodded at the shower behind him, the shower where he was just lathering up that glorious naked body.
The men's bathroom always smells like crow's hemorrhoid cream. You know how old men are,
he said with a wink. Yeah, I just fucked one last night, I wanted to answer, and then felt like a 10-pound bucket of dog shit for even thinking it. Grim may have died a long time ago, but he sure as hell didn't have the body or the stamina of an old man. Rather than laugh at Sarge's joke or do anything remotely flirty or attractive, I gaped at his gleaming muscles, wondering what those few errant water droplets suspended above his navel tasted like.
Cat got your tongue, McLeod.
I sucked in a sharp breath as I forced myself to snap out of my trance. He'd softened his stance and was leaning against the door frame with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. No. I bit my bottom lip and shook my head. It's just, you're naked. His deep, throaty chuckle reverberated through me like a gong, banging loud and clear on that sweet little bundle of nerves between my thighs.
Naked? I'm not naked.
He peered down at his fingers clutching one bunched-up side of fabric.
Now, if I let go of this towel, then I'd be naked.
I watched with fascination as he released 2 fingers and then another. Please don't let it go. I knew I should have bolted when I saw the predatory gleam in his eyes, but he'd already placed me under his seductive spell. Taking a step forward, he leaned so close I could feel the heat from his skin. The woodsy scent of his masculine body wash was enough to make me want to rip the towel from him myself.
What's the matter?
He purred.
Haven't you seen a nude man before?
Not one as beautiful as you. Oh, crap. I said that thought aloud. I gasped and clamped a hand over my mouth, but it was too late. The words had been spoken. Though my poor, achy girl parts were screaming in protest, I took a step back, needing to put some distance between us. Fool that I was, I cared too much about Grim to risk cheating on him, even if we were technically broken up. Too bad, because I was fairly certain my military hero knew some awesome tactical maneuvers in the sack. But oh boy. Mr. Hotstud followed me, the clank of his leg ringing out across the hollow floorboards like a blaring warning siren for me to turn and run. If he thought I was up for a late-night romp, he had another thing coming. I only fondled and fucked one sexy immortal at a time. I took another step back, gasping as he followed. The guy clearly wasn't paying any attention to my body language. Then again, my legs had turned to jelly and my nipples were perky enough to cut diamonds, so maybe he was listening to my body language. By the time he'd backed me up against the wall, I realized resistance was futile. Okay, now was the time to tell him I sort of had a boyfriend. I could hardly manage chewing gum and walking at the same time. There was no way I was about to try juggling 2 guys. We were merely a breath apart, close enough that the only things between us were his skimpy towel and the thin fabric of my gown. My heart was beating so rapidly I feared he could hear it pounding against my ribcage.
Wait until after PT tomorrow.
His heated breath was a low growl in my ear.
We'll see if you still think I'm beautiful.
He pulled back and cupped my jaw in his hand before unceremoniously snapping it shut.
Hit the sack, recruit. You've got a long day ahead of you.
And with that, he turned and walked back down the hall, his body as rigid as if he were in a military drill. Okay, what the hell was that all about? Did he intentionally make me as horny as hell and then walk away? Asshole! He and Grim must have gone to the same dickwad school for breaking girls' hearts. Why did all the hot guys have to be such jerks? And why did I still want to sleep with them? Chapter 24. After tossing and turning in bed, sorely missing my vibrator and wishing I could have turned back time, pissed outside with Jack and Basil, and steered clear of the bathroom with the nearly naked hunky asshole,
I finally fell asleep for all of about 10 minutes. And then a blaring siren shot me from my bed so fast I rolled to the floor in a twist of sheets. Ouch. Pain winced up my arm as I came to my knees. Jack was beside me, whimpering and then licking my cheek. I shielded my eyes against the pulsating red strobe light that just about burned out my corneas. Where had that come from? I didn't remember seeing it yesterday. Stumbling out my door, I tried to ignore the shouting and pounding of feet down the hall. Though Boner had warned me we occasionally had ghosting drills, I didn't realize they'd have one on my first night. How rude! I hadn't even had any ghosting lessons yet. I made my way to the bathroom and shut the door behind me. After last night's encounter with Sarge, I'd made the mistake of foregoing my bathroom visit and rushing back to my bedroom. Now my bladder felt like it was about to explode. It was really hard to focus on peeing with Jack whimpering beside me and those damn strobe lights and alarm bells pulsating inside my head. Did every room in the house have to have them? I made a mental note to disconnect the ones in my bedroom. The 10,000 other alarms going off in the house were sufficient. I washed my hands and face and attempted to tamp down the ball of frizz with some water and a bottle of hair gel I found in the cabinet. The alarms kept blaring as Jack and I trudged down the creaky staircase. I found the rest of my squad lined up in front of the elevator in the common room. I chuckled under my breath at the look of panic in Boner's eyes when he saw me coming. I tried not to look in Sarge's direction, even though I could feel his dark gaze boring into me.
"Fall in line, recruit," he boomed.
I rolled my eyes as I stood beside Basil at the end of the line with Jack by my side. Basil was completely transfixed by a spot on the wall in front of her, gawking at it as if it were her favorite soap opera. Thankfully, the sirens stopped blaring, but it was followed by a disconcerting silence. I peered down at the other ghosters. Everyone stood at attention as Sarge, dressed in starched military camos, walked down the line giving slow nods of approval. Boner's shirt was tucked into pants that were practically pulled waist-high, and his shoulder-length hair was slicked back into a knot. Even Crow had abandoned his cane and was standing somewhat erect. Sarge's silver leg scraped the floor, the sound slicing through my nerves like a blade as he worked his way toward me. A ball of tension imploded in my chest, the fallout trickling down, forcing me to clutch my gut. I had no idea why I was suddenly worried over being inspected by a pompous asshole. Jack's low whine did little to soothe me. Even my big snarling protector was afraid of the jerk. What chance did I have? By the time he finished commending everyone else in line, his sharp gaze finally settled on me.
"What took you so long to get your ass down here, recruit?" he said with a stiff jaw.
I reminded myself if Sarge was too much of a dick, Shadow had said I could go live at Alpha House. Anything had to be better than being mentally tortured by a guy I wanted to fuck, right? Except that Alpha House had felt cold and unwelcoming, not to mention totally dog-unfriendly. I was getting ready. I spoke through a disinterested sigh while focusing my gaze on a speck of grime beneath my fingernail. I refused to let this asshole know how much he got to me.
"Getting ready."
His scowl deepened as he leaned into me, forcing me to arch back. I caught scent of his woodsy cologne, which should have been named Horny in a Bottle, because his scent had all my pheromone alarm bells ringing. I shrugged, looking away again, not wanting him to see how his nearness affected me. I had to pee and my hair was frizzy. Without asking, he invaded my personal space and brushed a hand through my hair. He brought his fingers to his nose and inhaled before flashing an accusatory glare.
"Is that my hair gel?"
"It was in my bathroom," I snapped, annoyed at the gasps down the line. They might have thought it was okay to let Sarge push them around, but I'd been intimidated enough by guys like him in my first life. I wasn't going to take any of their shit in this one.
"So let me get this straight. Your hair made you late?"
His deep baritone rose an octave with each syllable, in contrast to the needle in his studometer, which was dropping by the second. He waved a hand at his feet while rolling his eyes.
"All I had to do was slap on a leg and my uniform in under a minute. I could see why something so debilitating as frizzy hair would prevent you from reporting to a major supernatural catastrophe."
Swallowing the venom in his sarcasm was like digesting a carton of sour lemons. Okay, I get it. I'll be on time next time.
He leaned in so close we were practically nose to nose. The heat from his virile body set my hormones on fire and my mind into a rage. I didn't know if I wanted to kiss or smack him. Jack's low growl brought me back to reality. There was no doubting my dog wanted to bite the sergeant. Somehow I didn't think that would work out so well for any of us. I stroked the top of his head in an effort to soothe him. Luckily, Sarge was too busy chewing my ass to acknowledge my dog.
You will be on time every time, Ms. McLeod, or you will find yourself a new ghosting squad. I will not let you put a blemish on this squad's perfect 13-year record. Do I make myself clear?
His voice boomed louder and rattled my nerves harder than 1,000 blaring sirens. I crossed my arms and flashed a broad smile, willing him to read the meaning behind my cool glare. Perfectly. After we were dismissed, Basil spun around me in a swish of skirts.
Next time, flutter like a butterfly or soar like a rocket ship,
she said, waving her hands above her and waltzing into the other room. Or next time I clean the toilet with Sarge's toothbrush, I mumbled. Boner walked a wide circle around me as he hastened toward the exit. I had to chase him into the hallway and grab onto the side of his t-shirt before he'd face me. Now what? I asked, not even bothering to mask my annoyance. At no time during my tour had anyone warned me our leader was the commando from hell.
Now we all go back to sleep,
he mumbled as he tried to scoot away. Great. I guess I was the squad pariah because I'd actually had the guts to stand up to the tyrant. Do we get these freaking drills every night? I hissed.
We get them whenever Alpha House decides to set off the alarm,
he said sheepishly as he tried to scoot away again. He could play the defenseless little lamb all he wanted. He wasn't leaving until all my answers were questioned. How do I know when it's the real thing?
The elevator would have opened.
And then we just go scare people?
Something like that.
He shrugged, his gaze dropping to my bare feet.
You know, you shouldn't talk to Sarge that way. It's gonna make it hard for all of us.
Wow. I had no idea this Sarge guy had such a hold on these people. Too bad, because I thought Boner and I could be friends, but maybe not if they expected me to join the lemming parade. I'd never been good at conforming. Sad, because if they expected me to kiss Sarge's ass, I might not be a good fit for the Delta Squad after all.
PT's at 5:30.
Sarge's rumbling voice echoed in my ear as he passed by.
I suggest you show up on time.
My jaw practically hit the floor as I stared after that tight ass in camouflage for maybe a bit longer than was necessary. Jerk or not, the guy still had nice buns. But wait, had he said PT? As in exercise? At the freaking crack of dawn? Oh, hell no. Me and exercise weren't compatible until way after coffee 30 and right before margarita o'clock. I was starting to understand why Grimm hadn't wanted me taking this job. It wasn't just dangerous. It was a downright health hazard. No sooner had I fallen back to sleep than a blaring whistle forced me to shoot up in bed.
Rise and shine, recruit!
Sarge's booming voice reverberated in my skull like a million banging drums.
Shit shower and shave and report in 30.
I frowned, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Huh? He whistled directly into my eardrum. I scrambled to the other side of the bed. Okay, I'm up already. After my tormentor marched out of the room and I'd soothed my whining dog, I stumbled out of bed and headed for the shower. Today was going to be a long freaking day. I finished in the bathroom in record time and was sitting alongside Boner and Crow at the kitchen counter, scarfing down rice cereal and slurping strong coffee while Jack ate a bowl of leftovers. I had no idea why I felt the need to rush when I should have just gone back to bed, after I'd told Sarge to go fuck himself. I was afraid Sarge would make good on his promise and assign me to a new ghosting squad, though I knew following Major Dickhead's orders was going to be hard, really hard. What choice did I have? Go back to my apartment and work in the slums? Transfer to Alpha House? What if their sergeant was worse? Shadow already creeped the socks off me, and he didn't seem to care for Jack. At least Sarge hadn't told me my dog wasn't allowed. That, I decided, would be the final straw. As long as Jack was welcome, I was going to put on my big girl panties and tough it out.
After breakfast, Jack and I followed Crow and Boner into the common room and got in line. I stood stiff as a board, just like Boner did. I'd even tucked my SIA t-shirt into my gym shorts and tied a double knot in my shoelaces. I was fairly certain that's how they did things in the military. I tilted my chin, repressing a grin when Sarge walked into the room with a purposeful stride. "Let's see you complain about me now, asshole." Basil whirled into the room with her arms extended, spinning circles around us while pretending to be an airplane. I cringed when Sarge glared at her. I hoped she didn't blow it for the rest of us.
"Nice work, Miss Basil," Sarge bellowed. "You may go back to bed."
Basil made a few sputtering noises before whirling out of the room. My mouth fell open. Why does she get to go to sleep? He spun around fast, charging me like he was an angry bull and I was a bright red flag.
"How I run my platoon is none of your damn concern. Do I make myself clear?"
My dog's low growl strengthened my resolve. Jack had always been a good judge of character. Clearly, this dude was an asshole and needed to be taken down a level. Not really. Okay, a little fault of mine that has probably already been made painfully clear. I had this real bad habit of letting my mouth get me into trouble. It's how I'd lost my first 3 paralegal jobs, and it would have cost me my job at Schwartz, Parker, and Boone had my boss not enjoyed staring at my tits so much. Sarge leaned into me so close I could smell his minty breath. I arched back, hoping to put some distance between his fresh breath and my stale coffee residue.
"I went over your files last night, McLeod. Looks like we've got ourselves a level 2 stowaway. You must think you're real special, recruit, talking a Grim into giving up his credits."
He scowled as he smirked down at my chest.
"Don't think those tits of yours are going to get you any favors here."
I gasped and stepped back. How rude!
"Rude? After I get through with you, rude will be the least of your problems."
He spoke through a jaw so stiff I was surprised he could get any words out.
"This squad has had a 13-year perfect track record. That might not mean much to someone who hasn't earned her way to the top, but it means a lot to me, and I'll be damned if I let you and your tits ruin it. There will be no favors here, recruit. You will show up for PT on time. The only answers out of your mouth are to be yes, sir, and no, sir. If those conditions are not amenable to you, I will assign you to a new squadron."
I sucked in a sharp gasp, realizing I'd been holding my breath during his tirade. My dog's high-pitched cry didn't do much to restore my waning confidence.
"Well?"
He arched a thick brow, eyeing me head to toe with a deep scowl as if I had a case of the plague.
"Do I reassign you?"
I vehemently shook my head, hating myself for allowing him to bring me so low. "No, sir." A slow grin stretched across his face. The kind of grin that made little kids hide behind their mother's skirts or a grown man break into a cold sweat.
"Good. Let's see what you're made of."
I started off my glorious morning running laps around an obstacle course set up in the forest behind our house. I scaled walls, hopped over a few logs, but mostly I just ran. And ran, and ran. I ran until I didn't think I could run anymore, and then I ran again until I puked up soggy rice cereal all over my shoes. Funny thing was, nobody else had rigorous PT. Crow only had to do a few stretches and some light walking. No grudge there, considering he was disabled. Boner ran a few laps with me, but he was dismissed after an hour. Jack happily followed him to the house after Boner promised cookies. I occasionally spotted Basil frolicking in the forest with a fly swatter, but otherwise, I was left alone with my tormentor. After we walked back to the house, Sarge sprayed the puke off my shoes and let me drink from the hose. I let him pour the water over my head, not caring if he soaked my clothes. Though the day felt mild, my internal temperature was soaring, and the cool water was wonderfully refreshing. I had just started stretching the cramps out of my legs when Sarge blew the whistle I'd come to loathe. I'd already conjured up fantasies for that whistle, starting with flushing it down the toilet and culminating in shoving it up Sarge's ass.
"All right, recruit. Warm-up time is over. Time for demon combat training."
Warm-up time? That was a warm-up? Wait, demon training? I arched a brow, looking at him as if he'd caught a case of Basil's crazy virus. He couldn't be serious.
When he blew that damned whistle again and pointed at a spot in front of him, I hustled like a pathetic little puppy. I gasped when he spun me around and twisted my arm behind my back, his other arm squeezing precariously close to the bottom swell of my breasts as he pulled my backside flush against his groin. For a moment, I thought I felt something hard pressing into my ass, but I had to be mistaken.
"A demon's got hold of you,"
he growled into my ear.
"What do you do?"
It took me a few seconds to compute that this was a training exercise and not foreplay. His fault, not mine. His virile heat seeped into my drenched skin, causing my internal temperature to soar higher. If he kept holding me this way, my cervix would have a full-out nuclear meltdown. "Let me go," I whimpered, squirming against him.
"Wrong answer," he hissed. "You're demon bait. Hopefully he'll make you his bitch. That's one step up from his slave, and the chains around your neck and ankles aren't as heavy."
"Help!" I kicked my legs. "Someone help! Stranger!" His deep, dark chuckle shook me to my core.
"Who's going to help you, McLeod? Your squad was smoked by creatures while you were busy fixing your hair."
Whether by accident or design, he adjusted his grip on my ribs, his forearm grazing my breasts. At this point, alarm bells should have been ringing. This first-rate jerk had no business getting a free feel of my girlies. I should have been biting, pinching, and kicking. So why was I melting instead? A shudder coursed through me as my boobs perked up and my nipples pebbled to stone. He cleared his throat before releasing me.
"That's enough, recruit."
I spun around and kneed him in the groin. He fell to the ground, clutching his nuts and curling into a fetal ball. I planted my fists on my hips, smiling down triumphantly. "Will that work?" I asked in a mocking tone. He grumbled a response before rolling to his side and swiping my legs out from under me with that gleaming silver prosthetic. Ouch! I landed on my ass with a thud. Luckily, I had extra cushioning down there, but I'd still be sore tomorrow. Next thing I knew, a very pissed-off sergeant was straddling my waist, scowling down at me with a look so thunderous a chill racked me. It also hardened my nipples even more, causing them to pebble right through my missile-tit bra and wet t-shirt, as if the fabric was made of tissue paper. Sarge must have stolen a peek at my traitorous tits too, because I saw a smirk tug one corner of his full, sensual mouth before he leaned over me.
"There are monsters down below that will make your brain seize with fright and your skin crawl."
The low, ominous rumble slid across my senses, only instead of causing my insides to melt, they solidified in fear.
"There are dragon creatures that shoot flames so hot it will burn your eyes out of their sockets, and serpents with venom so poisonous it will rot your flesh and mind, turning you into a walking corpse. You think a little kick to the nuts is going to stop a demon?"
Then what do I do?" I stammered.
"You run. You run like the very maw of hell is trying to suck you into its voracious belly, and you don't look back."
Well, shit. According to the old rusty scale in the bathroom, I'd actually lost 5 pounds that week thanks to Sarge's back-breaking PT. I figured, since he'd helped me shave some of the fat off my ass, that made him 1/10 less of an asshole. I wasn't going to tell him that, though. With my luck, that would only make him push me harder. To say PT was brutal would have been a major understatement. I couldn't believe it was already Friday. I'd survived the first 4 days of the sergeant's torture, which was more intense than Zumba, Taibo, and CrossFit all rolled into one. I was so sore each night, I hardly had the energy to take Jack outside. I usually just plopped on my balcony steps and waited for him to come back to me. After that, I'd fall into bed and pass out until Sarge's annoying whistle woke me up at the butt crack of freaking dawn. Then I'd roll out of bed, scarf down a bowl of rice cereal and about half a pot of coffee, and take a ride on the torture go-round again. I'd done so many push-ups, sit-ups, and barf-ups I'd lost count. I'd run more dizzying laps than a NASCAR racer, scaled a few walls, and fallen face-first in the mud. After that morning's marathon run, I'd pulled a muscle in my butt so hard I was reduced to sobbing in the dirt like a baby. Jack had followed me through the course. While I dodged roots and fallen pine limbs, lost a shoe in a mud puddle, and scraped my knee on a slimy rock, he trotted along with enviable ease, his wagging tail in constant motion.
I'd nearly reached the finish line when the cramp hit, and Jack had rushed to my side, applying his own special brand of healing licks and snuggles. If only a dog's love could have fixed all my problems, I'd never want for anything ever again. I had no idea why I'd stuck it out with Delta House this long. Sarge turned out to be the biggest asshole in the history of assholes, making me work twice as hard as everyone else because he said I was in such poor shape. Have I mentioned lately Sarge was an asshole? A big fat poop chute with an infected, oozing pimple on top? The other ghosters in the house were starting to grow on me, though. Basil, for all of her weirdness, was super sweet. I'd caught her scratching Jack's tummy on numerous occasions. Anyone who loved dogs as much as I did was okay in my book. Boner and Crow were always giving me a hand when I had difficulty finishing a course. But today they were nowhere in sight. This maze of torture had been designed especially for me and those extra few pounds on my rear, my very hurty rear. I was still sobbing when I saw that lone boot and its shining silver companion marching toward me. I cringed as I held onto my dog's neck, expecting another brutal reprimand.
What happened?
Surprisingly, his tone was more tender than I'd expected. Butt cramp, I sobbed as I sat up. Really bad butt cramp. I was expecting him to tell me to get up and shake it off, or maybe laugh and call me a wimp. I was not expecting him to pull a tube of sports cream out of his pocket, yank down the hem of my sweats, and rub the medicine into my ass. I was not expecting him to do that at all, but as he wordlessly massaged the hurt away with deep strokes of his strong fingers, my tortured tush wasn't all that turned to mush. Those butterflies fluttering low in my belly just about went apeshit as I leaned my head against the crook of his arm, inhaling his masculine scent. Damn, I needed to get laid. Asshole or not, the guy knew how to make me go from hurt to horny in 2.5 seconds.
Is that better?
He breathed against my ear. Uh-huh, I moaned.
Good.
His soft chuckle was like warm honey to my buttery cornbread.
Now get your ass in gear,
he boomed before slapping my bare butt hard. And when I said hard, I meant frigid water stinging bare nipples hard, horsewhip slashing wet backside hard. In other words, really freaking hard. Ow! I screamed as I rolled over and jerked my pants up. What the hell was that for?
Sorry,
he laughed.
I thought you'd like it,
he added with a wink, before strolling away, ignoring my dog, who'd shot to his feet and was growling protectively beside me. I was so angry, flames were practically shooting out of my ears as I stomped toward the finish line. What gave him the right to play these mindfuck games? As soon as I caught up to the arrogant jerk, I was determined to tell him off. But as the stinging slowly ebbed, it was replaced by a new pain, the throbbing of unfulfilled desire. That's when I realized this soldier's strategy of torturing and teasing could very well culminate in a night of flirting and fucking. How could I have been so blind? From the moment we'd first met until to now, he's been purposely wearing me down just so he could get in my pants. Well, I had some sad news for him. I might have been an easy lay, but I wasn't a stupid fuck. Hotbot or not, this man would not break through my defenses, no matter how horny he made me. Chapter 25. I would have surmised with all this rigorous PT I'd been doing, I wouldn't have had time to miss Grim. But I did. I thought about him just about every waking moment of the day. Like when I fell face first in the mud, I was reminded of the time he'd thrown Stan in the pool of sludge. When Sarge forced me to do hundreds of push-ups in the rain, I thought of Grim draping his jacket over me so I wouldn't get soaked on my first day at the prayer call center. And whenever Sarge and I bumped shoulders or brushed hands, I thought of the magical evening I'd spent in Grim's arms. Though I now realized Sarge had been trying to make me hot for him, all he did was make me miss my Grim. It's been 6 days since I'd last seen him. He hasn't so much as sent me a telegram. Yes, they used those in purgatory, or called me on that bulky telephone hanging on the wall in the downstairs kitchen. Exhausted and depressed, I wasn't in the mood for human company that night, so I sat at the vanity in my bedroom and gorged on Chinese takeout, which had become my staple for the past week. Not that I was complaining.
I practically inhaled a quart of egg drop soup, 2 cartons of fried rice noodles with jumbo shrimp, and 4 vegetable spring rolls plus a pitcher of green tea. Torture could sure work up an appetite. After Jack mopped up a platter of teriyaki pork, I fed him my cookie and read the fortune inside. Love lost, then found is the heart's greatest treasure. Boy, didn't I wish. I thought I could have loved a man once, but he walked out on me. Correction, I'd let him walk out on me because I was too scared to go after him. I'd been doing a lot of thinking about my fears. Yes, there was definitely a gap in our ages, but this was purgatory. None of my friends were from my generation. Basil had died in the 60s, Inez and Boner in the 80s, and Crow probably around the same time as Grimm. Heck, even my grandma, who looked and acted 25, was still in love with my grandpa, despite his saggy ass crack and old man beer gut. I picked up the fortune I'd saved from yesterday's cookie, the one that had caused my heart to stop. Love is not bound by time. Love is eternal. I couldn't help but feel those messages were my own personal wake-up calls. Grimm had saved me from an afterlife of misery, taken care of me when I was sick, and made love to me with more feeling and tenderness than I'd ever known. And how had I repaid him? I dismissed his worries and let him walk out my door. What kind of an idiot was I? The blare of sirens cut right through my fog of depression like 1,000 rabid cats howling in my eardrums. I jumped up from my chair, shut Jack in my room, and raced downstairs in record time to see I was the first one to the common room. I hadn't showered yet, so I was all ready to go in standard-issue SIA sweats and boots. Even my shirt with the SIA logo, the dark silhouette of a body with a burst of light coming through the top of the head, was still tucked in. I stood at attention, quite pleased with myself. When I heard a loud creak behind me, I just about Mushu puked. I turned to see the elevator door had slid open. Oh shit. This isn't an exercise. This is real. I haven't even finished my training. I don't even know how to be a ghost. I tried asking Sarge about my new job several times during training, and he always had the same dickhead answer.
That information is on a need-to-know basis.
What was I supposed to do? Hover and moan? Scream and pull my eyes out of their sockets? That sounded a bit much, not to mention painful. And then there was that other fear, my biggest fear, demons. Would I really be able to get away from them? Or would I be too paralyzed with fright to move, gawking at them and pissing my pants while they burned out my eye sockets? I composed myself long enough to stand at attention when Sarge came barreling into the room.
Nice work, recruit,
he said with a smile, and then his eyes widened when he saw the open door. Great! Now Sarge was worried. That wasn't exactly reassuring. He picked up the receiver from the retro phone hanging on the wall by the elevator and then mumbled into it with a hand cupped around his mouth. Boner came racing into the room, stopping cold in his tracks and mouthing, "Oh shit," before taking a spot by my side. Crow and Basil were next, and both had similar looks of worry. Shouldn't they have been used to ghosting emergencies by now? Wasn't that what they had all been trained to do?
Listen up.
Sarge paced in front of us with long strides.
Just got off the phone with Shadow. We've got a situation in a Section 13 IG cemetery. Punks desecrating a grave.
No rituals? Boner asked through a shaky voice as if his afterlife hung in the balance.
Or demons?
He added with a barely audible squeak. Sarge shook his head.
No rituals and no demons. Just some kids tagging tombstones.
We all collectively sighed as Sarge pulled a map off the bookcase. He unrolled it on the pool table as we gathered around him.
They've been spotted at the west end of the cemetery.
He pointed to a small patch of square markings I assumed to be grave sites.
They've already sprayed 5 tombstones and they're working their way down the row. We need to stop these shits and teach them a lesson they'll never forget.
Everyone hooted and hollered. Everyone except me. I still had no freaking clue what I was supposed to do. Sarge opened the doors to a dusty oak armoire that could have easily fit 6 bodies and began tossing clothes at us. He threw me a pale, almost sheer ankle-length nightgown with thin shoulder straps. I looked down at the flimsy fabric and back at him, but I haven't had any training. I've just been exercising my ass off.
That's part of it, McLeod. This is a low-level haunting, a code yellow. You'll do fine. Just stay by me.
I went behind a screen with Basil and slipped into the nightgown along with a dainty pair of slippers. I wondered why she got to wear a neck-high long-sleeved robe and I had to wear something that was practically see-through. After I came out and caught Sarge's stealthy smile, I knew exactly why. The guys were dressed in head-to-toe black, except for Boner, who was butt-ass naked. Though I knew modesty required I avert my gaze, I couldn't help but gawk at that schlong. It was the longest freaking dick I'd ever seen, hanging down his thigh like a limp python. Holy shit! Now I knew where he'd gotten his nickname. It took a lot of willpower to peel my gaze away from his third leg. When we momentarily looked into each other's eyes, Boner's face flushed from his wavy reddish-blonde roots all the way to his scruffy beard. I couldn't help but like the guy for his modesty. If any of the jerks I'd dated had had a hose that big, they'd be parading it around everywhere, using it to lasso horses and put out fires. Sarge was at my side before I reached the elevator, wordlessly leading me inside with a gentle hand on my back. My nightie was so thin I could feel the heat of his skin on mine. I tried to pretend his touch didn't set my flesh on fire. I tried really hard. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears when the elevator door shut on us.
Hey, don't freak out when we get to level 1.
Boner nudged me in the ribs.
You're about to find out why they call me Boner,
he said with a wink. Okay, but I'm pretty sure I've already figured it out. I smirked as I tried not to look down at the penis pendulum swinging between his legs. I swore I heard it swooshing as it slapped his thighs.
Just wait, he said, and you'll see why they call him Crow.
Boner nodded toward the old man who was hunched over his cane.
Who knows?
Sarge winked as he pressed my back with a firmer hand.
Maybe I'll find you a nickname after I discover your secret talents.
Somehow I got the feeling Sarge was referring to my talents in the sack and not on a ghosting mission. I flashed him a sideways look only to see he was looking back at me. Well, at my tits. My nipples were so taut, I thought they might tear holes in the fabric. Not my fault. It was cold in the elevator. Damn cold. No wonder Sarge had wanted me to wear that nightgown. Chapter 26. Sarge had sent Boner, Basil, and Crow ahead as soon as the intercom dinged level 1. They disappeared into the inky blackness of the tomb where our elevator had landed, and I hadn't seen them since. I was still trying to figure out what an elevator was doing inside a burial vault. I was willing to bet the residents of level 1 didn't even know it existed. We slowly made our way toward the exit where the others had disappeared. Sarge's legs scraped across the concrete floor of the tomb, making a sound like one long nail grating across a chalkboard. Had I still been alive and seen his apparition heading my way, I would have had nightmares for the rest of my life. He'd draped himself in a black hooded cape, shrouding his entire body in darkness, with the exception of his gleaming silver leg. He looked like a phantom pirate. We escaped through a crack in the heavy concrete door, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The night was muggy and mildly cool, but the air was invigorating, a mixture of fresh rain and wet pine. The dreary springtime Pacific Northwest evenings had always bothered me until now. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed them. As we made our way down an aisle of ivy-covered vaults and weeping statues, something about this cemetery was oddly familiar. Sure, they pretty much all looked alike at night, but I got this strange sense of déjà vu. The moon was nearly full, occasionally poking through the cloudy patches dotting the sky. The place was eerily quiet, even for a graveyard. A cool wind blew through my hair. Instinctively, I scooted closer to Sarge, not even minding his gentle hand on my shoulder. But then I'd hear the scrape of his leg grating across a marble square, reminding me we were the creepiest things in the graveyard. The plan was to ambush the punks with ghouls on all sides. I still wasn't sure how ghoulish I could make myself. Hopefully I didn't fail at this job like I had all my others.
Stop,
I gasped when Sarge pulled me to him. His hood had fallen back, revealing dark, searching eyes that threatened to draw me into a trance. I shuddered when he ran his fingers through my hair, pulling out the little clips that held my wiry strands in place. Don't! I tried to swat him away. It's a frizzy mess.
I know.
He flashed a long, languid smile while letting my hair fall down around my shoulders.
It's perfect for haunting.
Tingling ripples of pleasure shot through me as his fingertips lightly grazed the side of my neck. He stepped back and handed me a bouquet of flowers he'd grabbed off a grave.
Now you look like a jilted bride.
I brought the flowers to my nose, my eyelids fluttering shut as I inhaled their sweet scent. Everything on level 1 smelled so much more alive.
Damn, you're beautiful.
My eyes shot open, my heart seizing at the molten look of desire in his eyes. This was so not good. I bet you say that to all the ghouls, I said teasingly, hoping if I interjected a little levity into the situation, he'd back down.
No.
He shook his head, chuckling.
Just you.
I felt the color drain from my face as I gaped at him. He couldn't be serious. After all he'd put me through this week, he expected me to buy his load of horseshit?
Remember the day you projected to your mom?
He asked. Yeah? My muscles tensed as I braced myself for another flirtatious assault.
When you see the punks, try to remember that feeling, okay? The others will go in first. You can follow their lead.
I swallowed a knot of panic as my limbs iced over. My first ghosting and I had no idea what to do. What if I'm not good at this? He placed a hand on my shoulder, the look in his eyes so intense it made me shudder.
You'll be perfect, McLeod. I know you will.
Sarge and I watched the vandals from behind a large tombstone. I had no idea why I was terrified of getting caught. Sarge assured me they couldn't see us unless I projected my aura as I'd done with my mom. The moon's light illuminated the area, a small patch of grave sites that had an oddly familiar look. The two smaller boys were laughing as they spray-painted indiscernible words over the marble slabs in bright orange. The biggest one sat on top of a thick tombstone, a shovel draped across his lap while he crushed an empty can in his hand. They had been easy to find, not just because they were noisy enough to wake the dead, but they'd left a trail of candy bar wrappers and beer cans. From the looks of them, they were college boys wearing designer jeans, t-shirts, and black skull caps. I suspected the little BMW parked behind a copse of nearby trees was theirs, which meant they were probably fraternity pledges. I remembered Travis having been forced to do some weird shit for his fraternity, too. What freaking idiots.
Hey, look, a skeleton!
The smallest punk's voice bounced around octaves faster than an opera singer with laryngitis, suggesting puberty had come a few years too late. I peered from behind my hiding spot to see that a skeleton was indeed partially buried in the ground, as if someone had recently dumped it on a gravesite and tossed a few buckets of dirt on top. That meant this cemetery had been desecrated already. That thought made my chest tighten with anger.
Cool!
The big one jumped down from his perch and handed him the shovel.
Dig it up!
He slurred in a tone that suggested he was already a six-pack past sober.
I'm not digging it up,
Puberty Boy squealed, jerking back so fast his skull cap fell off, revealing a baby face and cropped blonde hair.
You do it!
The shovel made a loud clank as he threw it to the ground. Big Dude slapped Puberty Boy across the side of the head.
Quiet, asshole!
The other boy raised a shaky hand and pointed at the ground.
Hey, look!
Big Dude spun around snarling.
What?
The color drained from the boy's cheeks as he took several steps back, grunting as he stumbled over the shovel.
The fingers moved!
Big Dude punched him in the shoulder.
Shut the fuck up.
Do you mind? I froze at the sound of Boner's lazy stoner dude drawl.
Some of us are trying to sleep.
I gasped as chunks of dirt burst from the ground and the skeleton pulled himself out of its shallow grave. Big Dude and Puberty Boy blanched and fell to their knees, their mouths hanging open, while the third boy ran screaming. The skeleton's bones rattled as it walked up to Big Dude, peering down at him through empty eye sockets. Both boys cried out and huddled together, and then Puberty Boy mumbled an apology in a frantic slur of words. I covered my head and ducked as something swooshed over me. A huge winged creature landed on a tombstone, ruffling its black feathers before peering down at the kid through familiar wizened eyes. "Didn't your mama teach you to respect the dead?" Crow squawked. A bright orb flashed above the kids' heads. "I weep for the souls of the tombs you have defiled." Basil's glowing body floated down from the tree limbs, hovering just above a gravesite that had been tagged with bright orange lettering. I rose from my hiding spot when her aura illuminated the lettering etched into the marble. Michael Davis McLeod, beloved son and brother. My uncle's grave! Those assholes! How dare you! I shook Sarge's hand off my arm and stormed toward them. How dare you defile his grave! Instinctively, I raised my arms, screaming. The wind escaped my hands before I had a time to rein it in. It knocked the boys flat on their asses, their cries of mercy muffled by the gusts of air smacking them with dirt and empty cans. Then the shovels spun up from the ground, smacking Big Dude's forehead before landing against a tombstone. Puberty Boy screamed as Big Dude's head lolled to one side. I lowered my arms when I realized what I'd done. I looked at my fingers as if they were possessed. They were ice cold and glowing a pale blue. "What happened?" I cried. Puberty Boy jumped to his feet and ran away screaming, chasing after the BMW's retreating taillights. Sarge raced past me and knelt by the unconscious boy, checking his pulse. "Just knocked out," he said. "He'll wake up with a nasty bump." I barely felt my feet propel me forward as I drifted past them, falling to my knees on top of my uncle's grave. His tombstone was covered in bright orange frowny faces. Frowny faces? What dicks?
"Are you okay?"
Boner asked as he draped his skeletal fingers across my shoulder and squeezed. Funny how I didn't jerk away. A few weeks ago, I would have passed out from fright if I'd met Boner at a cemetery. Now, nothing morbid or gross bothered me anymore. It was like weird had become the new normal. I sniffled as I wiped a tear off my cheek. My mom's gonna be so upset when she sees my uncle's grave. My throat tightened and I had to bite my knuckles to keep from sobbing out loud. Sarge moved over to me, placing a firm hand on my other shoulder.
"This is one of the nicer cemeteries."
His soothing voice had none of the edge I'd gotten used to.
"Don't be surprised if the groundkeepers have it cleaned up by morning."
I looked up at Sargent through tear-soaked eyes. I sure hope so. Biker bars in Purgatory were a lot like biker bars on Earth, except the guys with knives protruding from their chests usually weren't laughing it up with their buddies, leaking beer onto the floor through their gaping stab wounds. Sarge had taken us to his favorite hangout after our mission, letting me ride on the back of his bike while the others piled into Stoner's van that looked like it had been ripped from Scooby-Doo. Boner held out his beer mug and tipped it at me.
"That was freaking wicked awesome, Ash."
I leaned against the side of the bar and smiled my thanks, taking a slow sip of my strawberry margarita while I tried not to be bothered by Sarge's possessive hand on the small of my back. He'd staked his claim on me from the minute we walked into the place, draping an arm over my shoulder and leading me to an empty seat at the bar. He'd taken the spot beside me, scooting so close his leg was practically crushing mine and hadn't left my side since.
"Nice work, Ash," Crow said before shoving a handful of peanuts into his mouth.
"What a bright aura you have." Basil smiled and took a drag off her bong. "The aliens must have given you an upgrade." "You guys were awesome too. Wow, Boner." I laughed before swallowing a gulp of my drink. "I thought your nickname was for something else." He arched a brow, his expression reminding me of Jack whenever he farted and couldn't find the origin of the smell.
"What?"
I shook my head, stifling a laugh. Never mind. I figured it would get real awkward real quick if Boner and I started talking about the snake he kept tucked away in his pants. Besides, Sarge's fingers digging deeper into my skin was signal enough I needed to change the subject.
"You ready for another?"
Sarge breathed into my ear. I looked down at my nearly empty glass. I've probably had enough already.
"One more. You've earned it."
He whistled at the bartender and pointed to my glass. Then he edged closer, pressing hard against my back as if he was branding my skin with his firm hand.
It was becoming clearer he was determined to take possession of me. My head swirled at the thought. There were a whole lot worse fates than surrendering my body to a virile, gorgeous man, unless, of course, my heart was already pledged to someone else. As loud, head-banging music filtered in from the speakers above, filling my brain with a noisy fog, and swirls of smoke and dust swam before my vision, I realized that margarita sure packed a punch. And then Sarge went and handed me another. I suspected his motive behind the free drinks was to increase his chances of getting laid. Had I not already met Grimm first, his ploy might have worked. Who was I kidding? Despite Sarge's relentless torture this past week, I would have mounted that stud in a heartbeat, fucking his hard body like a rabbit on crack. Thanks, Sarge. I nodded to him as I stirred the strawberry swirls with my straw.
Santiago.
He flashed a wicked smile that nearly made me want to spread my legs right then and there.
I'm only Sarge when we're at work, and you don't need to thank me,
he said as those warm fingers of his worked their massage magic on my back.
I should be thanking you.
My eyelids involuntarily shut for the briefest heartbeat. His touch soothed my tight, sore muscles. For what? I murmured. He snaked his arm possessively around my waist, the heat of his body melting me from the inside out.
For proving me wrong. I didn't think you'd survive this week. I'm glad you did.
Me too. I tried to pull away from him, but I ended up turning into his embrace. As I looked into his molten gaze, the alarm bells in my head started ringing. A bright neon light pulsated beyond his shoulder. I shook my dizzy head. I almost thought it was flashing, "Run away, run away." But then I saw something that made my heart pump double time. I struggled out of Sarge's grip and slowly stood, gawking at a group of men gathered around the pool table. They had this look about them that suggested they could have been Grimm's. Maybe it was their dark scowls, broad shoulders, and beefy arms. Could have been that two of them clutched tall, gleaming scythes in their meaty hands. I watched with curiosity as one of the Grimms hit a button on his scythe, and the entire blade retracted into a compact square no bigger than a cell phone. He slipped it into his pocket before downing a bottle of beer. Oh, that's how they do it. A tremor racked me, not just because those dudes sure as hell looked badass, but because one of the men who had his broad back to me reminded me of my Grimm. My heart sighed when he turned around, revealing a prominent nose, a ragged scar down the left side of his face, and a cold gleam in his eyes. He was not my Grimm. Not at all. Damn.
He's not here.
Who? I feigned innocence while biting my lower lip.
He walked out on you, Ash.
Sarge's eyes brewed with dark clouds as he rose and cupped my shoulders in a tight grip.
You need to move on.
I forced myself to look into his unwavering gaze, but it wasn't Sarge my heart was seeing. My mind misted with memories of Grimm. He'd made a vow to me that my afterlife would be better than the life I'd left behind. He'd made a vow, and then broke it the day he walked out, because without Grimm by my side, my heart was completely and utterly broken. Chapter 27. Jack and I had just come from an invigorating morning jog. Yes, I know I should be committed for using invigorating and jog in the same sentence, when I found Sarge sulking on my bed, just like he'd sulked last night after we'd come home, and just like he'd sulked during breakfast. Well, I'd about had enough of his moods. It wasn't my fault my heart was pledged to another and I refused to spread my legs like his subservient whore, no matter how horny he made me. Just as I was about to tell the grouch to go crawl back inside his trash can, he looked at me with brows drawn in a tight V.
You got company, he grumbled, waiting in the common room.
Company? I gasped, and then I was flying out the door without giving him a second glance. It had to be Grimm. Hopefully he'd missed me as much as I missed him, and he was willing to work things out. Hopefully. I was nearly out of breath by the time I reached the common room, Jack barking at my heels. My heart lurched for a split second when I saw my grandma and uncle sitting on our threadbare sofa.
I shook off my disappointment as I walked into Grandma's open arms. "There you are! We've been worried sick about you." She clucked her tongue before turning up the dial on her guiltometer to full blast. "Thank goodness you're still alive." "I'm fine, Grandma," I rasped as she squeezed me so tight I feared our tits would pop like airbags in a head-on collision. She pulled back, scowling as she looked me up and down. "You could have left a forwarding address. Good thing that nice neighbor of yours was home or we wouldn't have known where to find you." "Oh, you mean Inez?" She couldn't have been talking about Grim. Maybe if she'd substituted grumpy or scowling for nice. I briefly wondered if they'd even come across him, and if so, if he'd said anything about me. Anything at all. "Yeah." Grandma nodded vigorously before turning to my uncle. "She gave us something for you." Uncle Mikey stood and kissed me on the cheek before handing me a big purple box with a bright yellow bow on top. "What is it?" I asked as I shook it. Something heavy rattled inside. "She didn't say," Uncle Mikey said. "Open it." I cringed and then handed the box back to my uncle. "I'm afraid to." My uncle shoved the box back into my hands. "Just open it." I carefully pulled back the lid and then screamed and threw the box to the ground. A blow dryer. She sent me a freaking blow dryer. A little yellow slip of paper floated out of the box, landing on my foot. I picked it up with trembling hands and unfolded it, gulping back a knot of fear as I read the message scrawled in dainty pink ink. "I told you not to break his heart. Get ready for some whoop-ass." I knew I should have been upset. Inez was no small chica. I was certain she could have flattened me like a pancake with one pounding of her fist. So why did her threat make me giddy instead? Grim's heart was broken, which meant he did care about me. Maybe he even cared about me still. I still had a chance to win him back. I wasn't quite sure how time off worked at the SIA. But since Delta Squadron had just completed a ghosting last night, Sarge said we had the rest of the day off. I so badly wanted to use that time to go to Grim's apartment, even if I risked the chance of getting my ass whooped. But my grandma and my uncle had other ideas, starting with bringing Jack to meet my grandpa. My grandma was insistent, since Grandpa had been fond of Jack back on level 1. So that's how I spent the rest of my day, wondering about Grim while my dog played fetch with my grandpa. I had to admit the look on Grandpa's face when we'd first showed up with Jack made it all worthwhile. Too bad Grandpa turned into a blubbering sob monster when it was time to go. Not that he'd miss us, but that I wouldn't leave Jack with him in his crappy level 10 trailer. As much as I hated to hurt my grandpa's feelings, that place wasn't even fit for a dog. It was late afternoon by the time we started the long trek back home. Of course, I had to listen to my uncle's and grandma's lectures about the dangers of ghosting all the way there. I kept checking the digital clock on the taxicab dash, fearing I was going to miss Grim if I didn't get to his apartment soon. Plus, I didn't know if Alpha House was going to give us the night off. By the time my family dropped me off, they hadn't convinced me to quit ghosting, although they had persuaded me to invest in a good set of noise-canceling headphones. So far, ghosting didn't seem to be that bad. I discovered I had my very own supernatural power, which was pretty awesome. I could summon wind, and I didn't need my mom's 3-bean chili to do it. My team members also had cool powers, and the more I got to know them, the more I liked them. Despite everyone's odd idiosyncrasies, Delta House was starting to feel like home. Heck, even Sarge was growing on me. I couldn't stay too bitter with the man for forcing me to exercise my ass off, literally. The rashes between my legs where my flabby thighs had rubbed together all week were starting to heal, and my body was looking much tighter. Pretty soon, I'd be able to fit in my old skinny dress again, and I didn't even need penthouse magic to do it. I had a hard time convincing my family to stay in the cab and go home, even though I could tell neither of them had finished nagging me. After they drove away, my grandma giving me a severe look of guilt, one that could only be perfected by years of practice, Jack and I raced upstairs, and I hopped in the shower. I didn't see anyone when I got home, which I assumed meant we still had the day off. If not, well, Sarge's wrath was worth the risk. All I needed was a few minutes to convince Grim to come back with me. We could talk things over in my room. I'd tell him all about my wind power and convince him I could keep myself safe. After that, I was totally open to him staying with me for a glorious night of makeup sex. I'd decided to take a cab to Grimm's place. I'd already asked my grandma's cabbie to call one of his friends to come get me. Boner had told me transportation was free for ghosters, though I would have gladly paid. Apparently, my little performance last night had earned me 50 credits, which Crow assured me was a week's wages for most level 13 dwellers. Just as I finished rinsing my hair, the alarm bells went off. This better be a drill. I snatched a towel off the rack and dried myself as best I could, but I had to run back into my room to get my sweats and gym shoes. I left Jack behind, tossing him a rawhide chew before slamming my bedroom door and racing downstairs. By the time I got there, everyone was already lined up. Shit. I sure hoped Sarge didn't chew me a new asshole, but that was the worst of my problems. The freaking elevator door was open. Double shit. Triple shit. Steaming piles of waist-deep pig shit. Sarge was standing by the elevator mumbling into the phone. Well, there goes my evening. So much for getting my boyfriend back and a night of hot makeup sex. My limbs went numb when Sarge slammed the phone down and approached us. All color had drained from his sun-kissed skin, and he had this look in his eyes as if he was marching toward his own funeral.
It's a code red.
Fuck. I arched my neck and looked over at Basil. I'd never heard her swear before, let alone say anything that made a damn bit of sense, but her fuck was pretty loud and clear, as in we're all fucked. Whatever code red meant, I knew Delta Squad was about to get into some heavy shit. Sarge walked down the line, leveling a somber expression at each of us.
There's 3 Grimms scoping out the place right now.
Wait, Grimms were there? My ears perked up at that. Boner let out a deep exhale as if he'd just taken a toke off a doobie.
3 Grimms? This is heavy, Sarge.
They don't usually give us code reds. Why didn't Alpha House take it? Crow grumbled.
That's what I'd like to know.
Sarge shook his head, but not before I caught his sideways glance. In that fraction of a second, I felt as if he believed I was somehow the reason.
Okay, here's the deal. We've got a sorceress preparing to do a virgin sacrifice.
My jaw dropped. Say what?
We need to get in there and neutralize the situation.
The tension in Sarge's voice was so palpable I swore it bounced off the walls like an echo.
Basil, you do a banishment spell, while Boner, Crow, and I hold her off. Then we get the hell out of Dodge. Understood?
Everyone voiced their yes sirs except me. I was too busy trying not to piss my pants. I raised a shaky hand. I don't understand what's happening. Sarge marched up to me, his metal leg sending a chill down my spine as it grated across the floor. He leveled me with a look so ominous I was tempted to run upstairs and hide beneath my covers.
McLeod, you will do what I say when I say it, and you will stay by my side the entire time. Am I clear?
It took all my effort to keep my teeth from rattling. Yeah, don't worry, as if I'd want to fight a sorceress on my own. Until that very moment, I hadn't even known they'd existed. Our elevator transported us to an old musty barn, one that hadn't been swept in ages and looked precariously close to crashing down on our heads with the slightest breeze. Sarge and Crow were at the opposite ends of the barn looking out the windows. Sarge had said they were keeping an eye on a nearby farmhouse. The light from the full moon illuminated Crow's long beak and massive black wings. Though he was about the same size as the human crow I'd come to know, he'd been magically transformed into Birdzilla, and I doubted there were enough scarecrows on Earth that could have chased him away. Sarge frowned as he scanned the yard for movement, the lines on his forehead so pronounced he appeared to have aged 10 years in the span of an hour. I briefly wondered what Sarge's power was, or if he had one at all. So far, his only magical ability had been to nearly charm the pants off me. Since Sarge had forced me to huddle in a corner, I couldn't see shit, except for spiderwebs, rotting hay, and what looked to be the skeleton of a pig. Boner was sifting through the bones, comparing the pig's skeleton to his, and freaking out every time he came across a near match. Basil was picking fly carcasses out of a spiderweb, squinting as she examined their little corpses in a shaft of moonlight. Sarge had told us 3 Grimms were scoping the place out, determining if it was safe for us to go in, because whenever there was sorcery involved, there were usually demons too. I had no idea Grims and ghosting squads worked together on jobs. The thought of it sent a trill of excitement racing up my spine. What if my Grim was here today? What would I do if I saw him? Tell him I missed him and wanted him back? Tell him I was sorry for letting him walk out my door? I knew I should have been focusing on the task at hand, but I'd become somewhat obsessed over my old flame. I just hoped I survived tonight's ordeal so I could tell him how much he meant to me. Sarge ducked beneath the window when he got a call on his walkie-talkie. As he whispered into the receiver, I thought I heard the word dragon uttered a few times. Soon his mumbles grew into all-out swearing. I clenched a hand to my roiling stomach. Shit. I wasn't ready to fight dragons. I didn't want to lose my eyeballs. Bile projected into my throat at the thought. Sarge threw down his radio and jerked to a standing position. He kicked an old hay bale, sending a cloud of debris into the air. Then he stormed to the other side of the barn. I gawked at him, wondering what was going on. Sarge had sure picked a crappy time to throw a mantrum. Finally, he walked up to our group with purposeful strides. "We're going home. The Grims are calling in Alpha House." Boner threw down his pig bone and jumped up, his skeletal frame rattling with the movement. "What? Why?" Sarge's rigid shoulders began to droop as if they were collapsing under the weight of stress. "The job's too big for us. There's demons. Nasty ones." 13 years. Basil stomped a foot as she threw a handful of flies against the wall. 13 damn years.
Shadow probably knew all along. Crow squawked as he flew toward us from the window, beating the dirt and hay in my eyes with his powerful wings. He just wanted to screw up our record. "We had a good run," Sarge said in a voice that lacked conviction. Just then, the dusty air was punctured by a child's blood-curdling scream. Ice-cold crystals of fear solidified my veins, slowing the pumping of my heart until the only thing I heard was the strained sound of my breathing. I looked wide-eyed at the group. "Did you hear that?" Sarge nodded before swearing in Spanish. "I heard it." Boner's teeth rattled, which must have set off a domino effect, because soon all his bones were shaking. "I wonder if a demon's got her."
"Not yet. The sorceress is preparing the sacrifice."
Basil's voice was a hollow monotone. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temple as if she had a migraine. Crow ruffled his feathers, directing his inky gaze at Sarge. "When's Alpha House getting here?" Sarge edged toward the window and looked outside. "Probably in 5.
"The child will die before then,"
Basil said. "What?" My hand flew to my throat. "Why can't the Grims help her?" "They cannot intercede in the affairs of the living." Crow squawked as his avian eyes narrowed. "Only ghosters can." I jumped up from my corner, dusting dirt off my pants. "We have to save her." Sarge turned from the window and was upon me in a few long strides. "You stay your ass here, and that's an order. There's nothing we can do for her, McLeod." "Bullshit!" I yelled, hearing another blood-curdling scream. When Sarge lurched for me, I knocked him back with my wind, cringing when I thought I heard his skull cracking against the wall. I had no time to see if he was okay. The other ghosters could take care of him. Without another thought, I took off running, but not into the safety of the elevator. My stupid feet propelled me toward the screams. I instinctively raised a shaky hand, blasting the barn doors off their hinges. I knew the best possible outcome was that I'd probably be fired from the squad. And the worst possible outcome? Well, I figured I'd be demon bait. But I couldn't sit back and let that child die and allow another mother's heart to break. After I blasted open the front door, I took the stairs to the second floor of the old farmhouse 2 at a time, my heart beating wildly as I raced down the darkened hallway to the sound of screams. I stopped just short of the last door, trying to catch my breath as I struggled to come up with a plan, but I'd never been very good at thinking ahead. Usually I acted on impulse and dealt with the consequences later. Somehow, I didn't think that strategy would work well in this situation. A strange orange light pulsated from beneath the door, and the sound of a woman's low melodic hum could be heard from the other side. "Lucia, please don't!" a child cried. Oh, shit. I hit the door with such a powerful blast of air it flew across the room with tornado speed, splintering as it struck a woman and sent her flying against the wall. She landed on the floor in a heap, her head lolling to one side as the hood of her blood-red robe fell back, revealing a cascade of inky black hair and a dragon tattoo on the side of her neck. The blast had snuffed out most of the dozens of candles that skirted the outer perimeter of the room, leaving just enough light for me to see the sobbing, flame-haired girl tied to a wooden table in the center of the room. I cautiously walked toward the girl, not wanting to frighten her. I could feel my aura pulsing around me like a strobe light. I raised a shaky finger, channeling my energy into the leather straps that bound her to the table, and winced as they snapped open before falling to the ground. The girl, who looked no older than 10, sat up, rubbing the angry red welts on her wrists. She turned and looked right at me.
"Get in the circle before they get you!"
I arched a brow. Huh? A loud crack rent the air and stinging pain lashed my backside. I yelped as I jumped forward. Rubbing my sore ass, I turned around and nearly fainted from fright. A creature with hoofed feet protruding from beneath a black trench coat flashed 2 sharp fangs before striking the shattered door with a deafening crack of his glowing whip. In the blink of an eye, the door fused together and flew back on its hinges, slamming shut with a powerful thud. He waved a hand around the room. The candles lit, illuminating the shadows and revealing 2 other snarling creatures. "Holy fuck," I gasped. 3 demons.
"I didn't know angels swore,"
the little girl said. I thought it odd she didn't seem to be frightened. She probably took my aura, pulsating on high alert, to be some sort of divine glow. "Sorry, kid, I'm not an angel." I rolled my eyes. Not yet, anyway. And maybe not ever at the rate things are going. I nodded toward the snarling monsters who were circling the perimeter of the room, saliva dripping off their tongues as if they'd been stranded on a desert island, and I was a 1/4-pound bacon burger with extra mayo. What are those things?
"You've never seen a demon?"
She said this casually, as if she was asking me to choose between chocolate or vanilla ice cream. What kind of a fucked up life had this kid been living? I emphatically shook my head. No. I kept my gaze fixed on the biggest of the 3, the one with flames for hands, smoke pouring out of his snout, and a spiny ridge of scaly skin going down his back. I got the feeling this was the dragon Sarge had warned me about. Damn. I really preferred my eyes to stay in their sockets.
"They can't get to us yet," she said. "Not until my stepmom breaks the salt circle."
She nodded toward the circle of white crystals that encompassed us. My gaze flicked to the robed woman who was still lying on the floor in a motionless heap. I hope she stays unconscious for a while, then. My heart just about fell through my stomach when the sorceress moaned and moved her head. I threw a glance behind me. The girl was sitting up, her legs dangling over the table and looking like she didn't have a care in the world. "What will they do to us if she breaks the circle?" I asked. The girl didn't miss a beat.
"Take our souls to hell."
"I've heard of bitch stepmoms before," I grumbled, "but this one takes the cake." "Hey there," I yelled at the demons. "Any chance you guys could back off?" They answered with more snarls. One monster, whose head resembled a piranha, revealed a mouthful of hundreds of razor-sharp teeth dripping with ooze I prayed it wasn't venom. I took a shaky step back. Okay, then. Now would have been a good time for Sarge and the crew to come bursting through the door to save me. Or maybe one of the 3 Grims Sarge told me about could start lopping off heads with his scythe. As if Hoof Creature had been reading my mind, he snapped his whip toward the door. As soon as it hit the dull wood plank, it started oozing this glowing green sludge. The sludge spread rapidly like a virus, encapsulating the whole door and the adjoining frame. Well, shit. Nobody was getting in that way now, were they? My only other option of escape had been reduced to one narrow window draped in a heavy curtain. The hoofed creature cracked the whip again, sealing the window with the same sludge. Looked like I was up shit creek, and my only method of defense against 3 ugly-looking monsters was going to be my wind, a power I'd only recently acquired and still didn't fully understand. This was going to be fun. I sure hoped hell didn't have any blow dryers.
I angled my head at the girl who was looking at me with arms crossed and brows furrowed as if I was a pretend ghoster who had no idea what the hell I was doing. She was a pretty smart kid.
Don't you know how to fight them?
She asked. I looked at the demons. Dragon Demon flashed a devious grin before blowing out several rings of smoke. I gagged as I swatted the fumes away. The gas was so noxious it made my head swim. I never got past yellow belt in Taekwondo, I said, struggling to breathe. She turned up her pert little nose while fanning her face.
No, I mean with magic. You're a spirit, right?
I shrugged in apology. Actually, I'm new at this whole dead thing. No sense in pretending I was a seasoned ghoster. I was sure the demons could have seen through my ruse anyway. The question was, how did this kid know I was a spirit? How do you know about ghosts? I nodded toward Piranha Head Guy, who'd created an impressive puddle of gooey saliva at his feet. And demons. Thinking back to when I was her age, my weekend hobbies had included dressing up My Little Ponies and taking my Barbies for a ride on Jack's back. Drooling demons and black magic witches were the furthest things from my mind. Rolling her eyes, she pulled back her shoulders.
I'm clairvoyant.
I remembered Basil telling me clairvoyants could see the dead. Weird this little kid had such a power. She waved toward her stepmom, whose head was now lolling side to side.
Can't you knock them back like you did Lucia?
Not much longer and the bitch would wake and break the circle. Then what? I should have knocked her out harder with that door. Then a thought crossed my mind. I could have tried to knock back the demons, but I was too terrified to point my hand in their direction. What if they knew some kind of magic that could reverse mine? As long as Lucia was out, the child and I were safe inside the salt circle. Hopefully, Sarge or Alpha Squad would break down the door and come save us soon. I lifted my hand and knocked the sorceress's head back with my wind, causing her to lose consciousness again. But I also sprayed the salt circle all across the floor. Oops. When Hoof Creature raised his whip, I blasted him before he could strike, sending him crashing to the ground as the whip flew out of his hand. Piranha Head Guy charged next, his razor-sharp teeth chomping up and down like a runaway paper shredder. My gust of wind hit him straight in his open maw, causing his wide flapping lips to practically engulf his head as he fell against the wall. Dragon Demon didn't seem to be fazed by my powers. His eyes glowed redder than the fiery pit of hell as smoke poured out of his snout. He eyed me like a snake preparing to strike, ripping up wood planks as he scraped his clawed feet across the floorboards. When he rushed me, I summoned a wind so powerful it nearly blinded me as a bright light shot out of my fingers. Dragon Demon flew backward, kicking and snarling as he smashed through a wall and landed in a rusty bathtub. I rubbed my hands down my jeans. My fingertips felt raw and sore, burning as if they were frostbitten, but hot. Damn, I'd just smoked 3 demons. I'd earned myself a deluxe manicure. Just as my head and chest started to swell with confidence, the kid screamed and pointed toward the gaping hole in the wall. Dragon Demon was climbing through it, and the only thing on that ugly hide of his that seemed to be hurt was his pride. If I thought he looked ready to eat me before, that gleam in his ghoulish eyes told me he was going to skewer and roast me with extra spicy barbecue sauce first. I took a steadying breath as I backed up and prepared to unleash another wind. The child cried out, "Look out!" just before a violent crackle rent the smoky air. I screamed as pain lanced up my hand and I was yanked to the floor with a thud, my head hitting the ground so hard I saw stars. 4 red glowing stars to be exact. It took me a moment to realize those stars were 2 sets of eyes. One was Hoof Creature, who had one of my hands strung up in his whip while he dug his hoof into my other hand. Dragon Demon stood next to him, laughing maniacally as I choked on the rancid smoke that poured from his snout. And just when I thought my night couldn't get any shittier, I heard the rustling of robes as the sorceress came to her feet beside them. Lifting her hands, she started chanting in some unknown language. I had no idea what she was saying, but her words lanced through me like 1,000 tiny spears, causing me to writhe in pain. My eyelids felt weighted with 1,000 stones, and it took all my effort to keep them open, though I knew it was a losing battle. The smoke that filled my lungs was so thick I could no longer breathe. I knew exactly what was happening.
I was dying a second time. Only I knew where I was headed would make level 2 look like paradise. My last thought before my world dimmed was how sorry I was that I hadn't listened to Grim. I'd let him walk away before I had time to come to terms with my true feelings. I cared for him deeply, and now none of that mattered because I'd never see him again. A violent crash followed by a thunderous roar sounded behind me.
"Get your filthy claws off my woman!"
A familiar deep voice bellowed. I heard a high-pitched squeal followed by a woman's screams. I jerked up, realizing I was no longer bound by Hoof Creature. I scooted back against the wall when I saw the gleaming metal arc of Grim's blade lop off Hoof Creature's head. I shrieked as it rolled next to my feet. The glowing eyes were still open, blinking up at me. His long tongue came out and darted at my leg. I kicked the head to the other side of the room as another head landed at my feet. What is it with the dismembered heads? Piranha Guy's mouth nearly chomped off my foot before I sent it flying through the air with my wind. His teeth bit a gaping hole in one side of the sorceress's skull, and then his head smacked the ground. The woman stumbled and fell backward, her brains oozing onto the floor in a puddle of blood. Freaking gross. I knew she was a bitch, but that was a hell of a way to die. The little girl ducked beneath a stream of fire, swatting embers out of her hair as she raced to my side. We pressed ourselves against the wall, and I watched my man kick some major demon ass. He was butting the demon in the stomach with the blunt end of his scythe, and I wondered why he didn't just chop off the monster's head and finish him for good. Then the wooden planks beneath my hands started to shake with violent tremors, knocking Grim and the demon to the floor in a tangle of fire and limbs. The floorboards ripped open, revealing a giant red vortex. A deafening clap rent the air, and then an elevator the size of a phone booth jutted up from the hole. Flames licked Grim's hands, and he choked on smoke as he shoved the demon into the elevator. My heart froze when fiery arms reached out and gripped Grim by the collar, pulling him into the elevator too. The elevator shut with a clap and vanished down the gaping maw. No! I pushed myself to my knees and frantically crawled to the hole. What I saw took my breath away. The opening resembled a giant throat, a living, fleshy organ with an endless spiral of circular red rings that disappeared into oblivion, and it had swallowed the man I loved. I was lying in a fetal position on the floor, sobbing profusely into my hands, when a strange shadow fell over the room. I looked up through a crack in my fingers to see two familiar eyes blinking down at me through the darkness. "Shadow?" I asked. "What happened here?" "There were demons. 3 of them." I nearly choked on a sob as I pointed a shaky finger toward the fiery throat in the center of the room. "One of them took my Grim." I watched with a mixture of fascination and horror as the heads of the 2 decapitated demons rolled into the hole. Their bodies crawled like crabs while dragging Lucia's corpse before tumbling into the abyss. The floorboards started rattling again, followed by the distant sound of rumbling thunder as I struggled to my knees. I closed my eyes and turned up my hands in a prayer pose, hoping the prayer call center marked my pleas as urgent. Please let it be my Grim coming back to me. Please, God, please. When the sound of thunder filled my eardrums with a deafening roar and that phone booth elevator dinged open, I swear the wait to see who would step out from the smoky shadows felt like it stretched out for an eternity. I saw the gleaming scythe first, followed by a familiar pair of impossibly blue eyes. I jumped to my feet and raced into his arms, sobbing against his chest as he held me tight. "When that demon took you, I thought I'd lost you forever."
"It's okay, Ash."
He breathed against my ear before kissing my temple.
"I'm the Grim Reaper, remember? I deliver souls to the basement, too."
Oh, duh. I'd forgotten. He'd probably taken that elevator on a daily basis, but still, I thought that fire demon would never relinquish his hold on him, or, at the very least, burn out his eye sockets. I pulled back, examining my boyfriend. He was covered in burn marks and had a few cuts and bruises, but he was otherwise whole.
"Sorry I couldn't get to you sooner."
He wrapped his arm around my waist as we walked away from the elevator.
"This place was infested with demons."
"You mean there were more?" He nodded.
At least a dozen downstairs and only 2 other Grims to help me. You knocked out that Sarge of yours pretty good. When I found him unconscious, I raced inside the house as fast as I could."
My hands flew to my mouth. Oh no, Sarge, is he okay?
"He's fine,"
Shadow interjected, his smoky apparition barely distinguishable except for his luminescent almond eyes.
"Just a nasty bump. He'll heal soon enough."
I was fairly certain it would take a lot longer for the bruises on his ego to heal. I did not even want to know what kind of back-breaking PT he'd have in store for me tomorrow. And the rest of my squad, are they okay?
"They're fine. They did the smart thing and stayed in the barn like they were told."
Shadow laughed.
"I warned the Deltas you were too strong for them."
Some part of me was relieved to find my friends were okay. Another part was pissed they hadn't at least tried to help me. I felt a tug on my shirt and looked down at the little girl. She had dirt streaks on her face and her red curly hair was a tangled mess, but otherwise, she looked okay. "Thanks for saving me." The smile in her eyes made it all worthwhile. "You're welcome, kid." I squeezed her shoulder. "You going to be all right?" I hoped what she'd witnessed tonight hadn't caused any deep emotional scarring. I knew if this had happened to me when I was a kid, I would have needed therapy every day for the rest of my life. "Yeah, my dad will be home later. He works the graveyard shift." She laughed. "Wait until he finds out about Lucia. She only married him to get to me. I knew it all along."
"I'm sorry, kid," Shadow interjected, "but we're going to have to burn down this house."
"That's okay," she shrugged. "It was Lucia's anyway." Grim tightened his protective grip around my waist, reminding me I had one very sexy, demon-ass-kicking stud who required my attention. He brushed my lips with a feather-soft kiss. His deep blue eyes held such tenderness my heart wept with joy. But then I winced and pulled back when he rolled my hands over and examined an open sore. A heavy frown marred his brow.
"We need to treat this before infection sets in. Are you ready to go home?"
Despite the pain in my sore limbs and throbbing fingers, I couldn't help but smile. More than ready to be alone with you. Chapter 28. By the time the elevator dropped us off at Delta House, Grim was carrying me in his arms. I felt kind of silly that he didn't think I could walk on my own, but after the reality of what had happened struck me, my legs had pretty much felt like 2 wet noodles. Jack raced up to Grim, frantically barking and clawing up his leg to get to me. "Easy, boy," I laughed. "Mommy's safe." Grim set me down on the sofa and Jack didn't wait for an invitation, jumping into my lap and nearly crushing me with his weight as he lavished me with sloppy, wet kisses. Or maybe the wet part came from the tears that fell down my face. Had I been cast down to hell, I would have never seen my best friend again. How stupid I'd been to think I could have handled such a dangerous situation by myself.
"Hey, you okay?"
Boner asked, as he sat in the chair across from us, a box of cookies in his lap. "Yeah." I wiped my eyes as I smiled up at Grim, who stood behind me with a protective hand on my shoulder. "I am now." When Boner ripped open the box, Jack suddenly forgot how much he missed me and jumped off my lap, tail wagging as he ran over to him.
"He was scratching on your door."
Boner flashed an apologetic grin.
"So I've been feeding him cookies."
Grim squeezed my shoulder before leaning down, his whisper a warm breath on my cheek.
"Let's go to your room."
Those spaghetti noodle legs of mine suddenly felt a whole lot stronger at the proposition of makeup sex. I slowly stood up and Grim came around the sofa and swept me off my feet. "Could you watch Jack for me tonight?" I asked Boner, cupping Grim's cheek and looking deep into his eyes.
"Sure,"
Boner answered. Grim carried me out of the room with heavy, urgent strides. Blasting demons and evil witches had sure made me horny. Grim refused to make love to me until after he'd treated every one of my cuts and burns. First, he undressed me and placed me in the bathtub, scrubbing me down with foamy soap. I even let him lather up and clean that juncture between my thighs, though I was fairly certain I didn't have any bruises down there. Next, he dried me off and pulled a tube of antiseptic out of the medicine cabinet. I guess it was a good thing I shared a bathroom with Sarge. His toiletries sure came in handy. I looked down at Grimm's fingers with a sense of awe as he tenderly rubbed the laceration on my hand with the medicine. Demon whips stung like hell. All pain was forgotten when he stripped naked and scrubbed that big, beautiful body. I licked my lips while eyeing his solid cock with appreciation. It jerked in his hands when he lathered it with soap. I never thought I'd be jealous of bubbles. After he dried off, he cleaned and treated minor burns on his hands and arms, but I insisted he let me take care of the sores on his back. He'd actually come out of this ordeal with less wounds than me. I still couldn't believe he'd survived an embrace with the fiery demon and had only a few marks to show for it. He had a faint, jagged scar down the side of his back which looked like it had been formed years ago. I wondered if a demon had given it to him, but he grumbled and jerked away when I touched it. Though I was too afraid to ask him how he'd gotten it, the scar was a sobering reminder of the dangers on level 1. The thought of what that dragon demon could have done to him made my throat tighten with emotion. You were right about the dangers of this job. I frowned, fighting to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. He cupped my face in his hands, searching my gaze. I should never have left you. He stroked my lower lip with the pad of his thumb. I'm sorry, Ash. A slow and devious grin stretched across my face. I leaned up and lapped a drop of water off his neck. I guess you're going to have to make it up to me. Considering the ordeal we'd been through that night, I thought Grimm's plan would be to throw me on the bed and make love to me with urgency. I had no idea he'd planned a night of slow, tender foreplay, drawing out my release by teasing me with his tongue and fingers. And here I'd thought torture was only reserved for hell. He propped my hips on a pillow, spreading my legs wide as he lapped up my center with long, languid strokes of his tongue. Every so often he'd answer my pleas and insert a finger, fucking me with just a few short thrusts before pulling out and suckling that raw bundle of nerves. He licked, teased, and tormented until I cried out, begging him to make me come. Thin walls be damned. By the time he climbed up my body, my sweet spot was painfully swollen and weeping with need. I tasted my essence on his tongue as he captured my lips in a kiss. I wrapped my legs around his waist, moaning as I rubbed my swollen sex across his erection, begging him to fill me. I expected more tender lovemaking, slow, gentle strokes, and feather-soft kisses. I gasped when he buried that huge cock inside me, seating himself to the hilt and thrusting into my sweet, achy spot as if he was a battering ram trying to tear me apart inch by glorious inch. It hurt so damn much. Fuck. I never wanted him to stop. He kissed me deeply, spearing my mouth with his tongue while fucking me with relentless hard strokes. I sucked in a breath right before the first wave hit me, and then I moaned his name as pleasure like I'd never known rippled through me. All the orgasms in heaven couldn't even come close to the climax that gripped me, holding me in its clutches for the span of several glorious, pulsating heartbeats. He cried my name as his hips flexed and then stilled, his throbbing head spilling warmth into my channel. After he rolled us over and held me in his arms, we kissed, nipped, and stroked, working ourselves into a frenzy before making love well into the early morning. Not only had this been the best make-up sex of my entire existence, it was the best sex ever. Cheesecake be damned. I'd found my own slice of nirvana right here in my boyfriend's arms. Thank God for faulty blow dryers. This concludes Divine and Dateless by Tara West, narrated by Hollie Jackson. Copyright 2014 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.